Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Board members, anybody have any issues getting into the Dropbox link or getting into the documents? Okay, you'll have like I said, AM, PM. So everything this morning except for one should be an AM. When we get to her, we had to move her. I'll tell you who that is, but let me know as we go through this if y'all have any problems getting into anything. And we have two that have gotten here early. So if everybody's ready, we can go ahead and get started. And Dr. Newsom, I'm assuming you're chairing today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just for the record, we have Dr. Lenore Newsom, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lynn Krause, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. So we have 5 board members today, and Jeremy and Elise, if Dr. Kirtley, who is executive director of the board, he's just kind of going to go through the process today. We'll be glad to answer any questions you have. We do this all the time. We know y'all don't, so stop us, raise your hand. We'll be glad to answer any questions as we go through this. But I will, like I said, this is just more of a back and forth. They just kind of want to know about the issues and about why you're here. But I'll turn it over to Dr. Kirtley, and he'll kind of go through the process today.
Morning, guys. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board, and just to let you know a little bit about how this process works. On screen with you, you'll have a number of people that you'll interact with today. Our board members on screen: Dr. Richmond, Dr. Jolly, Dr. Newsom, and Dr. Mack, and Dr. Krause. And then also some staff members, myself and Mr. Luke Daniel, who's our legal counsel, Dr. Brendan McCready, who is our assistant director, or most likely be who you may be speaking with. In this process, as Mr. Daniel described, it's kind of a discussion. The board members are going to get just a quick overview of why you are here with us today. I'm sure they're going to have some questions for you. They may have some questions for the staff as well. So you will have a chance to speak with them. And then at the end of the conversation, they have a chance to suggest some decision. Whatever that decision is, if you agree with it, then we go forth with whatever they are asking us to do. If you disagree with it, it actually gives you a chance to appeal that decision to a full board hearing at a later date. The full board will be all 8 members of the board, and is a much more formal process where everyone is sworn in. We have a hearing officer and a court reporter, and is much more like a legal proceeding you would see in a court of law. Before we get started, do you have any questions about how this process works?
I think we'll just kind of figure it out as we go.
Usually it's pretty quick to do that. If at any point during this, if you have need for any clarification or anything else, by all means, get our attention, wave your hands, and get our attention. I know Mr. Daniels finishing up something right there, and here he comes. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll start with Jeremy, and I'm sorry, how do you pronounce your last name? I don't want to mess it up.
No, it's pronounced Freitag.
Freitag. Okay.
It's okay.
Not how I would have said that. So I'm glad you.
It's not how anybody would say.
Board members, Mr. Freitag, this is a application for reinstatement. If you'll click on his name, his document should come up. But he was licensed as a PT, as a pharmacy technician back in, I believe, 04 to 06. Application expired, had no issues back then. He has reapplied for reinstatement. We received this back in November, and with talking to board staff, he stated to board staff that he had a medical marijuana card and was using some type of THC product back when he sent in this application. So he had stated that, I believe, and he can correct me if I'm wrong in just a minute, and you'll get a chance to explain everything to the board, and they may have a few questions for you. So like I said, he stated that he did have an Arkansas medical marijuana card and was using THC products back when this application came through. So just based on the cutout in the Arkansas law about healthcare providers and safety sensitive positions, and the fact that marijuana is actually still a controlled substance under federal law. So we asked him to be here today just to kind of talk about that and just explain kind of what's been going on. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope that everybody's doing well today. Okay, Mr. Freitag, you want to tell us what's going on as to why you need medical marijuana?
Well, I was diagnosed with Tourette's, nonverbal. I've got physical tics. And that's why I had searched out the medical card in the first place. But, and I also work at a dispensary. but trying to get out of that dispensary. I actually have a job pending, assuming things go one way today. When I had my interview for the pharmacy job that I'm currently vying for, nobody was sure how that worked. So I immediately called the state board to find out what the rules were. When I found out that you can't have one and both, I immediately canceled my medical card. I believe it was actually canceled on November 10th. And I actually waited to send my application in until after I had canceled that card. So by the time it says that the board received my application on the 17th, that's the stamp on the document. So my card had technically been canceled for about 7 days at that point. So yeah, I'm just trying to start a new job, get away from the dispensary, get away from all of that, and get this hospital job and get back into being a pharmacy technician.
Okay, when was the last time you smoked?
It's been over a few months now, since probably around then. I still had a little bit of product and my Tourette's still gives me problems, but since then I've started actually doing more CrossFit, exercising, and that seems to help keep that at bay more. So, but I'm really trying to move on and put this all behind me, just so I can have a better job and a job that actually cares about the patients instead of just selling weed to people.
Excuse me, my cough.
No, you're fine. Everybody's
Okay.
got it.
Does any other board members have any questions of this candidate? I'm gonna step away and get me some water. I'll be right back.
Any other board members?
Go ahead, Dr. Krause. You muted, Dr. Krause.
Thank you. Just going to ask again, or make sure, that you don't have a card, you're not using, and you understand that you can have a card if you're working in a pharmacy.
Yes, sir. I understand that. And that again is why I immediately canceled my card when I found out that I couldn't get my license or my tech license back if I still had the card. So, and then, yes, at the time I was using when I found all this out. But like I said, I wanted to cancel the card because I want to move on. I don't know if many people willingly give up their medical card, but this would be a much better job than where I'm working now. So that's why I guess we're here today.
Where is the job that you have lined up?
It's at Regency Hospital under Kristen Eccles, the pharmacy director there. They're in the Mercy Hospital building, but they're on the top floor in Springdale, Arkansas.
In Springdale, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So your medical condition is under control? Are you on other medications for it?
No, I don't really take any other medication. Like I said, I've dived headfirst into CrossFit and doing that every day seems to really help rein it in a little bit. Now, when I get stressed, of course, things like that, I start twitching a little bit, but it's not as bad as it has been in the past.
Okay, any other questions by board members or staff? Dr. Mack?
So I apologize, but I got kicked off the internet for a couple of minutes. Can you give me a real quick little brief of what y'all heard?
Yeah, he applied for his pharmacy technician license back in November, and he was using medical marijuana at that time, had a medical marijuana card, said he was diagnosed with Tourette's. He talked to his employer. He does have a potential job lined up at, I'm sorry, what did you say the name of the hospital? I know you said it was inside Mercy,
It's
but
Regency Hospital.
Regency Hospital, it's part of Mercy, inside Mercy in Springdale. So he was using that card after talking to his employer and board staff and realizing that he could not do both. He canceled his marijuana card and has not used, I believe you said, since November the 10th. or
Yes, sir.
or two in November.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Yes, ma'am. I don't see a problem with this gentleman going forward as long as he doesn't have, you know, a medical marijuana card and he avoids that lifestyle.
Yes,
I think
sir.
as far as looking for pharmacy techs and qualified people in pharmacies, we're going to be running into this situation a lot. Seems like he went about it in a legal way. And, you know, I don't know I don't know any other course unless somebody has a good idea.
Dr. Richmond.
I would just add to that, I agree with Lynn that I would be okay with giving him a license or giving him his license back. But in due diligence, I would request official documentation be sent to the board that his card has been canceled and that he undergo a urine drug screen at his cost.
Do they do a pre-employment drug screen at your hospital?
Yes, and I have actually gone through that.
You provide the board with a copy of that?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Dr. Richmond, would that work for you?
As long as it's since the time that he canceled his card, yes.
Oh, yes, sir. It has been.
And I think it would also have to include marijuana on the actual test. So we may have to send a subpoena or something for the full test, not just the negative or positive, since we're not sure exactly what screen they ordered.
Okay.
Yeah,
If that's
and that
not
won't be a
there,
problem. If you'll just email me a copy of that, then we can send a subpoena to who we need to send it to get the full documents.
Okay. Absolutely.
I think generally, I mean, those urine drug screening, I think they would include THC, but if the test that he did does not include it, then we would require one.
Okay, Dr. Kraus, is that in the form of a motion that you made?
Well, I would, yes, ma'am, but I would include what Dr. Richmond added
All right.
to that. So do I need to try to restate it?
If you could, please, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I move that we grant Mr. Freetag's pharmacy tech license in lieu of a negative drug screen taken after he surrendered his marijuana card.
That includes THC.
Yes.
And Dr.
Evidence
Richmond,
that his card has been canceled.
Say that again, Rodney. I'm sorry.
And evidence that his card has been canceled.
That's right. That's right. I'm sorry. There's a lot there. Yep.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a second. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
And if you will email me just to show that I don't know how you get something to show that your card has been canceled,
Yes,
and
sir.
a copy of that, a drug screen that shows a negative test for THC. If you'll email that to me, then we'll go from there. And once that's been reviewed, we'll get your license granted.
That sounds great. I appreciate everything.
Yes, sir.
Thank
And
you so
if
much.
you don't have my email, I think it was on the letter I sent, but if not, it's on the website. Just click on staff and you can click on my
Okay.
picture and
Okay.
my email will pop up. If you can just scan that and email to me, that'll be the fastest way.
Okay, I appreciate it very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you and good luck.
All right, thank you very much.
Next we have, is it Zay? How do I pronounce? I don't want to. You're muted.
It's Zai.
Zai, okay, perfect. Do you have any questions about anything that Dr. Kirtley said about kind of the process today or anything?
No, sir.
Perfect. This is Elise Zai. This is again a pharmacy technician application. In 2008, she has a possession of marijuana conviction. The police, police were called to a disturbance or to a situation, and where she just happened to be there, and the police were talking to everybody that was there. She was trying to get her stuff so she could leave, and the police asked her if she had any type of drugs or narcotics. She was honest with them and let them know that she did have some marijuana on her. She was given a ticket for possession. She pled guilty to that. And like I said, that was back in 2000, around October of 2008. So I believe she pled guilty to that and had some fines and other stuff that she had to do through 2009. So
In
she does have that.
California.
I'm sorry.
The ticket was in California, so it was just a misdemeanor.
It's just, yes. And board members, this is just a misdemeanor. It was just a citation for possession. But she did plead guilty to that. And like I said, that was in back 2008, 2009. Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine, ma'am. How are you?
Doing great. You want to tell us in your own words what happened?
I went to the movies with some friends back in 2008. When we showed back up at their house, the police were there. They were involved in something else. Their dog got out, the police chased the dog. Then they were asking me to leave to take the dog away and asked me if I had anything. I said, yes, I had marijuana in my purse. They looked at it. They wrote me a ticket for possession of marijuana under an ounce. I went to court. I got fined, and when I started making automatic payments, the payment collection place messed up my dates. So then they gave me late fees. So I had to go back to court. And when I went back to court, the judge asked if I had been current with my payments, and they said yes. So he dismissed the charge altogether. I wasn't aware of that, honestly, until I started this process, because I thought he just dropped a fine. I didn't know that like the whole thing had been dropped. So that's why like there was some confusion when I originally filled out my application. But since then I joined the military. I had secret clearance while I was in the Navy from 2011 until 2015. And then I married someone, and when he got out of the military, we moved here to Arkansas. In California, I have my medical assisting certificate. And, oh, I'm sorry, my screen, okay. I had my medical assistant certificate, and then that led me to this job here. And they wanted to promote me back in September. I lost the promotion because I had to wait for this board meeting, but they still want me to get my license so that I can get the promotion when a spot's available.
Okay. So where are you employed?
It's Infinity Compounding Solutions. It's a mail order pharmacy for the R-Care system
Okay. And where's that located?
in Bentonville, ma'am.
In Bentonville. Okay. All right. Does any other board members have any questions of this candidate?
Staff has no issues due to the age, but since it was a drug conviction, we asked her to be here today.
Understand. And you did the military, and so you're in Arkansas now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
When's the last time you used marijuana?
It's been years, sir. I couldn't give you a date. And I also had a pre-employment drug test to work here at the pharmacy. It's a requirement.
Would you say it's been over 10 years?
I would say, I'm not sure, it's been about 10 years since I was in the military, so about that.
Okay, any more questions? If not, what is the will of the board members?
Make a motion that we approve her permit.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
Your license will be, your application will be processed today. So it'll take a few days to get it out in the mail, but you should have your license by first of next week, probably at latest. And so as soon as you get it, you can start working as a pharmacy technician.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you and good luck.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda Abel. I saw her log on. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, will you turn your video on, please? So the board
Okay.
members can see you. Thank you. Dr. Kirtley, I don't believe she was here earlier. If you want to
Sure thing.
kind of walk through the process of what's,
Absolutely. So Ms. Abel, my name is John Kirtley. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you just a couple things about how this procedure kind of works today and who all you're speaking with. On your screen, you'll see a couple of us that are staff members that you may be speaking with. Myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, who's our legal counsel, and Dr. Brendan McCready, who is our Assistant Director. Most of the other people that will be speaking with you are board members here at the board, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, and then Dr. Lenore Newsom, who is the chairperson for this committee. In this process, we've invited you to the informal conference today, and this is in a lot of ways an open conversation between us and you, back and forth, kind of across the table. But through this, I'm sure the board members are going to speak to you. It'll give you a chance to speak to them as well. And at the end of it, they will generally come up with some suggested decision. Whatever they decide, if it's something that you are agreeable to, and it's not necessarily something you have to agree to immediately today, then we go forth with whatever they've suggested. If you do not want to agree with what they've suggested, you can request to appeal that decision and have a hearing before the full board. The full board is all 8 members of the board, and it is a more formal process where we'd have a hearing officer and a court reporter and swear everyone in as witnesses, and looks much more like going to court. With that, I'd ask you, do you have any questions about how the process works today?
I don't think so, at least not right now.
Okay, and that's a good point. At any point, if you need to ask us something or clarify something, wave your hands, get our attention. We want to be sure we help answer any questions that you have during this as well.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Daniel?
and board members, I believe she is in PM. She was scheduled for this afternoon and she has to be moved to this morning because of a work conflict. So hers may be in your PM documents, but it's under Amanda Abel. This was, board was notified on December 29th that she had been terminated from her position at the Walgreens as a pharmacy technician. She is currently a pharmacy technician. This is not an application. She was terminated from Walgreens because a patient showed up to pick up the prescription. It should have been in the ready status to be picked up, but she couldn't find the prescription that was ready. So she pulled the medication from the shelf and refilled it. She then bagged it up and sold it to the patient without going through the pharmacist and without it being verified by the pharmacist. So when the pharmacy found out about that, they talked to her and terminated her. She did write a statement. It's about maybe the 4th page in your packet, where it just states that she couldn't locate the customer's finished prescription. She printed the leaflet, refilled the prescription, and failed to have the prescription verified by the pharmacist. She just sold the prescription to the customer. So based on that termination, and we asked for the documents, and they are here, the documents from Walgreens. So based on the fact that she filled a prescription without pharmacist approval and then did not have it verified and just sold it straight to the patient, we asked her to be here today to explain that. And Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, good morning. How are you?
Morning. Good.
Good. Okay, what were you thinking?
I was thinking it was very hectic during COVID and testing and vaccines, but I was thinking in the process of changing a leaflet and rebilling a prescription instead of actually getting it ready again. I was just not thinking that, of course, even though I couldn't locate it and it was in ready status, that I had to have it re-verified, because lots of times when we rebill a prescription, we change the leaflet, what have you, some pharmacists like you to check it and some don't mind if you do that process without them. And I just was mistaken in what I was doing and probably just somewhat distracted.
Okay, now it took a few more steps than what you just said. It's more than printing a leaflet and attaching.
Yeah, it's different than that,
filled.
but first, yeah, it is different than that. And I was just, like I said, I wasn't thinking about the process needing and having to have the pharmacist, even though, like I said, I obviously wasn't thinking because I do know that that is a step in the process.
Yes, that's a big step
Yes, ma'am.
because you had to go select a drug, count the medicine out, put it in a bottle, label it. So it wasn't like rebilling. Because rebilling, yeah,
Rebilling is you reprint the leaflet and reattach it, and yeah.
okay. So how are you caught?
I do not know. I don't know what the report says.
The
I believe
record
they
says
saw
that
her
the
that
patient-
day.
Something
Somebody saw her
about
that
the-
day. That's what had happened.
Yeah, I read it, but I wanted to hear in her words.
The
So you
report
don't
said
know.
something about the store manager was in the pharmacy and overheard the conversation, but I don't recall anybody at that moment in time asking me anything about it. It wasn't until months later that anyone asked me anything about it.
Okay, so had you done this before?
No, ma'am.
Because it sounded like you were kind of comfortable doing that, bypassing the pharmacist.
Oh, no, ma'am, absolutely not. I have never done that before. I understand the risk involved there.
Yeah, because you have to walk around the pharmacist to go do what you did, and you also have to walk around the pharmacist to get back to the counter to make a sale. So there's a lot of deliberate things that were done here that shouldn't have been done. And like I said, the big what is if you're giving a person the wrong medication.
Absolutely.
So, Dr. Richmond, I'll let you speak now.
Well,
Thank
I'd
you.
just like to, I'd like to add to that. It's not only the process that you went through, that you prepared a product for dispensation to a patient without a pharmacist seeing it. I mean, that's one thing to go through that whole process. But did you stop to think for a moment that there might be a reason why that drug's not there? You know, one, it could have been quarantined and setting aside because there was a question about the prescription that needed to be addressed. Secondly, it could have been that when that patient's medication is missing, why is it missing? Did it get dispensed accidentally to another patient? And now, if that's the case, you need to go back and reconcile and say, who could have been that patient? Who got that drug? And make sure that you get that back. So it's not just, well, it's not there, it's missing, so let me just fill it again. No, there has to be a reason why it's not there. So it could be set aside. It could be just as simple as it got ran, but it didn't get filled and the label got thrown away. But importantly, and I have seen this many times, where patients will get dispensed a medication that doesn't belong to them. Somebody will come in looking for their script. That was the one that got dispensed, and the other person gets injured because of it. So there are a lot of things that go into the process of dispensing. And when you have a situation like this, it's critically important that you recognize, well, wait a minute, there has to be a reason why this is not here.
Right.
Dr. Kraus?
Thank you. Ms. Abel, can you tell me, do you know what happened to the original field that was verified?
I do not.
So it was never found?
I don't know. At that time, we had a lot of misfiles. Our pharmacy is very busy, and we had lots of prescriptions that were misplaced, put into the wrong bins. So it probably maybe came out with the bin rec, but I'm not positive. I don't know. I didn't necessarily do that bin rec.
So do prescriptions there get verified before they get filled?
Yeah.
So when I think of verification, I'm thinking that the pills are in the bottle, the label's on the bottle, you have a receipt with the bottle, and then you check to make sure that everything that's there in the bottle is congruent with what was written on the prescription. Is that the same thing that you're talking about?
Yes.
So y'all would verify and say everything was right before pills were put in the bottle?
Well, the pharmacist does the initial verification, then again after. Like
so-
once the pills are in the bottle. And the
And so
label is on.
the pills that you couldn't find had their final verification already?
The pills I couldn't find had their final verification.
And so that
Correct.
makes me wonder, did somebody else get that bottle of medicine? What prompted you to go ahead and refill that prescription? In other words, what made you think, okay, I need to put pills in a bottle and label on it and get it out?
Well, like I said, our pharmacy had had a lot of misfiles. I
Wait,
looked for a really
tell me
long
real quick,
time.
I'm sorry. What's a misfile? I'm sorry.
Well, like, we had new technicians that were putting the wrong prescription in the wrong bins. And that was happening quite a bit during that time. I checked all the bins. I took a long time to actually look for the prescription before refilling it.
But you never found it. It wasn't in any
I
of
did
other
not
bins?
find it. No.
Sounds like this is another internal problem that this pharmacy chain is having.
Yeah, because I don't think there should be, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, Dr. Mack?
So I'm having a little hard time trying to figure out what went through your mind, but was that like a common occurrence at the pharmacy that you could put pills in a bottle and a pharmacist not check it?
Not that I'm aware of.
But that one time only, you decided, I'll just put them in there and go? I mean, why?
I wasn't thinking. I'd never, I don't know. I wasn't obviously thinking, because no, I've never done that. Like I said, I fully understand, the, risk to the patient and all, and the, responsibility that I have. I can't really say what I was thinking other than I believe when I think about it now that I was thinking that it just was in ready status and that it was like changing the leaflet and it was an error.
What was the
Dr. Curtin?
medication?
What was the medication?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I really don't. It was blood pressure or something like that. Medicine.
Okay, Dr. Richmond?
Did any patient harm come about because of this that we know of?
Are you asking me?
Whoever knows.
Not that we
Not that I
of.
know of.
And when were you terminated?
December 3rd.
And this occurred back in September?
Yes, ma'am.
No,
And they waited, was it September that it happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And they waited 3 months before terminating you?
Yes, ma'am.
September 29th.
And she was terminated when? December what?
3rd.
December 3rd. That's kind of strange.
We were notified,
Just a
yes, our termination date was December the 3rd.
Okay, Dr. Kraus and then Dr. Mack.
Ms. Abel, were you the only one in the pharmacy looking for this prescription?
Yes.
Was anybody else aware that it couldn't be found?
There was another tech in the pharmacy with me. I don't know if she was aware. She was busy in drive-through. I never asked her to assist me. So I don't know if anyone else was aware that I couldn't find it.
And was there a pharmacist nearby?
Yeah. Well, she was, I don't know, actually, I don't remember actually where she was in the pharmacy.
Okay, here you go, Dr. Mack and then Dr. McCready.
So, how did that conversation go on December 3rd if this had happened back on September 29th? I mean, nobody
Well,
remembers.
between September 29th and December 3rd, was when they took my written statement. I don't remember exactly the date on that, but they told me of the incident and asked me to write to what I could remember as to what happened. And I did that, and I didn't hear anything else about any of it until December 3rd. My boss, Christy Taylor, told me that she had just been notified that they had decided to terminate me based on that.
Statement is dated November the 9th.
Still, that's such a long time. I'm just wondering what, well, one, could you even remember it? That in November from September.
Yeah. Not, fully. That's why it's hard, to really know what I was thinking at that time.
Dr. McCready, and
I
then
was just
Dr.
going-
Jolly.
I was just going to ask, did you work the entire time after you signed the statement, or were you on leave?
I worked.
You were in the store? And what duties were you doing?
The general tech duties, everything, typing,
So they didn't
filling.
move you to testing or cashiering or anything
I
like
did
that?
all those things.
Mm.
They didn't move me specifically to one particular area. No.
Okay, Dr. Jolly.
I was just going to confirm the written statement on November the 9th, but Luke already did that. So it looks like, if I'm interpreting this right, Walgreens created an internal case around this on 10/1. So I don't know if you guys are seeing the same thing, but it looks like a Salesforce case number was generated on 10/1, and then they didn't get a statement until 11/9, and then termination was 12/3. So I guess my point is it does seem odd that it took such a long time to come to some sort of resolution on this. Ms. Abel, did you get any type of coaching and counseling in the interim, or was?
No,
Okay.
there was nothing even said to me about it in between those moments of asking for my statement and firing me.
Okay. And are you you're still licensed as a technician, but I may have missed it
Currently.
earlier. Yeah. Are you working in a pharmacy?
I am.
Okay. Where are you working at?
Kroger.
Okay. Thank you.
And were you, okay, Dr. Mack?
What are you doing in Kroger's?
Well, Kroger is set up a little differently than Walgreens, but I'm doing general teching duties there also. So it's not limited, but as far as being new also there, I don't do as much as I did at Walgreens. The Kroger I work at doesn't do testing, nor do they have a drive-through. So the workload is a lot less, and I don't know. It's different in the way that they verify prescriptions, especially before sale. The process is different. So I'm sorry.
Does the pharmacist look at every prescription?
Right. The pharmacist looks at every prescription, but you also scan the prescription before sale instead of the leaflet itself. It's set up a little differently.
And then did you happen to tell them about what happened at Walgreens?
I told him I was fired. I didn't explain fully as to why, and I didn't exactly know that, how everything was going to play out. So I really didn't know exactly what to tell them.
And how was staffing at your store? Like I said, on a
At
typical day, did you have?
Walgreens?
Mm-hmm.
We were understaffed by, I don't know what their typical idea of staffing would be, but I would say we were probably 2 techs shy of what we needed. And we had 2 seasoned techs and 2 new techs. One had never been a tech before, the other one had just started, and she had been a tech before at an independent.
And are you certified? Are you a certified technician?
Yes,
Okay. And were you a senior tech?
I have been.
Okay.
I was not at that position.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kraus.
Just one, you said you had 2 techs that day and, or you were 2 techs short.
Right. Well, we weren't 2 techs short that day. There was me and a new technician that day at that time.
And 1 pharmacist.
Yes.
Dr. Mack.
I guess now you've had something happen, you're aware that it was wrong. Or do you think you can work in a pharmacy and not take liberties to do things that are not really allowed? That, pharmacist has to verify everything, and I'm sure you know that now, and you probably knew it then, but do you think you've learned enough? Did you learn a lesson from that, and will things be different, I guess?
Yes, absolutely. I've learned a valuable lesson. I think it's easy to get caught up in the go, go, go of a fast-paced pharmacy and not really realize the like you've all have explained, and I didn't exactly remember or think about, is that prescription might have been missing because it was accidentally dispensed to someone else, of which you wouldn't be able to find that paper trail if I just simply dispensed the other one. I have learned the lesson. I do fully understand the ramifications that can have. I'm really glad no one got hurt.
And it's not fair to the pharmacist. The pharmacist is trying to
True,
look at
because
everything that's happening, but if you do things behind their back.
it's their license. Yes, I do understand that too.
Any other questions or discussion?
Well, my only, Madam President,
Yes,
my only other concern or question in all this is why are prescriptions already verified and ready to go out and leave the pharmacy before pills are put in a bottle? Or if they weren't put in a bottle, ready for checkout? You know what I mean? Like, it's like with us, and everybody's, I guess, different, but I mean, if it goes to the register and it hasn't been verified, it's going to, by the pharmacist, meaning in my world that everything in that bottle and on that label is as it should be, corresponding to that prescription, it won't check out. And so what I'm wondering is how a prescription that wasn't, how you could just generate a label, put pills in a bottle and give it and send it on. That's what's concerning. And maybe I'm missing the point.
Well, Dr. McCready.
I was just going to say, in a lot of systems, Lynn, the process is the input, the pharmacist verifies it, the tech counts it, the pharmacist verifies it, they bag it, and they put it up. And I believe that's what happened here. It was completed and hung. When the patient came in, this young lady waited on her, looked for the medication, couldn't find it, looked in the file and saw that it had been filled. So she just printed another label, filled it again, and sold it. So that other bag, which was already complete except for the point of sale, was somewhere either in another patient's medications or lost misfiled or whatever. But my understanding is she just printed another leaflet and label, took the bottle off the shelf, counted the drugs, put them in the bottle, labeled it, and gave it to the patient. Ms. Abel, is that pretty much what happened?
Pretty much, that's the process of how we at Walgreens verify and how things are in ready status, meaning it was ready. Yes.
Any other questions or discussion? So what is the will of the board members? Dr. Richmond.
It sounds like Miss Abel understands the direness of what she did. And just because I don't want to miss the opportunity, I will say again, you must absolutely adhere to the process. You cannot do things that are not within your legal purview because there's a reason for that. That having been said, Ms. Abel seems properly contrite. I have equal concern, though, that the PIC is responsible for knowing that these sorts of things can be going on in the store. This problem of scripts being dispensed when they can't be found, I know personally of other instances where it's resulted in patient harm. I'm not saying with Walgreens, I'm simply saying I know that this has occurred. And so it's, I think that the fact that it took from September till December to research something that they had been known about for that long is a failure. I would be willing to give Ms. Abel or let her keep her tech license, but with a fine and some continuing education. And I recommend that we have a discussion with the pharmacy about this problem.
I would second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
We
Any
don't
further
have a,
discussion?
we need an amount on the fine and the CE, and standard on a prescription error for a pharmacist would be $250 and 3 hours of continuing education. But if it's a technician, I don't know if you want to make that, the fine less or anything like that, but that's kind of the standard for a pharmacist on a prescription error.
Well, I'll amend that to say, she was acting as a pharmacist, so I'm not going to be any more lenient in my mind. $250, I think, would be an acceptable fine, not excessive. 3 hours of CE specifically on medication errors.
Okay.
So can I ask something before we move forward?
Yes, go ahead.
To Dr. Richmond. We don't really know, what she did is wrong, but we don't really know if there's an error. So I'm not sure. I'm just trying to debate on the 250 if that probably is a lot of money for a tech too. So I'm just thinking about it. She got terminated, so she certainly got in trouble, which she needed to.
Well, this is a board, so I gave you a number, but I can certainly be convinced otherwise. So I do agree that she's received punishment, but that was not from the board. She needs to recognize her responsibility to the board is to abide by the duties that she's afforded pursuant to her license. And
Okay.
whether it was, I don't know what kind of CE you would suggest. Certainly this is a departure from the dispensing process.
Yes, I totally agree. I'll throw it out there, but I guess because we don't know yay or nay that it was an actual error. It was error in judgment for sure and wrong. I would probably suggest $100 unless we want to talk about that. And the
Okay.
CE for sure.
Okay, Dr. Kraus had his hand up earlier, and then we'll go to you, Dr. Jolly.
No, that's okay. But while I've got the floor, I'll say what Dr. Mack said's fine with me.
All right, Dr. Jolly?
I was gonna say the exact same thing.
And also that was my thinking also, even though I don't vote on this.
It doesn't
So-
really address the CE component, though.
Yeah.
3 hours, right?
Mhm.
Is that what Dr. Richmond suggested?
Yeah, of what type of CE, Doc? I'm sorry.
They have pharmacy technician CE. But I don't know what it consists of. I've never seen it,
Do we
but I've
want,
seen reference to it.
Much of it is the exact same as pharmacist CE. They go ahead and get it accredited for both technicians and pharmacists. So it is generally widely available to both. They have to have, you have to have what your plan of action is on how it would be effective for technicians as well as pharmacists. But like all of our drug summit stuff we do each year that we're engaged in, it's all for both pharmacists and techs.
Thank you, sir.
We could just say have it all to do with accuracy, because that would help her understand what the seriousness was, had it been an error. But the other thing is, I mean, in my opinion, the pharmacy manager is also responsible, because if they're not really looking around at what's going on, now some people can do things behind their back, I understand, but they should be aware that something like that's happening in their pharmacy. Because can't really know that this is the only time ever anybody in that pharmacy didn't do something like this when they're in a hurry.
So right now I've got $100, and I was gonna say, is this non-disciplinary? Most of the prescription errors are. If there was no harm, is it gonna be non-disciplinary, Dr. Mack, Dr. Richmond?
I would say yes. And then Dr. Richmond has to agree if he wants 100 or different.
I'll agree to amend the motion that way.
So I've got $100 non-disciplinary monetary penalty and 3 hours of CE on prescription accuracy.
Second.
Okay. Everybody's in agreement with that?
yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by a raise of hands. Any nays by a raise of hands? The motion passes.
Okay, Ms. Abel, what that means is they have decided that you should pay $100 fine and do 3 hours of continuing education on prescription accuracy. I will put all this in a letter and send it to you. If you have two choices, you can, if you want to accept this, and you don't have to tell us today, you'll have 30 days, you can accept this, or you can send the board written notice that you would like to have this in front of a full board hearing at that time, and it'll be whatever the board decides on that date. So what I'll do is, like I said, I'll send this to you in a letter, and if you decide to do this, then it'll be $100 fine. This will not be disciplinary. If you ever apply for another job, you don't have to write on there that you've had any action on your license or anything like that. And as far as the continuing education on prescription accuracy, you can get with your pharmacist at work, and they can show you there are plenty of free places that you can get continuing education that won't cost you money. So you can just get with your pharmacist at work, and they can probably show you just all kinds of places where you can just log on and you complete it, and you just print that certificate and send it in to us. So like I said, you'll have plenty of time to think about this. I'll put it all in a letter, and you can, think it over. I mean, decide whatever you want to do, then you just let us know. But do you have any questions about anything?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Curley, we have, if we can get Ms. Gonzalez, Ms. Wright, and Ms. Joplin, are y'all all three there?
Yes.
Latanya is here.
Alexandria.
Yes, this is Jenny.
All right, we've got all three y'all on. Dr. Kirtley's going to just kind of walk through the process of why you're all here today. And then we'll get you caught up. I know Ms. Wright was on here first, and then Ms. Gonzalez and then Ms. Joplin. So if y'all just listen to Dr. Kirtley, he'll kind of explain the process to all three of you today, and then we'll get you caught up one at a time.
Good morning, everyone. Real quickly, I'm going to tell you just a couple things about this process and who all you'll be speaking with today. For myself, I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy. Mr. Daniel is our legal counsel. Dr. McCready is our Assistant Director. Most of the other people that you will actually be interacting with are board members here on the Board of Pharmacy: Dr. Richmond, Dr. Jolly, Dr. Kraus, Dr. Mack, and then Dr. Lenore Newsom, who is the chair of this informal committee. In this process, when we come to your turn, we'll have our legal counsel, Mr. Daniel, will give a brief overview of why you're meeting with the board today. And this is generally a conversation back and forth where the board members will have some questions about whatever they have heard, as well as the documents that they have received regarding your application or your issue today. It also gives you a chance to interact with the board members and tell them anything that you want to be sure that they need to hear from you. Throughout this, in general, as you've kind of just seen, at the end, the board members come to some sort of a suggested decision. If you agree with their decision, which you do not have to do immediately today, but if you agree with their decision, we go forth with whatever they have suggested. If you disagree, it would be a chance for you to either kind of say, well, I'm going to walk away if it's an application and say, forget it, or to say, I would like to appeal this decision to a full board hearing at a future date. Full board is all 8 board members, a hearing officer, a court reporter. We swear in all the witnesses, and it is a more formal process, much like going to court. So I'd ask, do any of you have any questions about how this process works?
No.
Okay. If at any point during your specific time, if you do have a question, by all means, stop us, get our attention, and ask any questions you have. While we do this all the time, we recognize that you do not. We want to be sure we help answer questions that you have as well. So I believe, Mr. Daniel, you're going to kick off with one of them. The other 2 of you can go ahead and turn your cameras off for now, and then we'll ask you to turn them back on, as well as your microphone when it's time to meet with us.
Hey, Ms. Wright, if you will unmute yourself so we can hear you. There you go. Perfect. This is LaTanya Wright. This is a pharmacy technician application. She did disclose on her application that she had been arrested before. Got a copy of the police report from the incident. It's a few pages into your document. I mean, a few pages in the packet there, but this was on March of 2016. The police just responded to an address on Camp Robinson, which is over in North Little Rock, about an assault. They got there, they talked to a witness who stated that Ms. Wright and another individual had gotten in a fight with a third individual, and that Ms. Wright and the person that she was with attacked the victim, who is listed in this report. They stated that they used a baseball, like a small wooden bat. Speaking with the victim, she was stating that her and her sister had got into a argument with Ms. Wright, and then Ms. Wright hit her on the head with a small bat. She did have some minor injury, smaller, or some minor swelling, the victim did. She was charged, Ms. Wright was charged with a felony battery. The felony battery was not due to the injury type, it was due to using a weapon. Under Arkansas law, a bat is considered a deadly weapon. So she was charged with a felony for that assault, or I'm sorry, for that battery. So this did go through circuit court as a felony battery. It shows that in November of 2016, the charge was passed to dismiss, as long as she did not get any more trouble. So it was passed to dismiss. There shows with the no contact order, shows that they couldn't get in contact with the victim, and victim wouldn't cooperate with the police. So this was ultimately dismissed in November of 2017. After that, no, I'm sorry, it was passed to dismiss for 1 year. I apologize, but it was dismissed on November 27th of 2017. But that arrest was for a felony battery because of that fight with using that small wooden bat. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
All right. Okay, you want to tell us about the incident with the bat?
Me and my friend, we had went to a cricket store, and I was in there. My friend was in the car, and at the time, I was 18, and I was talking to a boy, and I didn't know that he was talking to another girl. So, but she was aware of me. So, leaving out of the cricket store, her and her sister approached me, and she hit me. We got into a fight. My friend, it was her and her sister, they both were fighting me. And my friend got out the car, and she had a bat, and she hit them, and it was just a fight. And then we left, and later we got pulled over by the police, and it went from that. I actually wasn't the person who hit the bat. And if y'all do have the incident report, it's like two different stories. Like one person said it was me, the other person said it was her. But since we all, of course, nobody was there. So we all just I got arrested first. And then later they had contacted my friend that was in with me. But as they said, we made all of our court appearances and stuff, and the girls, they never showed up or wouldn't cooperate with the police, and then it got thrown out.
Okay. Oh, so fast forward to now. Why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I worked at Kroger for 3 years, but I did something else. I wasn't with pharmacy, but I met some people there, and they were telling me about the pharmacy technician job and stuff. And also right now I work for the post office, but I had met somebody, a manager that's at Walgreens, and she was telling me about would I be interested in job, because with working in the post office it's cool and it's a good job. I'm 25, it's a federal job, but I'm outside, rain, sleet, or snow. So I was trying to get something like more inside. And I was also familiar with working at like Walmart and Kroger's and stuff. And after talking with that manager at Walgreens, she helped me go through with the pharmacy technician application process. And then when they told me about the board meeting, she just told me to call her after this.
Okay. Where is this store located?
It was the Walgreens on Chenal.
Okay. Does any of the board members have any questions of this candidate? So you haven't gotten any other trouble, no more fights or nothing like that?
No.
Okay. Dr. McCready?
I just have a question for counsel. Ms. Wright has stated that it was dismissed, that there were no charges filed. Her statement says there were no charges. Was it dismissed because the case was just dismissed, or was there any sort of order, or like, sometimes it's dismissed after a certain amount of time, or if there's not a contact order, that type, or if there's no contact order?
He was charged with a felony battery. Those charges were filed in circuit court. It was dismissed. There's not a lot in the court docket, but they couldn't get a hold of the witness. So I don't know if the witness either didn't want to talk to them or they couldn't find her. Whatever the case was, they couldn't go forward with that. So they passed it to dismiss in 12 months. So she had to wait those 12 months. So from November of 16 to November of 17, she had to go during those 12 months. As long as she got no more arrest or no more incidents, then it would be dismissed. So it was dismissed in November of 2017. There was no contact order during that year with the victim in the case, and there's no notation that was ever violated. So it was passed for that 1 year.
Any other questions? What is the will of the board on this candidate? Dr. Kraus?
He doesn't have a tech license currently, right?
Correct. This
No.
is an application.
I see no problem in granting this application.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. And likewise, any nays, raise your hand. The motion passes. Good luck.
Right, this will, Dr. Kraus, you have something?
Ms. Kraus.
Like a 2-minute break, please.
Yes, Doctor,
Yeah.
yes, Ms. Wright, this will be processed within the next couple of days, and you should have your technician license by next week. And as soon as you get it, you can start working.
Okay, thank you.
And take a 5-minute break. And when we get back, we'll call up the 2 that are here.
Sounds good.
Oh, and Dr. Newsom, y'all
Yes,
are not in person for y'all to initial the application. I was just going to put on it approved by informal committee and sign my name. Is that okay?
That'd be fine.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, you're next.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, and how do you pronounce your hyphenated name? I'm sorry, I didn't want to say it wrong.
Oh, it's Sisampu Gonzalez.
Sure.
I know, it's a lot.
Cecil Foe?
Yeah, that's fine.
As soon as Dr. Richmond's back, we'll get started.
Okay.
I think we've got everybody back.
Dr. Richmond?
He's on mute, but we got him.
Okay. Next, we have Alexandria, and I'm going to say Miss Gonzalez because I know I'm not going to pronounce the other part of the name right. So we have, this is a pharmacy technician application. She did disclose, and board members on the summary sheet for her, that should say where it says 2022, that should say 2020. That's a typo on my behalf. But this happened in 2020. She did disclose on her application that she had been arrested. Shows an arrest out of in California with the sheriff's office in Oakland on January 28th of 2020. Shows an arrest for one count of false imprisonment and one count of inflicting corporal injury to a spouse or cohabitant. It's do not have a police report. It's hard to get police reports out of California. I do have her statement in here, which is right after her application, where she stated that she was arrested for domestic violence. She got into a fight with her boyfriend at the time. There was a verbal incident. Also, it appears that it got physical. He left, and she was later arrested. Looking at her criminal history, it doesn't show a disposition to those cases. She stated that she was moved, or that she was released the next morning, and that the charges were dropped. So, but Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to you. You're muted, Dr. Newsom.
Yeah, everything just kind of popped in front of me as soon as I said something. Good morning, how are you doing?
Oh, great.
Good.
Stressed.
Oh, don't be stressed. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in California?
So that's where I'm originally from. So that day, am I echoing? Is it okay? So that day, okay, so that day, he was sleeping and I moved his phone from the floor and I was not intentionally going through it. And I saw that he had an app on his phone it was like pink. And so it was weird to me. So I downloaded the app or I looked up the app to see what it was. And I saw that it was a dating app. And I made an account and I just wanted to see if he was really on a dating app. And so I found him and I woke him up and I was asking him all these different questions and he wouldn't give me a straight answer. And so I was basically in his face. And he pushed me down and that's how it started getting like physical. And he was trying to leave and I wouldn't let him leave because I wanted to. And I did try to hit him in, his genitalia area. And after that, I let him leave and I was packing all my stuff up. I called my sister and a couple hours later, the police came and knocked on the door in my bedroom. They like went through the house and into my bedroom and they asked me for my statement, what happened. And I was arrested that night and I was in jail I was in jail from that night to the next morning. And when I went to jail, they told me that there was no charges being pressed. I was just gonna stay there for the night to separate us. And when I got out of jail, they said that the DA, I think it's the DA dropped my case, so I didn't have to go to court for it. So that's why I don't have any court documents because I never went to court. And so on my record is just the arrest. But I didn't know it was for the false imprisonment and the corporal injury on a spouse. I never got that information. All I knew that it was domestic violence. So yeah, I did not want him to leave. So yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What brings you to Arkansas and why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
So I actually lived here when I was younger. I lived here from kindergarten all the way till like 5th or 6th grade. So I lived in Springdale and I was already a technician in California. This is all I know. So at the time, I worked for CVS and Omnicare. So I was working at Omnicare, my last pharmacy job, and independent, but that's just where I'm comfortable and that's what I know. So I'm here in Arkansas because I actually got pregnant and my boyfriend is based out in Washington, D.C. So him flying back and forth wasn't ideal. Since Arkansas is halfway and I actually have family members here still, this is the next place that I wanted to be. And I'm familiar here.
Okay. Have you talked to someone about employment?
Yes, I actually worked for Mercy in Rogers.
Oh, okay. You already have. So you just transfer over. Okay.
I guess, yeah. Well, I don't have a license. My license expired in California. And so I'm trying to get a new license in Arkansas. Okay. If that makes sense.
What are you doing at Mercy right now?
I do medication reconciliation in the ER.
As a pharmacy technician?
I don't know.
What, do you work for the pharmacy department or do you work for?
Yes, I do.
What do you do with med reconciliation?
Oh, I just go ask the patients. I just have to get the history of what medication they're taking currently. And so I do have that knowledge of background from being in pharmacy in California. And so I just get that and I call the pharmacies and I call different doctors' offices to confirm what medications they're taking, and I run everything by the pharmacist in an iVent. I use Epic. I don't know if you guys are how Epic works, but an iVent. And once the pharmacist goes over it, then he'll send the approval and a hospitalist will order the medication.
Any questions, any other questions of the board members? Dr. Mack?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, maybe Dr. Jolly knows, but is that, I mean, is that a tech function working on, or are they just asking questions and writing it down, or I'm
Yeah.
just trying to figure out.
I think that's a great question. I can only speak for, let me just say that I would consider that a tech duty in terms of defining job responsibilities within the setting that I work, but I can't speak to whether the board would officially, I was actually going to ask that.
Yeah, it seems like tech's duty to me, but.
Yeah.
Dr. Richmond?
I know that certainly this could be a nursing function. I mean, but for the fact that she's employed by the pharmacy department, I mean, it has to be defined somewhere. I suppose I have seen pharmacies that hire nurses. So I don't know if it's a function per se that is a scope of practice for pharmacy personnel, since other people can do it. But I mean, it's kind of confusing that she works for the pharmacy department. So somebody has to be supervising it, which it sounds like a pharmacist is doing it. But there's nothing to say that a pharmacist couldn't supervise some technical duty that's being done as a nursing function. So, but it seems pretty clear to me that this is in the pharmacy department.
Yeah, I was in just personal experience. I was in the ER with a friend not too long ago, and there was somebody from the pharmacy there that was asking those questions, and I asked them if they were tech, and they said no. So this was a different hospital. So this sounds like it may be common practice in more than just one hospital. She was just basically there asking the patient what they were taking and just got a list of all the prescriptions, and she left.
Yeah.
And that's the extent of it. So
Lou, did you ask if she was a pharmacy student?
I did not. I just said, are you a technician or a pharmacist? And she said no.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that some hospitals just have that as history taking. Instead of the patient filling it out, they have someone else come and try to get it. I think so they have it enter their system with the right drug names or spellings or anything else. And, you know, something we haven't necessarily examined, but it would almost get into having to see specifically how it is handled in a specific facility to see where it crosses that line of tech duties or not.
Yeah, and her badge said pharmacy. That was the only reason I asked. It just said pharmacy on it. So I said, are you a technician or a pharmacist? And she said no, and I left it at that.
Has to be overseen by somebody though.
Yeah, and she was taking that. She said she just needed a list of medications to take back to the pharmacy. So that.
Okay, Dr. Kraus and then Dr. Jolly.
Well, I'm not very familiar with going on in the hospital setting, but I do know that we have patients walk into our pharmacy and tell the lady at the cash register what prescriptions they want refilled routinely, either in person or on the phone. They're not techs that are receiving that. Usually there's just clerks that, I need my blood pressure and fluid pill refilled. So I don't know if that would be synonymous with that.
Dr. Jolly?
Well, Ms. Gonzalez, did you say you were documenting in the medical record and that was being co-signed by a pharmacist?
Well, it's an iVent, so it
Well,
doesn't go to the patient's notes until the pharmacist, because we have a pharmacist in the ED that's there. So he has to look over everything. And we have SureScripts that takes everything from what Walgreens or, an outside source has already filled It's kind of just seeing if that matches up.
So you're
And
using
so
I'm sorry.
the patient's saying, oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Yes, thank you. And before we get too far down that wormhole, I don't have a problem with her application to be a pharmacy tech. I don't know what anybody else thinks about it, but I'm gonna throw that out there. And then, you know, if we had real questions about the hospitals or the technique that's being used to train her, we might need to look at that separately.
Yeah, I don't think that would affect her today, but that may be something staff wants to pursue. I'll second that.
Okay, Dr. Jolly, you had your hand up.
I can ask after we voted. I just have a question for Luke, a legal.
Okay, that could be
question.
part of our discussion.
Okay, Luke, why corporal injury and not battery? I'm just curious.
That's
what
just the way every state's different, the way they word it. That's just a battery charge in Arkansas. It's just,
Okay,
it's just the wording of the state chooses. It doesn't, it's just, yeah, it's just legal wording. It means nothing different than our battery charge.
okay, thank you.
Oh, Dr. Kirtley, did you have something to say? Okay. We have a motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye or raise of hands. Any nays? The motion passes. You'll get your license.
You will, we'll process your application in the next couple of days and you will have it by next week. And whenever
Okay.
you get it, you can start practicing as a pharmacy technician.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Do I just check the board or like, are you guys gonna send a letter?
We'll mail you your application. You'll get a hard copy in the mail.
Her permit,
Okay,
we'll
I'm
mail
sorry,
you your
permit,
actual
yeah.
registration.
Yeah, I
which-
said that. Yeah, you'll get a copy of your permit in the mail.
okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ms. Joplin.
Hello.
Mr. Tice, we see you on there. We'll get you called up after Ms. Joplin. This is, can you hear us okay, Ms. Joplin?
Yes, I can.
This is a pharmacy technician application. In 2004, she was arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of a controlled substance. She did mark yes on her application that she would have something come back. I reached out to, this was through the Missouri State Highway Patrol. Reached out to them to try to get a copy of, they couldn't find the report. All they could find were the two pieces of paper that you have here that shows that she was arrested. This was, looks like 2005, for a drug violation. And it shows on the log on the second page that she was also arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, methamphetamine. So I do have those arrests, don't show a disposition on any of this. It was not listed on her criminal history, so we do not know the disposition of this. But I do have that paperwork that shows a drug violation and also an arrest for possession of drug paraphernalia. Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Good morning, Ms. Joplin. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm good.
Good. You want to tell us about the incident that brought you to here?
Yes, I was arrested. We got pulled over. I did have baggies in my purse with residue. I've spent a week in jail. I have two sets of parents, so both of my mothers came and got me out of jail, got me a lawyer, and the charges were dropped because I guess they arrested me wrongfully. And so that's why there is nothing in there. They dropped the charges against me.
It had residue of what?
Do what?
It had residue of what?
Methamphetamine.
So you were using meth during that time period?
Yes, I was.
And when was this?
2000, what you said, it's been so long ago. I completely forgot about putting that on there. I'm sorry about that.
No, it was in 2005 in that area.
Yes.
And
was
so
a
how long
wake-up.
have you been using meth?
About a couple of years, but it was a wake-up call. My mother's locked me in a hotel room after they got me out of jail. Had never touched it ever since.
So you haven't used any since this arrest?
No,
Use anything else? Any other
I-
type of illegal substances, marijuana or anything?
no.
I'm sorry, Dr. Newsom, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, I was kind of gonna be headed down the same road because she said it was nothing there, but there was some residue there.
Right, there was residue.
Right, but it wasn't enough probably to bring charges, but there was the residue, so there was evidence of drugs.
Yes.
So, what have you been doing with your life and what brings you to pharmacy?
Well, I want to be a pharmacy tech. I is actually inventory specialist for my Walgreens store. So I will have to be back in pharmacy ordering supplies and such. So that's why I have to have the pharmacy tech license.
Oh, so you will not be teching, but you needed to enter the pharmacy for your
Yes.
job. Okay, I understand.
I'm
Does
assuming
it-
if I need to fill in as a pharmacy tech, that would be possible, but my majority thing will be inventory.
Okay, and does Walgreens know about this?
I did
little,
tell my manager, yes, he knows.
Okay, great. Does any other board members have any questions? Dr. Kraus?
There was or was not an arrest? I'm sorry.
No, but there was an arrest. I was arrested.
The
And was
charges were
and
either
was-
they were just never filed or they were dismissed for whatever reason or just dropped. She said it was a baggie with meth residue in it. That's where the possession of drug paraphernalia comes from. You can have, if anything has residue on it, it can be considered paraphernalia. I mean, even a Ziploc bag, so it had some residue in it, so that's why they charged her.
Yes.
Dr. McCready?
You stated that you had just forgotten about it when you filled out your application.
Yes.
So you also listed that you had a record that was expunged or sealed 7 years ago. Is that a different arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that about?
I was on pills. I was using pills. My husband had died in 2013. Completely lost myself and tried to self-medicate and be okay. Obviously, it didn't work. I did get arrested that time. I spent a month in jail and I was given the opportunity for drug court. I did 18 months worth of drug court in Benton County. It was hard, it was grueling, and it was a blessing. And that's how all the charges there were dropped completely.
And was that illicit drugs?
No, it was just pills.
What
Were
kind
they
of pills?
prescribed to you?
No. I had bought some and I actually had taken some from my mother as well. The same mother that I take care of now.
Thank
She
you.
has forgiven me and I am grateful.
So you pled guilty to what charge?
And this last case that I
Yep.
did drug court, stealing pills.
So
From my
possession of
mother.
what? Hydrocodone, what were you taking?
Yes, hydrocodone.
So you pled guilty to possession of hydrocodone and were placed in drug court.
Yes,
And what county was that?
Benton County.
None of this showed up, I guess. I don't know why, but this did not show up on, the
The
only
when-
arrest
when-
that shows up on her criminal history is that one from 2004.
When I went to Benton County Courthouse to get my records, they gave me whatever I sent into you and it said, since I went through drug court, the judge wiped everything off my record. And that's the only paper that they gave me at the courthouse.
Well,
Dr. Richmond?
the ones that we received were from the 2004 arrest in Missouri. If she pled guilty to a felony drug case, which it would have to be a felony in Arkansas to get 18 months probation.
I don't think I pled guilty. I pled not guilty the whole time I was going through court. And then they gave me the opportunity for drug court.
Did you enter a
So I
guilty
didn't
plea when you
plead
went to drug court?
Yes,
So you entered a guilty plea to go to drug court?
No, I don't think I ever entered a guilty plea. Not guilty. I don't understand how that works. Maybe it was a guilty plea and then they gave me drug court.
Here's the problem. If she entered a guilty plea to a felony possession charge, then the DEA, whoever she works for would have to have a DEA waiver. Without having that information in front of me, because it didn't come up, it was not on her criminal history. We were not aware of that arrest. So
I told you, the board, about the arrest when I sent in and went to Benton County Courthouse, and they gave me a piece of paper that I sent in with my application. I never got a guilty thing. I was not guilty through 2 court appearances. And then my prosecuting attorney called me and asked if I wanted to do drug court, and I said yes. And what a blessing drug court was for me.
I'm looking now. I don't. All of the paperwork we have deals with the arrest in 2004. I don't have anything.
You don't have anything that says that I went through drug court?
No,
That's what I got from Benton County.
Was there a waiver statement in there, Luke?
I don't see one. Let me.
Did you fax or mail it? Maybe that'll.
It was in an email I sent. Took a picture of them and she said that worked. She got them.
Pull up my email, see if I have them.
Dr. McCready?
The only thing I saw in the application that prompted the question was that she had a record sealed. I just looked in the file and I don't see anything either.
I asked the lady at the courthouse, is this it? And she said, since your record is sealed and all charges were dropped, that's all they had on it.
Dr. Richmond?
She said a moment ago that she got the pills because she stole them. Where did you steal them from?
My mother.
Okay.
And this is the same mother I live with now and I take care of.
Just a second. I was just told that we have it digitally in our archive, so I don't know why it didn't get to where it needed to be, but we're getting it printed and I'll see. So just a few minutes. Sorry about this.
Luke, you going to take like a 5-minute break for a discussion item?
Sure. Yeah. Well, Ms. Joplin, let's put you on hold for just a minute. We'll get these documents and look at it.
Okay.
And so I'm going to mute you just real briefly.
Okay.
For board members, we had a couple of issues just to bounce off of you briefly to see what you wanted us to do. One issue is to see if you want us as staff to continue to waive the application fees for the graduates for 2022 for colleges of pharmacy, as we've done the last couple of years through COVID.
I see no problem with it.
You neither.
Agree.
Do we need to take a vote?
That'd be great.
Be great. Okay. All in favor, raise your hands. Okay. Got us on record?
I got you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We ended up having to, or we presented to the colleges of pharmacy much earlier this year to their senior class. And so I know that especially Ms. Sweet is already getting a number of questions on that issue. So we'll be glad to share that information that yes, we are continuing that process. It has not appeared to have any great or significant impact on our funds. It's not that much money anyway for us, but it definitely is for those students that are graduating.
It's hard to believe that time is here upon us again.
It's coming quick.
Yep.
Another thing, and we are working on getting it into your Dropbox. We have a pharmacist applicant. Let me pull this up so I can tell you correctly. that completed a support group contract in another state several years ago. Let's see, probation, everything ended with the other state in 2013, and license was converted to unencumbered at that time. They're still involved in meetings and everything else. It's a reciprocity application for someone who is currently living here and working in a federal facility. And we just want to know if you guys want to speak with them, we could get them on today. If you guys are okay approving without an appearance, then we could also process it that way. So we're flexible on that.
I'm good either way. What are the rest of y'all thinking?
So I guess question is, if we give them, which I'm sure we'll give them their license, but if we give them their license, do we typically want to ensure they stay in their program or join our program, or is it so old he doesn't need to? I don't know.
They're not in a program. They graduated from a program in another state 9 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So they finished their whole, I mean, just like for someone with us that would be on a 5-year contract or something else.
They're done.
When
They're
they
done.
finish it, they're done with our program unless something else is a hiccup later on. So they're trying to get a license here so that they can also help with some other relief work and efforts. They've actually talked to me a couple of times about it of, well, we've got COVID going on. There's short staffing issues everywhere. I work 7 on, 7 off. Well, I could help some in my 7 off outside of this facility potentially, or even volunteering services elsewhere. So they're watching today and kind of on call if you guys want to talk to them, or if you're fine, otherwise they don't have to get on with us.
Normally, don't we see all reciprocity? So they need to pop on so we can say hi at least to make everything seem equal.
I'll figure out a time to get them on with you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Luke, you ready?
Yeah, we had a statement from her that got scanned but never made it into, I guess, the file that we have, or the file that I have in here. It says she was arrested in 2014. She was given an opportunity to participate in the drug court program after 18 months of the program, completed the whole program and graduated in 2016. I have an order that's literally one sentence. It says, now on the 25th day of February 2016, came on for consideration of the state's motion to null pros for successful completion of drug court. The court does hereby grant the state's motion to null pros. Here is the problem. If she entered any type of plea prior to this, and even if she was allowed to withdraw that plea later and have it null pros, under the DEA, she would still fall under that waiver. So without more documents, I'm going to have to try to get the felony case file from Benton County, if it still exists 7 years later, to see what happened. Because without further information, I'm not comfortable with the board granting her a license, because if she entered that plea, regardless of what was the later outcome, the DEA still considers that a conviction for their purposes and of needing a waiver. So I'm sorry we didn't have this up front, but like I said, it does have her statement that said she was in that program in this one line order. It shows that it was filed in 2016 of February.
Okay, Dr. Kraft.
Probably get this within a couple of weeks, depending on if they still have it or not. We do have access to, it has been sealed, and that's why, for some reason, it should have showed up on her criminal history report, because the board has access to sealed and expunged records by state law, but not all of them make it to us. So it's not anybody's fault. It's just something got put in wrong, something got put whatever, and it's not on there. So, but we should have had access to it and didn't. But that being said, without more information, we don't know if if she would have to be under the waiver program through the DEA.
Dr. Kraus, question?
Yeah, well, or statement. First off, I emphasize what our counsel just said in agreement. I'm in agreement with him, but more importantly, I don't really feel good about a pharmacy tech permit for this lady. And I think the DEA would probably preempt anything that we decided to do here anyway.
But even without knowing what the actual records would say, she still does have 2 felony drug arrests for possession of drug paraphernalia with meth residue and possession of prescription narcotics without a prescription, which would be a Schedule 2. So even without the records, we still have those 2 issues and admitted use on both.
Okay, what is the recommendation of the board? Dr. Kraus?
I'm not for granting a tech license.
Did I get a second on that?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hands? Any nays? The motion passes.
Ms. Joplin, they have denied your application today. You will get a letter in the mail stating you can appeal that to a full board hearing if you so choose. Once you get that letter, you will need to respond within 30 days. And if you want to appeal it, we will get you set for a full board hearing in front of the full board.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion on that case.
No problem.
Yeah.
John, we have a couple on here. Let's see.
Got Dice.
We have Miss Fields, Courtney Fields. We have Mr. Dice who is on here. We have Amber. I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name, and I don't want to butcher it. How do you pronounce your last name, Amber? You're muted.
You're muted.
Okay,
Pronounce your last name?
Yakabachi.
Yakabachi, okay. And we have Courtney, I assume, are you Courtney Fields? Okay. Okay, if the 3 of y'all, Ms. Yakabachi, did I say that right?
Yes, sir.
Yakabachi and Ms. Fields and Mr. Dice. If you will listen, Dr. Kirtley is the director of the board here, so he just kind of walked through the process today of kind of how this process works, and then we'll get y'all called up. And Mr. Dice will get you called up first right after Dr. Kirtley gets through.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Just real quickly, I'm going to go over kind of who you're speaking with and kind of how this process works. I know a couple of you have seen part of this, and those of you after Mr. Dice will also see kind of how the process worked for him. We call this an informal conference because it is fairly informal, where it's a conversation back and forth with our board and our staff, back and forth with you. On screen, you'll see myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, who's our general counsel, and Dr. Brendan McCready, who is our assistant director on staff. And then there are several board members. Dr. Lenore Newsom is the chair of this informal conference. And we have other board members, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richmond, who are decision makers here today. Generally, when we kick this off, we'll have Mr. Daniel give an introduction of why you are here today, whether it's for an application or some other issue. Generally, the board members will have some questions for either us as staff or for you as an applicant or as a person in front of us. It also gives you a chance to share anything that you want to with the board members. In this process, they will come up with some decision at the end or some suggestion for a decision. You have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with that. You don't have to do it right here and now today. But if you agree with it, then we go forth with whatever they've suggested. If you disagree with it, if it's an application, you would have kind of the choice of either saying, forget this and walk away, or to request a hearing before the full board at a later date. The full board is all 8 board members, a hearing officer, a court reporter. We swear everyone in as witnesses, and it's a more formal process similar to what you would see going to court. I'd ask now, do any of you have any questions about how this process works? Okay, see none. While you're in front of the board, if you have a question about what's going on or you need some clarification on something, realizing you don't do this all the time, but we do, by all means, wave your hands, get our attention, and let us know any questions that you have. We want to be sure and help answer your questions as well. With that, Mr. Daniel, I think we're on to Mr. Dice.
Thank you. Mr. Dice, if you would please unmute your, there you go. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Thank you. We have Larry Dice. He is this is a pharmacy technician application. I did mark on his application that he had been arrested and something would come back. Has a conviction in 2005 for public sexual indecency. This is a misdemeanor, and like I said, it is quite old. It's 2005, but based on the type of conviction that it's for, we ask him to be here today. Board members, if you'll look in your packet, there's a handwritten police report. If you will skip over to the last page of that police report where there's a narrative where it starts on 4/11 of 2005, if I'm just going to ask the board members to read through that briefly without reading it into the record here, if you would just look at that and just take a couple of minutes to read through that. And the page after that narrative sheet is the North Little Rock PD fact sheet. It shows his picture. Like I said, this was in 2005 and shows his place of employment at Whitehall Family Church. So has everybody had time to read through that? Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you. Like I said, I know this is an old charge and it's a misdemeanor, but due to the fact of what type of charge this was, we asked him to be here today. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. Mr. Dice, is nothing like this else happen like this? Did you straighten up?
Yes, ma'am. I went through the year. They put me on probation for a year, paid the court fines. They did not require that I go through counseling, but I did go through some counseling at 2 different places right after that for about 6 months. Straightened that out. Was able to work through my marriage at that time because I was married at that time. After that, me and my wife at that time were able to work through things. Eventually had 2 kids. I have a daughter now who's fixing to be 16 and a son who just so I went through things. I went through more than what they wanted. After the year was over with, the judge said that it could be expunged, and we did file for it to be expunged, and it was expunged from my record.
Okay, so what did you do in the intervening years? What type of work have you done?
Immediately after that, I worked for the Office of Child Support Enforcement in the SDU department. I was the supervisor of the print room where we printed all the statements that went out to custodial parents, non-custodial parents, and employers. Also, we printed out the checks that were mailed out to the non-custodial parents that came in. We did that for 10 years. During that time, also a youth pastor at a church in Whitehall. They knew about all the stuff that had happened and everything, and did that for about 1.5 years until I ended up coming down with stage 3 heart failure and had to retire from the state and from doing the youth work stuff. And since then I started back in 2018, worked for Mr. Leland Stice at one of his little businesses that he had in Pine Bluff. And then he asked me to come on to the pharmacy as a delivery guy part-time. And so I was doing that part-time. And then they asked me to start working just in the pharmacy, doing the cashier stuff and then filling in for the delivery driver whenever he was not available to do that.
Okay, so you have been employed at a pharmacy for a while,
Right, for about 3 years.
about 3 years.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Dr. Kraus, you look like you maybe want to say something?
I don't know where to begin, I don't think.
I promise I've probably answered every question before, so just begin wherever you feel like.
So forgive me, but did you say you have a tech job lined up?
Yes, I've talked to Leland Stice, who's at Doctor's Orders, and Sally Colburner, who is the supervisor at the one in Whitehall. Both of them encouraged me to, and they know about my past and stuff. They both encouraged me to file for a tech license and everything. So yes, I have a job lined up where I would probably be helping out at the Pine Bluff store and at the Whitehall store.
I don't see where anything would interfere with tech duties, but I'm willing to listen.
One of the things too is that when this happened in 2005, I did take full responsibility for what I did, which is why I went through counseling. It's something I wish I could take back, but it is what it is, and I've tried to better myself since then.
Any other comments? What is the will of the board?
I see no problem in giving this gentleman his tech license this time.
Dr. Kraus, are you thinking because it was 2005 or?
Yes, ma'am. I'm thinking that, it's been a while and, he's, not doing drugs or stealing drugs out of a pharmacy or anything. I can't, I'm open to other positions though.
I think with it being 17 years and it sounds like, his life today is completely different. I have no issues with granting him his tech license.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by a raise of hand. Any nays? Okay.
Can we do that vote again? I don't know that, can we,
Yeah, I think,
we
okay.
do a raise hand and out loud vote.
Okay, raise hands in favor of the motion, please.
Okay.
Okay. Raise hands in denial of the motion. Okay.
Motion passes. Mr. Dice, you will, we'll get this processed in the next day or two. You'll get your license in the mail sometime next week. Once you receive it, you can start working as a pharmacy technician.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank y'all very much.
Now we have, and I'm sorry, Amber, one more time, your last name, I don't want to pronounce it. Need to unmute yourself again, sorry.
Amber.
Froze up. Yokobachi?
Hello? Yakabachi.
Yakabachi. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Froze up there for a minute. Okay, so you have any questions? You understood everything that Dr. Kirtley talked about earlier?
No.
Okay. We have okay. We have, this is a.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay.
This is a pharmacy technician application. She applied in December of this past year. She did check yes that she would have some, or that she had been arrested. In her statement, she discusses the arrest from April 5th of 2006. There was also an arrest from 2004 where she was arrested for public intoxication, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest and battery. She pled guilty to disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. The police responded to a resident. She was asked to leave the residence by the homeowner. She refused. She was arrested and started getting physical with the police while they were arresting her. That was in 2004. In 2006, she was driving to Plain Dealing, Louisiana. She was vehicle was stopped. She was driving the vehicle. It was stopped in Hopkins County, Texas. While en route to Plain Dealing, Louisiana, she was driving the car, and a 1/4 ounce of marijuana was found in the vehicle. She pled guilty to the misdemeanor possession of marijuana. That same day, once they got to Plain Dealing, on the same day, marijuana was again found in the car when she arrived in Plain Dealing. She was not driving. The driver, I guess the other person who was in the car previous, was driving this time, and the driver was charged that time. So you have the 2004 arrest where she was intoxicated and refused to leave a residence and was arrested and got physical with the police. And in 2006, a 1/4 ounce of marijuana was found in the vehicle twice. Found in the same vehicle within hours of each other twice, once in Texas and once in Louisiana. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Excuse me for coughing. How are you doing today? Amber, how are you doing?
Yes. I'm doing wonderful.
Good. You want to tell us about these little incidences?
They're very vague. I've always had a problem with alcohol. And of course, I don't drink now. I haven't drank in almost 3 years. I lost my mother with breast cancer. And that's the last thing I told her, that I was done. And but I don't drink, I don't do drugs. I'm a type 1 diabetic. So I work hard. I'm just a good person. I try to live my life right. I'm ashamed of these incidents. When I applied for this job at Walmart, the manager had asked me if I had been arrested, and of course, you don't remember things that happened 15, 20 years ago. And of course, when I got the application, all this did come up. And I was very truthful. And so now we're here.
Okay, so when was the last time you had something to smoke or to drink?
Oh, I've never smoked marijuana. I mean, I'm not saying I haven't. I pled guilty to the charge. It was not mine. We were in jail. We sat in jail, and I wanted out, so I pled guilty to it. I've not had a drink in almost 3 years. I don't do drugs or drink.
Why do you want to be a pharmacy technician then?
Well, I want to help people. I worked at St. Vincent's for almost 4 years. I was a tech, and my mother got sick, so it was a very stressful job being a tech. So I decided to go to home health care. I worked with Right at Home till December. So I worked with them for about 3 years, and in December I got Caregiver of the Year, and they surprised me with that. And this was when I was going to tell them that I was going to work for Walmart as a pharmacy tech. I want to help people. And when you're in a home health, you don't have any kind of benefits. You don't get vacation or PTO. And I just think this is the right job for me.
Is Walmart aware of your background?
Pardon?
Did you disclose to Walmart your background?
My background work?
No,
Well, I've run
the alcohol and drug charges. Did you disclose that to
Okay.
Walmart?
I did pass their background check. Yes.
No, but did you disclose to them that you had had problems in the past with alcohol? Okay.
No, I did not. It did not come up. I would take one of my clients into Walmart all the time, and there was a big sign outside hiring pharmacy tech. So my client asked me, she said, or she just told me, she said, you got to apply for that job. So I did. And the manager called me, and I was in my Right at Home uniform and went and talked to him. It was just, it was kind of a shock, that he called and hired me on the spot. And he did mention, arrest and doing drugs, and of course, sorry. And of course, I that did not come to my mind when we were talking until after the fact. So I did call and talk to the assistant manager and told her that there was a few things on my record. She told me to go ahead and send off my background check. So I did, and all this showed up. So, but Walmart still hired me. I mean, and then my application for the board, I waited for about 3 weeks. I did work in the pharmacy. I didn't do anything but work the cash, the cash register. And anyways, I'm ashamed of my past, but I'm a different person now, and it's the first time I've read the report of the officer in Hot Springs, where I was fighting the officer. He was very aggressive with me because I was verbal. I was very verbal. A lot I don't remember. A lot of that I don't remember.
Okay, does any other board members have any questions of this candidate? Yes, sir. Dr. Richmond.
Let's start. You said you were a tech at St. Vincent's. What kind of tech?
I was a CNA
Okay.
tech.
All right. And I mean, frankly, you seem to be a bit evasive regarding whether or not Walmart is aware. So just answer me directly, yes or no. Is
Yes.
Walmart aware of your prior arrest?
They know about the marijuana, yes. I've not disclosed the 2004 incident, the public intox and disorderly, no.
Did they ask you explicitly a question to which you should have disclosed that? I mean, you were arrested, right?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm just concerned when somebody had, although I mean, I recognize this is 16 to 18 years ago. I think I'd remember if I'd been arrested. I know for a fact that in my 59 years I have not been, but I'm pretty sure that even if I had had a brush with the law, I would remember that. So otherwise it wouldn't have just come up. I think you'd know that.
Yes, sir. That's why I did call to talk to the manager, and he wasn't there that day. I talked to the assistant and told her about the marijuana charge. I had totally forgot about this other incident.
I guess to be honest, if you just came here, owned it, said I did it, 16, 18 years ago, I'm sorry. You can't change the past, but I'm different. Then that'd be a little different. That would be a little different story, but you seem to be a bit evasive. And it does concern me that you still were using alcohol at least 3 years ago. I suppose we could always do some drug testing to confirm that you're not, but that's all I have.
Dr. Kraus.
Yeah, I too, Amber, I'm sure you're a good worker and everything, but I don't think pharmacy tech is probably a good place.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I have gone through treatment. I went through oh Lord. I went through Teen Challenge from 08 to 09, a year. I'm just a different person now. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I'm a good worker. And I care about people.
So you said you went through Teen Challenge in
Yes, sir. Yes,
10 or 12 years ago.
Yes, sir.
And it was a year.
Yes, sir.
And the focus of that was the focus of that alcohol drinking?
Yes, sir.
But yet
Yes,
you
sir.
drank most recently 3 years ago.
Well, my mother got sick, and it's hard to lose a parent.
I agree. Would you consider yourself to be an alcoholic, or you just have binge drinking?
Oh, I can't drink. I can't. I know that.
Dr. Jolly, did you have something?
Oh, nothing further.
So what is the will of the board then? I've heard two answers. So what is the will?
I agree with Doctors Richmond and Krause. I just don't feel like right now granting her a tech permit is something that I could vote to approve.
Dr. Mack?
I agree.
Okay. Dr. Kraus?
I make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny this application.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
By show of hands, okay. Any nays? The motion passes.
Amber, I will send you a letter that states that they voted today to deny your application. We'll have in there the way that you can appeal that if you would like. You can appeal it to a full board hearing. It'll be these members plus all the rest of the members for a total of 8. And you can come to that hearing if you want to. I will send you that document. Like I said, it'll be a letter. You'll have 30 days. You just need to let us know in writing if you want to appeal that. And once we get your letter, if you decide to appeal it, we'll set you for the first available date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Fields, you were here previously when Dr. Kirtley explained the process today and all that. Is that correct? Okay, we didn't hear
me.
you.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Okay, perfect. So you have any questions about the process or anything today?
I do not, no.
This is a pharmacy technician application. This is Courtney Fields. And she has an arrest in March of 2015. She was in a vehicle that was stopped, and marijuana and prescription medication were found in the Fields was stated in the police report that she was driving the passenger, so purchased the drugs. He was arrested and for possession, but it was stated in the police report him. So, and she was aware that he was going to purchase drugs. In April of 2015, she was arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, meth, a felony, and she pled guilty to that charge, felony, on November the 2nd of 2015. This was for a possession of drug paraphernalia and not for actual possession of the controlled substance. On March of 2022 of this year, that can't be right. Okay. I apologize for a minute. I think I put the wrong date down. Let me get it right. I apologize, board members. March of 2020, She was present at a residence that was served with a search warrant. Large number of drugs were located inside the residence. Marijuana, methamphetamine, guns, and drug paraphernalia were also found, and she was charged with possession then. So we have a March of 15 arrest where there was marijuana and prescription medication found in the vehicle. April 15, where she was arrested and pled guilty to possession of felony drug paraphernalia. And March of 2020, where she was present at a residence that was served with a search warrant, large number of drugs, marijuana, methamphetamines, guns, and drug paraphernalia. She was charged with possession then too. So I will turn it over to back over to Dr. Newsom. And Ms. Fields, if you will unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? So that charge where they found methamphetamine in the house, that was also from 2015. That wasn't from 2020 or 2022.
So you're saying it was all in 2015?
Yes, sir, it was. I have all my paperwork here.
Okay,
But yes,
regardless
they
of the
were-
dates, since 2015, she was arrested 3 times. She had the arrest where she was found in a vehicle driving somebody to purchase drugs. She has a felony drug paraphernalia and was involved in a search warrant where methamphetamine, marijuana, guns, and drug paraphernalia were also found, and she was charged in possession there. So she has a felony possession of drug paraphernalia conviction. I'm sorry, and those other 2 arrests. I apologize for the dates.
Oh, it's not a problem.
But if she has a felony, she'd have to have a waiver, right?
It's a possession of drug paraphernalia. It is not a possession of controlled substances.
Okay.
Okay, you want to tell us about all of these incidents in 2015, please, ma'am?
Yes. So, as far as driving someone to pick up drugs in a vehicle, I did take someone by a house. I did not know that he was picking up drugs until we got pulled over in the vehicle. And he said, "Oh my gosh, I have all this stuff on me." And I went to jail that day because I was driving without my license. And the police had asked me, "Hey, he said that you took him to pick up these drugs." And I told the police that I was not aware he had that stuff on him or that he picked it up. But I did tell them, you know, where I had taken him that day, the residence that I had taken him to. But I didn't go inside with him or anything like that. So I didn't know exactly what he was doing there, but I did give the police the location where I had taken him. And then as far as the methamphetamine and the paraphernalia, and I was at a friend's house. My boyfriend had been staying over there at the time, and I had gone over there. He picked me up, he took me over there, and then I had another friend come pick me up, and we were going to go to the mall. I forgot my wallet at their house, so we looped back around. And when I looped back around, there was a bunch of people standing in the yard, and I didn't know they were police. I just walked up there, and they said that they were arresting everybody at the house. And they checked all of our names, myself and the 2 ladies that I was in the car with. And because I had a warrant for my arrest for missing court over a traffic violation, they arrested me that day, and they let my 2 friends go because they didn't have any warrants. And then they charged everyone at the house with the marijuana that they found in the garage. But my charge was dropped at court because I was not in possession of the marijuana, and the person who it belonged to believed that it belonged to them. And then in 2015 of April, I was arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, felony, methamphetamine. I had rented a hotel room for the same girl whose house had been raided by the police. She told me that she wasn't charged with any of the methamphetamine or the guns at the house. And she told me that the stuff was not hers, that it was her boyfriend that was there at the time and my boyfriend that was there at the time. and she said that they still had her wallet and she didn't have a driver's license, but she had money and she needed to stay in a hotel for a week. So I did rent her a hotel in my name because she, was a friend of mine. We had been friends since high school, and probably 5 to 6 days go by and I get a call from the police saying that they have gone into her hotel room and they have found drug paraphernalia in there, and that she is telling them that I stayed at the room with her and that she was not aware that the stuff was in the room. They asked me to meet them at the jail to discuss this, and I did, and they arrested me there and told me that it was because the hotel room was in my name. And because I had put the hotel room in my name, they arrested me. And when I went to court, I had a public defender, and he basically told me that it looks bad because the room's in my name and she's not willing to take blame for it. And he said if I tried to take it to trial, there would be a chance I would go to prison. And I was 19 years old. I didn't know any better. And he said, you'll get probation, pay your fine off, you'll get off, your record will be expunged, and it'll be like it never happened. So I did plead guilty to that charge and paid my fine off. I was on probation for 1.5 years and got off probation, and they expunged my record.
Mr. Daniel.
In the police report from the first arrest, the officer stated that the vehicle smelled like marijuana. So even though the car smelled like marijuana, you didn't know there was any in there?
I was not aware that he had anything in the car until I said, hey, we're getting pulled over. And he pulls all the stuff out of his pockets and says, oh my gosh, I have all this stuff on me. And I said, why do you have that in the car? And he said that he didn't know. And, then I stopped the car and the police came up to the doors and started talking to us.
Oh,
So you drove him to a house and just stayed in the car while he went inside?
Yes, sir. He told me that he needed to pick up some clothing items from this person's home, and I drove him over there. But after the police told me that he told them that that's where he had purchased the drugs, I did, give the location of the home to the police that I had driven him to.
So even though the police could smell the marijuana, you couldn't? You didn't know there were drugs in there?
I did not.
So were you using drugs during this time?
No, sir. I had smoked marijuana a couple times with them, but I was not aware of them using methamphetamine or anything like that. I've never done stuff like that. I have smoked marijuana a few times. I haven't since 2015. But no, I don't use drugs, and I was not using any drugs then.
So 3 times in a month and a half, you were just in the wrong place at the wrong time? When methamphetamine and guns and paraphernalia and marijuana and everything else was found?
Well, I think it was a lot of that, and I was hanging out with the wrong people. These are people that I had gone to high school with. I had known them all through my high school years, and we had all, stayed friends after that. And but since all that happened, I haven't spoken to any of them since 2015. Not even my daughter's father, who was mentioned in one of the police reports. I don't even communicate with him. I don't let him see our daughter because of those decisions that he's continued to make.
And so you went to rehab, or you did counseling? What was it?
It was an outpatient. They were drug classes. They were a condition of my probation at the Ozark Guidance Center in Bentonville, Arkansas. I had to do those for about 12 weeks, I think. Once a week I would go, and it was sort of like a group setting is what it was, a group meeting once a week.
How long were you on probation for the felony?
You said what now? I'm sorry.
How long were you on probation for that felony conviction?
I was sentenced to 3 years, but I was only on probation for 1.5 years because I paid my fine off. I met all the conditions of my probation. And so they let me off early, I guess, for good behavior, I guess you would consider it.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Does anyone have any questions? What are you currently doing?
Currently I am working, I'm so sorry. Currently I am working at the Walgreens pharmacy in Rogers, Arkansas on Walnut and Dixieland. I am just cashiering back there as of right now. I've been working there since October of 2021.
You're cashiering in the pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And my manager, the store manager, and my pharmacy manager are fully aware of my arrest history. I was completely open and honest with them when I applied for the job. I showed them all my paperwork when I had to send it into the board, and they are completely aware, and they said, that they had no concerns with me cashiering back there until I can get my technician license. And once I get my license, they have no concern about me working back there, if you guys permit me my license.
What are the thoughts of the other board members?
Dr.
Dr.
Newsom, can I just
McGrady?
say staff has a huge issue with the facts of this. And I mean, you may be unlucky one time and be in a bad place, but we're talking about 3 times within about a 7-month period, search warrants, felony arrests, large amounts of narcotics, prescription, illicit, it's just on and on and on.
And I understand that, but I was never actually in possession of anything. And it's stated in the paperwork, along with other people saying that I was not aware completely of everything that they had going on.
Yeah, but it's, kind of like the crowd you're associated with. Dr.
Yeah, and I
Crown.
understand. And I was taught that at a young age. You are the company you keep. And that's why since then, I have kept different companies. I don't associate with those people anymore. I'm not friends with them on social media. I do not associate with those people anymore. I have 2 children now. I focus on my kids. I go to work and I go to church every Sunday that I have off work. So I did learn that lesson about the company you keep. And it was a hard lesson that I learned, but I did learn that lesson.
Dr. Kraus, your question, please.
Yeah, I have to say that I don't feel good about granting this young lady a pharmacy tech permit. I'm sure she is very capable and smart, but I need a little more time before anything like that would be considered.
Dr. Jolly?
I was going to say that, I think she probably learned a lesson, and it's a hard lesson that sometimes, unfortunately, has some consequences that you have to deal with for a while. And, I just want to encourage her to continue to keep good company, make good decisions. But just based on the number of issues and it being relatively recent, I know 7 years ago is not yesterday, but I just share some of the same concerns right now as what Lynn said. But I do want to encourage her to keep, if she's turned her life around and, she's not associating with those type of people, I just want to encourage her to continue to make good decisions. But I agree with Luke. One time, you can get unlucky, but just with the number of times here, there was obviously some issues there. So.
Dr. Mack, any comments?
I totally agree with everything that's been said. I think it's unfortunate, and it's probably almost been long enough, but I think that was a lot of bad activity not too terribly long ago.
Dr. Richmond?
All I would say, it's her the way she talks, she's a bit cavalier about it. It's, it's almost like it's just kind of an accepting, part of today's society. I don't know. And she didn't really seem to own it. It was, even though she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, if that were the case, it's in the past. And so just own it, be contrite about it. And think about your stance on such a social issue for the future, because it didn't come across to me that you were accepting of what happened in the past. It was somebody else's fault. So for those reasons, I would agree with the other opinion.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
I'll make the motion that we deny the application at this time.
Second.
And I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye
Aye.
or raise your hands. Any nays? The motion passes.
Ms. Fields, you will get a letter in the mail stating the decision today to deny your application. You have the right to appeal that. That letter will state how you can appeal that. If you just send notice into the board within 30 days, you can appeal that to a full board hearing, which will be these board members and the rest of them for a total of 8. But if you want to appeal that, that letter will state how you can do that. Thank you for being here today.
Okay, thank
Board members, we have one more that is present, Ms. Hickey, and then we have a few to go through that did not appear. Does anybody need a short break, or y'all want to continue on?
Dr. Kirtley had a hand up. You're muted. You're muted.
You're muted.
Luke, if you'll
Hello.
drop the reciprocity application in, I was going to try to get that in right before lunch as well, if we can.
I'm sorry?
The reciprocity pharmacist they want to talk to for a few minutes. I think it'll be pretty
Is he
quick.
available to come in?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you've already emailed it to me. I'll get it emailed to them.
Thank you.
Everybody need a short break. We might have another 30, 45 minutes before we break for lunch.
All right. And I think he's already heard the rundown a couple times because he's been watching this throughout. So Ms. Hickey, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you just real quickly about who you're speaking with today and how this procedure works. I know that you just got to see the one before you, so this might help explain a little bit. On the screen, you'll see myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, and Dr. Brenda McCready, who are all members here of the board staff. And you have decision makers here today. Dr. Lenore Newsom is the chair of this committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Brian Jolly, who are all board members here. The board members are just today having a chance to actually see your documents as you are called up. And after a brief description of why you're here today by Mr. Daniel, it'll give them a chance to ask both board staff and you some questions about your application and see what questions they will have and anything else that you want to share with them. At the end of that discussion, you will see the board members come up with some suggestion for a decision. And if you agree with what they say, then we go forth with whatever they've suggested. If you do not agree as an application or as an applicant, you could either basically say, forget this and walk away, or you could apply to have an appeal before the full board, which is all 8 members of the board. That would generally be now in person, where we swear in witnesses and have a court reporter and a hearing officer, and is a little bit more of a formal process compared to this today. So I'd ask, do you have any questions about how this process works?
No, sir.
Okay. At any point during this, realizing you've never been in this situation, but we do this all the time. If you have a question about what's going on or how it works or anything else, by all means, wave your hands, get our attention, and we want to be sure we answer any questions you have as well. Okay. And I will kick it over to Mr. Daniel.
This is a pharmacy technician application. She did check on her application that she had a record sealed or expunged. Shows that in January 2019, she has a conviction for possession of marijuana and obstruction of governmental operations. She was also charged with possession of instrument of a crime for a marijuana pipe that was found in a vehicle. She was driving a vehicle Police noted that the vehicle was displaying an expired tag on the license plate, so they did a traffic stop. Officers walked up to the vehicle, explained the reason for the stop, also stated that they smelled marijuana coming from the vehicle. They asked her for her information, driver's license, insurance, vehicle registration. She became defiant at that time, told them she was not giving her anything, was not giving the police anything. They again told her why they had stopped her. A second and ended up a third officer had to come to the traffic stop because she was even just refusing to do anything. Her and the passenger both started yelling and screaming at the police. She finally got out of the vehicle. The passenger had to be forcibly removed from the vehicle. She stated that Ms. Hickey stated that she told Ms. Robinson to put the marijuana in the ashtray on the passenger side door. The police located a small blunt, which is a marijuana cigar, on the passenger side door. There was a narcotic scale in the middle console, and she was charged with expired tags, obstruction of governmental operations, possession of marijuana, and possession of instrument of a crime. Like I said, she pled guilty to the possession of marijuana and obstruction of governmental operations, and this was in January of 2019. I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Newsom.
Yes, how are you doing today, Ms. Hickey?
I'm doing great.
Good. You want to tell us about what happened on this arrest?
Yes, ma'am. On the day of January 2019, I was on my way to pick up a friend, go to my friend's house. I was already having a bad day. I was going through some things with my mom. I was just going through a life crisis, I feel like. So whenever I got to the light, that is true. The officer did, wave me over to, park. I do want to state that, I had an attitude. The reason I had got an attitude, ma'am, despite me being already angry, I feel like the officer was coming off very aggressive, and which understanding now, being a little bit older and having a little bit more knowledge on things like that, they have a job to do, meaning they have to go home to their family too. So with me being belligerent like that, the officer, she didn't know what to expect. So I do understand that. As far as the instrument crime go, the possession of the marijuana, I did smoke, man, but it wasn't like I was smoking in the car riding around. Like I said, I was stressed out. So I had smoked before I left my house. And yes, I was smoking in my car. So that's why I smell like marijuana. And so whenever I got to my friend's house, I did smoke again in my car before I left out, to drive again. And so that's why it smelled like marijuana. I did tell my friend to put the blunt on the ashtray. I wanted to take full responsibility for that because it wasn't hers. I didn't want her to get in trouble for it, but so happened the ashtray was on her side. I was using something else to ash it at the time when we were stopping smoking. When they said that I had the scale, I did have a scale, but I wasn't selling anything. It was honestly in my car. It was something that I had forgot to return back to a friend. I called myself, had buying some for a friend one day, and they honestly had left the scale in the car, and I honestly forgot. But I was wrong. I'm very ashamed now looking back on how that affected not only me, but it affected it's like I wasn't raised by good people. It's like I wasn't raised with any sense. And I've learned if you want to act like an animal, then you're going to get treated like an animal. And in that case, that's what happened. And so with dealing with my life crisis, I was just angry at the world and angry at everybody. Since then, I have got into anger management classes. I attend Living Hope, and I'm also going through mental therapy. I no longer smoke. January the 19th of this year made it exactly 3 years. So I'm proud of myself. I do smoke tobacco just because I'm not smoking marijuana, so I smoke cigarettes now. I'm now like I don't hang around the same people at all. I'm more of a solo person. I'm trying to get back on track with myself. And I had to, at that time, I had to sit down and think. I'm not gonna lie, even though I got OR'd out, sitting in that jail cell made me have a reevaluation like, okay, you're nothing but what, 20? It's 2019, you're nothing but 20. Is this the route that you really want to take? Like, is this really what do you want this to be the outcome of your life? And I sat there and thought about that. And I'm like, no, I don't want that. I want to be the one that's breaking generational curses. And I want to be the one who's start the generational wealth for my family. I told myself that I don't want to be in the revolving cycle. I don't want to be known in the system, because on my dad's side, they are really known, like my last name, like they're known for being in trouble and stuff. But so I want to make a difference. I don't want to be known in the system for anything bad. If I'm going to be in a system, I'm going to be in there for something good. You know what I mean? So, but I do take full responsibility. Nobody told me to do any of the things I did. At the end of the day, that was on me. And I do apologize, not only to myself, but I apologize to the state of Arkansas, because I'm a U.S. citizen. I was born and raised here. That looks really bad to disrespect LRPD officers who are here to protect and serve and try to make sure that everything's flowing good. So.
Okay, so why do you want to be a pharmacy technician? Okay. Mr. Daniel, you have a question, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just gonna ask a couple follow-ups. So why did you say the scales were in the vehicle?
A couple of weeks before this, sir, I had went over a friend's house. And so like I caught myself buying something for a friend. And so they were trying to make sure they were giving me the correct amount for the cash in exchange for what I gave them. And so they had sat in my car and used the scale to weigh up. And whenever we were, after we call ourselves getting stoned, they, I forgot that they had left their scale in my car. I honestly forgot.
Okay.
And I hadn't seen them to give it back.
Okay. And you said, when was the last time you smoked or used any
3 years
marijuana?
ago to January of 2019 of this year, it made 3 years of me being sober for marijuana. Like I said, the only thing I smoke now is tobacco, is cigarettes.
Okay, so you were arrested on January the 21st of 2019 on this incident?
Yes, sir.
And so did you smoke after this incident?
No, sir, I did not. Because of the job that required, when I started getting myself together, I had to prepare myself for the job that I was about to go into.
And what job was that?
That was G4S security.
What do you do now? You still work for them?
Excuse me, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just asking, what do you do now? Do you still work for them?
No, sir. Now I'm doing pharmacy tech. It's a reason that I'm not working security anymore. It's because I lost my brother back in September of 2021, and I lost him to gun violence, sir. And I was actually a commissioned security officer, sir. And so, like I said, I've been in mental health, getting that help ever since 2019. So I'm learning triggers. I know that losing my brother to gun violence, I have to having to carry a gun every day, and being behind a gun to see if I have to make a decision, if my life is put in danger, that's something that I don't want to be a part of. So I had to think to myself, what is the way that you still can help people, but not have to look over your shoulders or have to make a drastic decision? Being a pharmacy tech, you're making drastic decisions, but you also have someone above you who you can go to and always ask, like, hey, is this okay? Or is this not okay? So I'm like, pharmacy technician, I'm still helping people, and it's in a safe way of helping people. You know what I'm saying?
So where are you working at now?
And I work at Walgreens, but since I'm not approved yet, I do cashier work. So I'm still providing customer service.
So like you work up front or work back in the pharmacy?
No, sir. I work in the front end of the store, literally. Like they don't want anybody back there if you don't have your pharmacy technician license, then you don't need to be back there.
So those registers up by the front door?
Yes, sir. The cash registers are in the front door, by the front door,
Thank you,
where
Dr.
where they
Newsom.
sell tobacco and stuff at.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions of this candidate? Well, how did you become involved in pharmacy? Just by what, taking a job at Walgreens or something else?
No, ma'am. I had a aunt. She was a pharmacy tech, ma'am, and she actually was doing that at UAMS, pharmacy technician job at UAMS. And she came to me and she said, "Niece, well, since you trying to get your life together, you're getting back on track. You say you love to help people. Well, pharmacy technician could be a stepping stone for you to move on." Because I did attend Eastern College. I don't know if you're familiar with it, if you are familiar with Eastern College, but that is a stepping stone. So, ma'am, if you all do grant me my pharmacy technician license, I'm going to use it as a stepping stone to continue to grow and elevate my craft to be able to help people. So that's helping people is what's helping me to stay out of trouble, man, because that gives me hope in life. That gives me, like I'm a vessel. Like I feel like God has used me. That I have tests to go through as a testimony. You know what I'm saying? So I want to be a pharmacy tech because this is my first time in the medical field. So I get a chance to get a feel of everything. So therefore, once I go back to Eastern College, ma'am, they have 2 programs that you can enroll to. You can either enroll to MA, which is medical assistant, or you can enroll in DA, which is dental assistant. And ma'am, I want to enroll in MA because it's a lot of roles that plays into MA. Once you get certified, ma'am, you can travel the world and help people, man. It's not just people that need help in Arkansas. It's not people that just need help next door to Arkansas. People need help everywhere, man. And I never been able to even travel the world as a kid. So what better way to get paid to help people and travel the world? You see what I'm saying? So I'm experiencing new things, still helping out people, and I'm doing it safe. It's keeping me occupied for the greater good.
I've been asking all the questions. Anybody else have any questions for this candidate? Yes, Dr. Krause, and then Dr. Beck.
Yeah, I applaud her vision, and I think that she needs to stick to her plan. She's got a good plan, but I don't feel comfortable in doing a tech license at this time.
Dr. Beck? You're muted.
I was going to ask, how will being a pharmacy tech help you on your mission of going to be a MA?
Ma'am, because I have a mother, ma'am, and she has MS and she has diabetes. So being able to learn medical terminology, that's an extra plus for me to be able to contribute towards helping my mama. Everybody has a mama. Everybody needs their mama. So what better way to be able to contribute to society, ma'am? I'm not the same person. Being able to contribute to society, give someone hope like me, like myself. It was in 2019. It might not have been that long ago, ma'am, but I have learned my lesson. Like, I don't want to be another statistic, ma'am. So that's why I'm going into this. I will not longer do security, excuse me. I will not longer be a commissioned security officer because that is a decision that I made. I will not continue to do something that triggers me when there are other things for me out there that I am qualified for. I know I am qualified for to do and be. It's a lack of people in the medical field, ma'am. So why not? Why not go for it? The sky isn't the limit. Why not go for it? I haven't been in trouble since then. I'm doing what I need to do, ma'am. I have not been in trouble. I show respect in order to give it. I know what I did. I have owned up to my responsibility, and I'm doing the things that I need to do to not be in that position again. I'm not constantly surrounding myself with the same people. I'm solo. I said that at the beginning, ma'am. I'm solo. I don't need anybody. I'm not trying to bring religion into this, but I'm a strong believer in God. And so if I'm alone, I'm really not alone. I'm really not alone because I have God, and I'm not trying to be emotional or anything or give a sob story, ma'am. But everybody has made mistakes, and I'm not trying to be in nobody else's business, but ma'am, I haven't got in trouble since honestly 2019. I didn't kill nobody. I didn't do any of that. I explained to the judge my plans and everything, and he was even willing to grant me to even expunge my record, ma'am, because that's how I was able to be a commissioned security officer, ma'am. That is a state job. So I've had a state job before. So I'm just like, I see it's a lack in the medical field. So why not go? Why not go? People need help. People need help every day, ma'am. I'm not trying to put but everybody on this screen, ma'am, we all are human. You can be sick tomorrow and I can be the same person to help you. Everybody on this screen is older than me. You all have to get old one day. Y'all never know. I'm the next generation up. I could be the one taking care of you. You know what I mean? People do change. It's not when you do something that people do change, ma'am. And the reason I'm getting emotional because today is my chance to prove to you all how much I have changed, ma'am. And I don't think if the judge or the state troopers thought I would change, a gun wouldn't have been in my hand, ma'am. A commissioned security officer, you have to carry a gun. A gun would never have been in my hand if I wasn't trusted. If the judge or whoever else felt like I would change, that had to go through the Arkansas State Troopers office, for God's sakes. So I'm working on myself. That's all I can say, man.
Well, I do think that's very good. Luke, so what is it, a misdemeanor or felony, or what are the charges?
It was a misdemeanor conviction. She pled guilty to misdemeanor possession of marijuana and obstruction of governmental operations. The governmental operations is just for her not. They were just trying to conduct a traffic stop and she wouldn't allow them to do that. So that's for that. The main charge with the main issue is a conviction for the possession of marijuana, which was a misdemeanor.
And the hardest part for us, of course, I know that 3 years seems like a long time, but it's really a short time in our role.
Dr. Kraus, has spoken. Dr. Mack has spoken. We have Dr. Jolly and Dr. Richmond. Haven't heard from you all.
So it's quite a testimony there. 3 years is a short time, but it may be long enough. I think I could see my way granting her license if she passed the drug test specifically for THC, including THC.
Yeah, so my biggest concern is the length of time as well. But it's a single incident. She has some of the things that she said today. She's taken full responsibility. I would agree with Rodney. With passing a drug screen, I could find myself being on board with giving her an opportunity to be a pharmacy tech.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Was one of the drugs talked about earlier meth?
Not in this case.
Thanks.
Any other comments? Dr. Mack.
I would say that even though it's been 3 years, and that's, for me, that is an issue, but I think the full ownership, I would go with Dr. Richmond and Dr. Jolly.
Yeah, and I'll say that one of my biggest concerns was the response to the traffic stop. But again, I was waiting to hear what she would have to say, and what she had to say about her role in that. It sounds like she understands that she didn't respond appropriately that day. So, yeah, the tough part for me is it's been 3 years, but like I said, I mean, she's appears to have turned her life around and has gotten a job as a security officer and wants to help people. And so I could put that in a motion if you're ready, Dr. Newsom.
I am.
So I would make a motion that we grant her permit contingent upon successful passing of a drug screen.
I have a motion. How about a second?
I would make sure that that drug screen tested for THC, and I would second that.
Okay.
So amended.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by a raise of hands. Okay. Any that don't agree with the motion? Any nays? Raise of hands. Okay. The motion passes.
Ms. Hickey, we're in meetings the next the rest of the day, but we'll set up a time within the next few days through the place where we have our drug testing conducted. And we will set that up and get in contact with you. And when we contact you, you'll have a certain amount of time to show up and be drug tested, okay?
Understood.
And once that comes back, if it's negative, we'll issue you a license, but somebody will be in contact with you within the next few days, at the latest by the first of next week.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Kirtley.
I've got a mouse for each computer right here, and I'm clicking the wrong one. We've got it's on screen as James Dillard. You guys have received an email with his packet, and
Yeah, I just emailed it out about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
And I think, Mr. Dillard, you've seen how the process works and have heard the overview. Mr. Dillard has an application for reciprocity that he has filed with us. And you will see on there, he did disclose that he had been a subject of disciplinary action and had his license suspended at a previous date. He does have a brief description of that. He successfully completed a program in 2013 in another state, but was forthright about that. He'd actually had contacted me a couple times before, just discussing kind of what the process would be for that. So he's here with you guys today to discuss and see if he can seek approval for reciprocity into the state of Arkansas.
Yeah. Hello. How are you doing today?
Greetings, everyone. Just one correction to that. My license in Illinois was probation. It was not suspended. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sneaking me in here before lunch like this. My name is James Dillard. I go by Ed. I've been a pharmacist since 1986. A couple of years out of school, I was had done a sleep study and was diagnosed with restless leg syndrome. Was started on Klonopin at that time in 1991. Moved forward to 2006. My doctor had moved, I had moved, and I continued to fill my prescriptions for Klonopin without the authorization of the physician. Those prescriptions were discovered by the state of Illinois. I was sent to Rush Hospital in Chicago, was put under the care of Wally Cross, who was a pharmacist and pretty well known for his treatment of impaired pharmacists and impaired medical professionals. I went through the 8 weeks there, finished. My license went on probation at that point for the 5 years. I did the random urine screens. I attended caduceus groups. And finished my probation in 2013, and then moved forward. Then a few years ago, I was offered a position with VA here in Little Rock. Been down now in Little Rock now for 5 years. And recently heard of some of the things that are going on with, maybe needing some other pharmacists to help. And I thought that given my schedule, being a 7 on, 7 off kind of schedule, that I would, look into reciprocity to Arkansas and see if I can't help on my off week, with some of the staffing issues that some of the pharmacies are having. But I did want to make sure that I was thorough and reported everything, through the reciprocity process.
Okay. Thank you. So Dr. Kurt, wait a minute, Dr. Kraus is in, I come back to you, Dr. Kirtley. I saw you were busy, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Dr.
go
Kraus.
ahead. Let him go. I was
No,
just,
wait, he's in something else right now.
oh, okay, okay.
Oh,
I'm good.
yeah.
I'm just reading.
Oh,
Okay.
you read, oh, okay. I thought you were having to do some work.
No,
Toss up, whichever one of you all want to go first.
Well, let me just for the record, I have no problems with this gentleman reciprocating in Arkansas.
Thank you.
And thank you for thinking of the people in Arkansas and the fact that we are in need of some help out there.
Thank you.
Dr. Kirtley now? Everything's good to go?
yeah, we don't have any issues. If you guys say he's okay, we'll get him ready for his jurisprudence exam and all that.
No, everything's good with me. Everybody else gotta see a hand or wave or, okay. Okay, look, everything's good for you to go ahead and proceed with the process.
Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate your time.
So Dr. Dillard, if you just reach out to Nancy at our office, she'll get you scheduled for a time to take the law exam. We offer it twice a week.
Okay, great.
And we'll count this as his reciprocity appearance.
Right.
Oh,
That
very
way
good.
he doesn't have to come back. He's already told us our 4 questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Everyone have a nice day.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
We have someone with the phone number of 724. Is that someone who's expecting to appear before the board today? If you're on
248 phone number, are you here to appear before the board?
Okay. Without response, if you are just observing, you can observe the rest of the meeting today on YouTube, and we would ask you to leave the Zoom part of the meeting as we try to reserve as much bandwidth as we can for people appearing. That is all that we have.
Hold on, John. I've got a few that didn't show up. We need to run through real quick.
That's all we have as far as people that have shown up.
Yeah.
Luke.
We've got a few that didn't show up, and I'm just going to start on the top of the schedule here. Shylin Malcolm, 2014, has a felony theft by receiving conviction. Given 4 years probation. She was a suspect in a theft of a stolen ring. She later pawned the ring. It was worth $6,700. 2014, felony theft by receiving arrest. She was in a vehicle and a stolen firearm was found. 2015, she has a misdemeanor conviction for endangering the welfare of a minor. She left her infant in the car with the doors unlocked while she went into the store. Based on all that, we would ask that her application be denied.
Motion to deny.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by the raise of hands. Anybody that's a nay, raise their hand. The motion passes.
Next is Kimberly Eads, 2007, has a DWI conviction. 2017 has a second DWI conviction. Based on those 2 convictions and the fact that she's not here today to provide any further information, we would ask that her application be denied.
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, show by a raise of hands. Okay, motion passes.
Josephine Rodriguez, 2018, she was arrested for possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, hydrocodone. She was in possession of hydrocodone while at school. She admitted to taking them. She was charged as a juvenile, so does not have a conviction. But based on this arrest and her admitting to taking a controlled substance without a prescription, and the fact that she's not here today to provide any further information, we would ask that her application be denied.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raise of hands or a glass.
Myra Brooks, she did not disclose any arrests on her application. In 2007, she has a theft of property conviction. She was shoplifting clothing from JCPenney's. 2015, she was arrested for hindering apprehension, filing a false police report, and theft by receiving. She allowed someone to take her car, and stolen property was found on the car. She reported it stolen and refused to tell the police who was driving it when the items were stolen. Based on this and the fact that she's not here today to provide any further information, we would ask that her application be denied.
Application denied.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Any questions? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by raise of hands. Okay, motion passes.
In Natalie Hooker, 2011, she did not disclose this arrest on her application. She was arrested for possession of a controlled substance, cocaine. She was a passenger in a car that was searched, and crack cocaine was found in the vehicle. Charge was later dismissed against her, but just due to the fact on that arrest, and she was found in a vehicle with cocaine, and she's not here today to provide any further information, we would ask that her application be denied.
So moved.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
A raise of hands. Any nays? The motion passes.
Katie Williamson, 2016, she was arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, which was a marijuana pipe. She entered a guilty plea to that. It was later dismissed under a First Offenders Act after she completed the conditions of that act. Based on that guilty plea and the fact that she's not here to provide any further information on that, we would ask that her application be denied.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising their hand. Any nays? The motion passes.
Gina, I guess it's Prosock. She did not disclose any arrests on her application. Does have arrested for felony theft of property in 2007. She was allowed to plead to a misdemeanor. She stole a deposit out of the safe of her employer. She admitted to the police that she took the money out of the safe and hid it in the bathroom so her boyfriend could go in and get it. In her personal statement that she wrote the board, she stated that he took it out of the safe, but in the police report, she admitted to doing it. Based on this and the fact that she's not here today to provide any further information, we would ask her application be denied.
Application denied.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by show of hands. Any nays? The motion passes.
That's all I have for this morning. We've got just a mix of stuff this afternoon, central field requests, some PD applications, a tech with issues, some more applications. So it's just a mix of stuff. Like I said, we're scheduled. Last thing is scheduled till 3, but some of these may take a little time, so we may run a little longer than that. But it's 45 minutes, enough time for everybody to grab something to eat, or does anybody need any longer?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
See everybody.
45 is fine. Yeah.
John, you have anything else?
Just a heads up, we have received a notification. There are some internet issues going on with state agencies today. So if our internet, like hard lines here in the office, hiccup, we'll try to switch over to our cellular capability or tethering with phones. So if we disappear off screen, let us know and we'll do our best to reconnect. But just a heads up, there is something going on with the state. Thank you guys.
Thank you
We'll
all.
see you in 45 minutes.
Yes. All right. Bye.
Luke, is the construction as loud in your office as it is in my office?
It is. I don't know what they're doing. I guess digging up part of the road.
I can't hear it. Can y'all
Okay,
hear it?
that's what I was about to ask. They
Well,
had
they just
dug
stopped.
holes in the road, then packed them. They've got like one of those vibration packers running around, and it sounds like they've got a bucket on a front end loader just scraping the road in front of us.
No, we don't hear any of that.
Good. It's loud.
Like nails. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard.
Oh,
times
no,
by
no,
20.
no, no.
But hey, the guy's not out there playing his saxophone today for 4 hours.
That's right. It could be worse.
Okay.
I'd rather listen to that instead of that guy playing his saxophone every day.
Well, I had a good lunch, so maybe I need to hear the scraping instead of the saxophone.
Ooh, wait a minute. Is the guy playing in front of Bruno's?
Yes, yeah, right across the street in front of Brewski's, that hamburger sports bar, almost
Okay.
every afternoon.
Actually, I met
It's a
a
pretty day
family
for it.
member on an airplane that plays saxophone, and he's related to the people at Bruno's.
Oh,
he lives in California. I don't know how we ended up beside each other on a plane one day.
I don't know. Was he going back to California?
Yes.
Okay, good.
The guy could play, but
it's not bad once in a while, but 5 afternoons a week, it gets a little old quick.
Yeah.
You find yourself humming those songs at a traffic light when nobody else is in the car with you?
No, I find myself trying to open my window that won't open so I can throw a stapler at it.
it looks like we got everybody back, Luke.
We do. We have script to you, and I don't want to mispronounce. Is it Tommy? How do I pronounce your last name? Did I say it right?
There we go.
Toomey, like the number 2.
Toomey, gotcha. Okay, I'll turn it over, Dr. Kirtley. We've got Miss Toomey here with a script to you. They have a central fill request in correlation with Albertsons. So, Dr. Kirtley, I'll turn it over to you.
I'll go ahead and do orientation also. Miss Rhodes, you'll be up next. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'll let you guys know who all you see on screen that you'll be talking to. In addition to myself, you also have Luke Daniel, who's our general counsel, and Dr. Brenda McCready will be back any minute, who is our assistant director. We also have board members who are the decision makers here today. We've got Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and then Dr. Lenora Newsom, who is our chair of this informal committee. You're here for different reasons, but the long and short is still pretty similar. After we have a brief discussion of kind of why you're here today, generally the board members are going to have some different questions for you regarding whatever your request before the board is. And at the end of it, they will make some decision. For both of you, if you agree with the decision, then we go forth with whatever decision has been made. If you disagree, it's kind of a chance to either say, well, forget this and walk away, or to stop and say, you know, I would like to appeal this decision to the full board at a later date. The full board is all 8 members of the board and is a more formal process than the relaxed type of conversation we have here. For hearings, it would mean we have a court reporter and a hearing officer, swearing witnesses and everything else. It's just more official mainly. Do either of you have any questions about how the process works? Okay. If at any point during this, realizing that this is your first time you've been here with us, but we do this all the time. If you've got a question about something going on, wave your hands, get our attention, and we want to be sure we help answer any questions that you have. So for Ms. Toomey, the board members, we have a request on script to you, which is it's an out-of-state pharmacy from Memphis that is requesting to do central fill activities for our one Albertson store in Arkansas that they accidentally built on the Arkansas side of the line several years back. You've got an application there. We have just a few questions I know that staff would want to be sure to clarify on the record. But other than that, we don't see any major problems with this. Any board members have any questions about this? And I do have a couple questions we'll ask. So the first of my couple of questions is based on some recent complaints that we've had about central fill in other facilities. Does your central fill process, once Albertsons accepts that or starts doing that, does it block your local store from being able to order any medications or being able to fill certain medications?
So the way the process works is the people at Albertsons will enter that prescription. They hit the adjudicate button, which sends it to Central Fill, my pharmacy in Memphis. They have visibility to the fact that that prescription is in Central Fill, and they have the opportunity to pull it back or cancel it. There is a point of no return, however, and basically that means we've already filled it. But they are still allowed to process the prescription, but when our prescription arrives at their pharmacy, they will not be able to check it in, will not be able to sell it to the patient.
So basically, if they have a local patient that needs it immediately, and there's some delay, once they do receive the prescription from you, it's locked out in the point of sale system, so they can't get it twice.
Correct.
Okay. And that actually covers my other question which is generally, what happens if the patient is in front of the pharmacy and either does not want it central filled or needs it immediately? And that basically answers that question as well. And you are prepared that it's got the local store and the fulfilling location both on the label to show who it's dispensed by and who it's for?
Yes. Our labels can contain the complete identifiers of both pharmacies.
And we can track who did what, where, and the processing and everything else. And yours, it's fully processed at the home store and then is basically transmitted for filling, almost like printing the label at your store where it's finished.
Exactly.
Okay. Any board questions or concerns? Dr. Mack?
So when let's say that they wanted to get it immediately, so they filled it and sold it to them, and your system, and when it comes in, they can't check it in. What do they do with that drug?
They then will return it to their own stock. So we cannot take it back from them, and our policy outlines that they will go ahead and create an RTS label and put it in their active inventory.
So I might have missed this at the beginning. Are they all owned by the same individual? I mean, they're all Albertsons, even your state, in your state?
Their ultimate owner is Albertsons. They're marketed under several different names like Vaughn, Safeway, Albertsons. I actually think it's a Tom Thumb in Arkansas.
Albertsons for us.
I'm just trying to think how they didn't purchase the drug. You purchased it and you have the invoicing, and then they end up keeping the drug. How do you reconcile all that?
They actually pay for the drug when we dispense it. We have a file feed that transmits back to the McKesson DC, and they pay for the drug that they receive. It's one of the benefits of partnering with our particular pharmacy is that you only pay for the drugs that you use, as opposed to having to buy a whole stock bottle.
And that's kind of along the lines of my first question is, if we hear that, well, the local store can't even fill this for me today because this drug, like say EpiPen for epinephrine autoinjectors, well, we can't even stock it anymore. All those have to go to central fill, so we can't immediately serve the patient. That would get you called back before the board, because the intent is not to reduce service, it's to actually help add efficiencies to service.
I do understand that. That's not an issue. There's no bar to that store holding whatever inventory they choose to hold.
So when they pay for it, is it on some form of invoice so they can prove ownership, if you will, of the drugs?
Yes, there is an invoice that's sent on a monthly basis that accounts for the drug that they purchase from the McKesson DC. And then the DSCSA information, if you're thinking about that as well, is all available in McKesson Connect.
Did you finish, Dr. Mack?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think that through if that, John, I mean, how are you with them having basically drugs on hand that say for the month, they hadn't been billed or they don't really have any,
They'll be able to link it that it was bought via a specific prescription number, and then it would, at that point, they're handling it like it's a return to stock by getting it from one licensed location to the other. It's a little bit different. I mean, I think some of the others have a thing that if it is sent to the pharmacy and already filled elsewhere, they're allowed to return it between the two stores and restock it at the originating central fill. It's just a little bit different approach.
Okay, I got three hands going. Dr. McCready, and then it'll be Dr. Jolly, and then it'll be Dr. Richmond.
I was just going to clarify, are you a subsidiary of McKesson?
No.
Our ultimate owner is McKesson.
Is McKesson, okay. And so only McKesson customers have access to this central fill process?
At this time, all of our customers are shared customers with McKesson.
So can another pharmacy call you and say, we'd like to do this? And you don't, do you allow that or not?
I would think that actually we would allow it. What I think we would probably do is have the drugs that we are filling you purchase through McKesson. And then if, say, you have ABC, they would handle the rest of your store's needs.
So would it require a contract from the other pharmacy to become a member of McKesson?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sure the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Jolly.
Yeah, this is some, I want to make sure I understand. And so this would be for John or Luke or Brenda. And it may just be my lack of experience with Central Fill, just in 2 years on the board or a little over 2 years. But the only ones that I've seen so far have been under common ownership between the store and the Central Fill location. So we allow, this is like a contracted service provided by Script to You or Cover My Meds to Albertsons in this instance. Is that correct?
We have, early on, we had a couple of standalone corporations that were trying to do Central Fill for groups of stores. But what we have seen the last few years has always been a corporation basically doing it for itself. I can't remember. I know we had PDC, I want to say, it was a software company that like Fred's and a bunch of other stores used. I think they had tried to do one probably 12 or 14 years ago for their customers specifically, which would be similar to this. Like when I worked in a store that had McKesson as a wholesaler, you know, we used McKesson's PharmaServe software for processing, and it would probably integrate really well with a McKesson product like this. I could not imagine trying to integrate that with a different wholesaler or a different system. It would probably be a lot harder.
Okay, Dr. Richmond, you had a question?
I was just going to ask, Script to You is already licensed in Arkansas, so we're not licensed you as a pharmacy, just approving the Central Fill for this particular location.
Correct.
Correct.
What other pharmacies do you Central Fill for in Arkansas?
None.
Oh, so you
Will be
just
our
licensed it. Okay.
That's in some ways, that's why we had Script to You show up today. It's their first time that they would have appeared for this specific practice.
So can you describe that a little bit? The Script to You is a pharmacy and they're owned, did you say owned by McKesson, but also interrelated to Albertsons? How does all that work with each other?
Sure. Script to You is a wholly owned subsidiary. 2 levels up, the ultimate parent is McKesson Corporation. And we built this pharmacy several years ago, actually as a product offering for independent small chains to allow them to compete in the marketplace with the big stores that are able to build multi-million-dollar central fills on their own. So what we have is we enter into a contract with, maybe it's a big company like Albertsons, maybe it's a small independent chain of 4 stores, 5 stores. And through this contract, we establish the relationship to operate as a central fill. So we're establishing a shared service relationship, and we are the central fill aspect of that shared relationship. Did I answer your question, or?
Yeah, so say Albertsons in this case would have a contract with you where they ship everything, they look at their prescription at the store, enter it, send it over to you for filling, you bring it back to their location, and then they dispense it.
Exactly. I think it was Mr. Kirtley Dr. Kirtley who described it perfectly. When you're in a retail store, you enter the prescription, you hit that button to adjudicate it, run the DUR, label prints right next to you. Instead of printing next to you, it prints here in our pharmacy. And we're going to go ahead, fill it through the use of the automation. We're going to package it and return it. We ship FedEx, USPS, UPS. I believe this would be a FedEx location.
So it's all overnight, basically?
Yes.
If you're in Memphis, I would bet it's FedEx.
Yeah.
Yes. We do have some rural locations that they actually get better service from UPS, so we do that to accommodate that particular customer.
I've got a question. Okay, go ahead, finish up, Dr.
Well, I was just going to say, what happens if it gets lost by FedEx? Then who owns it? This pharmacy that never received it, or y'all that shipped it out?
We have that's all written out in the agreement, as well as in policies and procedures. Generally, what happens is if something is lost in the delivery process, we'll run a trace on it to find it, get it back, replace it. I believe the contract reads that until it arrives at the store, we still own it. So they would not bear the loss of those 30 tablets of citalopram or whatever the case may be.
And do y'all do controls or just non-control?
Just non-controls. No drugs of interest, drugs of concern, no controls. No compounding.
Okay. My question is, underneath your name, you have Cover My Meds. So what's the relationship with Cover My Meds to what all's going on with you?
Sure. So McKesson has four major business units. One, of course, is the DC, which everybody knows of. In addition, there's another business unit that is called Cover My Meds. My pharmacy sits within that particular business unit, as well as several other McKesson-owned pharmacies.
Thank you. Dr. McCready?
I just have a question regarding inventory. When they hit that button and adjudicate that claim and the label prints out in your pharmacy, is that medication already at that location, or do you have to order it from McKesson to come in the next day? I guess I'm basically asking if you maintain your own inventory on site or if it's kind of a fulfillment thing.
We maintain the inventory on site. So we would receive that, we would go ahead and fill it, and we would package it up and ship it out. The only time when we would hold it for a day is if the customer agrees to that. And then it's going to be, if we just happen to be out of stock, then we have it brought in and we do the work the next day. Which doesn't happen very often, and that's absolutely the goal, that it never happen.
Do y'all call the pharmacy back or the patient back? How do you get the patient to agree that you were out and they get another day?
we actually communicate electronically through our secure file feed to tell the store the status of the order. So if the patient then comes in and asks for it, the store would be able to see where it's at and decide, oh, you want it now? Okay, we'll fill this for you. They'll cancel it. It's automatically canceled in my system.
And then I guess my other question, I'm just trying to get this rationalized, but patient comes in, they pick it up at the pharmacy, your prescription's already on the way, so it gets there and they can't sell it. I get that, but you don't bill them, if you will, or show that they're billed until a month or the end of the month. Let's say this is January 2nd, you don't do it till January 30th. John was saying you could look at that prescription number and kind of know where it was, but if it seems like it's in limbo to me until you bill it. And usually I always thought to have a drug in a pharmacy, you had to have an invoice corresponding to it. So I'm concerned about the early month to the end of the month. How does that pharmacy show, and maybe they won't have to, but how does that pharmacy show ownership of that drug if it came in a prescription bottle from you?
Well, one thing, Debbie, I might be able to give some clarification. They do not have a DEA number, is my understanding, and are not handling any controlled substances. Would that be correct?
Yeah, so that's good.
So the biggest issue where you're having to do that is either going to be insurance audit or with controlled substance tracking. On this, you know, the store in Arkansas is doing all of the front end adjudication, and all they are doing is fulfillment. Now, if the home store here fills it for a patient and then receives the prescription, or the patient doesn't want it, it's basically backfilling their inventory, and they should have those records from the central fill. Here's how we basically were able to backfeed our inventory for replenishment. And it, in some ways, could be helpful that, well, the patient was going to get 60. They wound up getting 60 from the home store. Now we've replenished 60 instead of having to replenish 100 to have an open bottle.
Yeah, that makes sense. But then also the patient may not get it, and then
yeah,
they have 60 too many. I mean, I realize we aren't reconciling to the pill, but it just always seemed to me like you had to have an invoice on hand for any drug you had. But what about the expiration of it? Because does it have the true expiration date on the bottle? Because they won't have the bottle that it came out of.
So, and I'll come back to something about your earlier questions, but I'll start with the expiration date. Our vials are labeled with 1 year after the date of dispense. So when they create their RTS label, they would pull in that same expiration date. In addition, if we dispense, say, an eye drop or something in its manufacturer container, the label says see manufacturer packaging, or see something like that, so that the person looks at what the manufacturer has placed on the particular bottle.
And then if it expired in less than a year, do y'all override that and put the right date in?
Yes, absolutely. And I should have said that. So it's going to default to 1 year or the actual expiration date, whatever is less. And then to reconcile the inventory, we do a daily file feed to McKesson ADP, their system, SAP system, to reconcile what inventory has moved from our location to the store. So if that store were to go online, they'd be able to reconcile where those, or have a line item regarding those 30 pills of citalopram. The bill, where they're actually going to pay, that actually is going to come in at the end of the month. But each of our boxes with the prescriptions in it is also sent with a pack slip. It's going to list out all those pieces of information. And so that would be a piece of paper that they would have to show how that drug came into their pharmacy.
Okay, that's helpful too. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Okay, what is the will of the board? Dr. Kraus?
Madam President, I don't see any reason to keep, to not allow these people to central field for Albertsons.
Do I get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. I got a motion from Dr. Kraus and a second from Dr. Richmond. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by a raise of hands. Okay, any nays? The motion passes.
Ms.
Great.
Toomey, I'll
Well,
get you a
thank you
letter
all.
that just, I'll get you a letter that just says it was granted as it was presented. Just so you'll have something on
Great.
paper.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate your time. Have a great day.
You too.
Dr. Rhodes, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you pronounce your first name?
It's Ellamy.
Ellamy, okay. This is Ellamy Rhodes. She is a reciprocity candidate. We asked her to be here today. She did check yes on her application about having an arrest. She does show back in January 2019, shows a possession of marijuana arrest. This was resolved under a first offender law. She does not show up as a conviction from this arrest. In that same year of December of 2009, she has another possession of marijuana arrest, which does show as a conviction. These were both misdemeanors. In her statement, does admit to smoking marijuana back in 2009. She said she is asking, this is reciprocity, but just based on those two drug arrests and one of which just shows a conviction. We asked her to be here today to just kind of explain this. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to you. And Mr. O'Quinn, I see y'all on here. We'll get y'all called up next.
Hello, how are you doing today? You want to
Hi, I'm
unmute?
good.
Okay, good. You want to tell us in your own words what happened?
So basically, like from the arrest, it's kind of old to remember, but I was with someone that had previously been arrested for a drug possession charge, and I was trying to do him a favor, pick him up and take him home. And on the way out from where I had picked him up, I got pulled over. They said I made an improper lane change, and then they searched my vehicle because I guess they kind of knew that he was a drug offender. So they said they had the right to search my car, and basically they found like a few marijuana roaches in there, and I did end up getting arrested and what's it called, ROR release on my own recognizance on that one. I guess that's just the short. If you want more information, I'd be glad to give it. And then later on that same year, I was driving through Brooksville, which is in Hernando County, and I was speeding. I got pulled over. I had marijuana in the car, and when asked if they could search the car, I said yes. They asked if I had any drugs, and I just at that point was just upfront honest. I said yes. They had the drugs. Got a second ROR and did probation for both of them, misdemeanor intervention program, which involved like seeing a counselor, doing like AA meetings and stuff like that, and finished both probations with the intervention program.
Okay, so what is the last time you were involved with drugs like that?
That would be so 2017, being completely honest, I was smoking marijuana then while I was in pharmacy school, and I failed a drug test. I think I included that in a separate paper that was in my application. And they turned me over. Well, I volunteered to go into PRN. And that was the last time. So it was around this time 5 years ago. And I'm still in treatment. My 5-year contract ends June 4th. But at that point, I just
I had that realization that all the hard work that I've been putting through undergrad, graduate school, like I needed that life-changing decision to be made. And that was it. At that point, I couldn't risk losing everything I had worked for, because of something as stupid as marijuana. I feel it's stupid, but I feel at that moment, that was March, like 2017.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous, right? Yes.
Mr. Daniel?
So you're under contract in what state?
Florida.
And is that the only, are you licensed in other states?
Yes, I am licensed in 15 other states, I believe.
I see it.
Okay,
Okay, yeah. I see it
so
now.
I
Do you
work
have-
for.
Oh, go ahead. No, I see that now. Do you have restrictions in any of those other states on your license?
No. Those I've actually just gotten all 15 within the last year. And they all have the same information. I haven't had any incidents since before I even started this whole process of doing other licenses. So all my other licenses are clean.
And is that like when you said under contract, is it like a probation or a support group contract? What is it?
It's like a support group contract. It's the Professionals Resource Network based here in Florida. I know each state probably calls it something a little different, but yeah, so it started right after I finished. I did 60-day treatment at a facility here local. And then after my 60-day treatment, I started the contract, and it was 5 years from the date I signed the contract.
And that started while you were in pharmacy school due to that positive
Yes.
test. And
Yes.
have you used since in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
You're drug tested on a regular basis. How does that work? What does their program entail?
Sure. So I actually have to test tomorrow morning. What it is they have a schedule from 1 to 5 years, and they're all random tests. You have a certain number of tests you have to meet. Sometimes they do urine is the most frequently. Sometimes they do blood. Sometimes they do hair. They can do nails. You check in every single day. You have, Monday through Friday, you have kind of like a window you have to check in. Due to COVID, they give you a 48-hour window to do your testing. And then you can they have an app that you can use. You can go in there, check your results, download spreadsheets if y'all wanted results of my tests and stuff like that. But the results then get provided back to your, your peer and counselor or caseworker or whatever. So if you have any positives or any abnormal, because they check your creatinine to make sure it's real urine and stuff like that, all that gets transmitted back to your caseworker, and then they're responsible for working it out or whatever it needs to be. I also have weekly peer and group meetings, which I just had one last night, so it's every Tuesday night. And then I have quarterly discussions with a counselor / kind of therapist.
You go to AA or NA?
AA. I know it's an NA situation, but AA was my preference on the meeting styles.
But do you have a required number of those, or do you just go on your own?
I just go on my own. They are supposed to be, I want to say it's maybe once a week, twice a week. I forget the number, but they're all online now. So it's actually a lot easier to go into than trying to find a meeting. There's one that's the 3333 down by my house that I used to go to, but it just kind of depends. It's not really a set, you have to go in there, sign it, go every day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday kind of thing.
And you haven't had any positive drug tests since you've been in that program?
No, sir. I will say I had one abnormal when I first started, but because of how they check your creatinine, it's a learning process. You have to eat, I always go first thing in the morning. If you haven't eaten anything and it's just all you've had is coffee, you'll have a dilute. So the one abnormal I had was that type of situation, but that was back when the program first started.
So is your Florida license on probation or anything while this is ongoing?
No. So I did have to meet with the board when I went to get my Florida license, kind of, discuss what was going on with the whole PRN and everything. But because that situation occurred before I applied as a pharmacist, I believe, it was that transition thing. But once I applied for the pharmacist, everything was clear in that aspect.
And what does Absolute Pharmacy do?
We're a mail order pharmacy that we ship to 49 states.
It's a 503A compounding pharmacy.
Yes, sir. We do non-sterile compounding.
Is this the pharmacy that does all the like hormones, testosterone, nandrolone?
We do not do sterile compounding anymore. So they used to compound testosterone, nandrolone, samorelin, ipamorelin, but right now we only do non-sterile. So if we dispense any testosterone or hormones, it would be like manufactured stuff.
Okay.
And I think we do testosterone cypionate and enanthate.
Okay.
Those are the only ones.
Are you shipping direct to patient on all drugs, or are some going to clinics?
Some go to clinics, but no controls go to clinics. So a majority of everything is direct to patient.
What drugs are going to clinics?
So sometimes like a samorelin, glycine, sublingual pellet. Sometimes they'll do like anastrozole. Just I'm trying to think. It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, the convoluted thing that your current pharmacist there may not realize is for Arkansas, you can only send it to the prescriber if it's something that requires direct administration in a clinical setting.
Okay.
So like the examples we would often give is, Remicade has to be infused.
Mhm.
Vivitrol is supposed to be injected in a clinical setting, but Embrel is something a patient self-administers and would not be appropriate to send to
a doctor.
Doctor.
Okay, so like I would eventually, take over as the pharmacist in charge. I'm not right now, but I haven't had a chance to review your laws because I just didn't do it yet because I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to get approved or not. But those were things when I sit down, I actually have everybody's laws saved, and then I go through them, and then I've made adjustments here within the pharmacy. So I do take it upon myself to try to do the best for the job, not just myself, but there's been a lot of changes within the last 2 years that I've been here, and I'm trying to incorporate everything, like checking PDMP, making sure we're not releasing too early, because I know some states have restrictions on that. So, I will say that as I plan, or at least try to take over if I have approval, to make sure there's blocks in the system, because we can actually, it's a proprietary system. So anything that we want to change in there, we can do ourselves. Like we don't ship to Alabama. So there's actually a block in the system to prevent that. We don't ship controls to the doctors. So there's a block in the system to prevent that. And I do try to make adaptations every time I get licensed in a new state or review the laws or whatever the case may be. I'm trying.
And you said you're on contract until what, June of this year?
June 4th of this year, yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I have copies of the treatment records and copies of my contract, stuff like that, if you need any of that additional documentation.
I have no further questions, Dr. Newsom. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board members? Okay. What are your thoughts on this candidate? Dr. Krause?
All right, I'm gonna throw it out there. I have a problem with allowing a person to fill prescriptions for our Kansans that has a history of addiction that's going to be compounding and is in a pharmacy that we won't probably ever inspect.
Okay. How large is your facility then, Dr. May? How many pharmacists do you have working there?
We have 3 pharmacists employed currently.
Okay. All right, thank you. Dr. Mack?
Probably to John or Brenda. So I hear what Dr. Krause is saying, and then I'm just wondering if the pharmacist is in a program, are we privileged to get any of that information? Would it be like someone being in a program here, or do we have no control over it, so therefore it's not quite as?
Well, we generally can get their reports, but if they're working in another state, we generally leave the monitoring up to that state's program. So, I mean, we're working with one right now, one of ours that is going to primarily work in Oklahoma. And so we're literally like transitioning to let Oklahoma do most of the day-to-day monitoring. But then we're still in the loop. And if they come back to Arkansas, then we would want to be their primary monitor. So in general, we have people just like Ms. Rhodes is being, forthright about, hey, look, here's what I've got going on. I'm under contract currently. Generally, those pharmacists are like, oh, absolutely, you can look at all my stuff because,
Nothing at home.
She's already lost it before and has a whole lot more potential for people to take a second look at her, for her to be at risk of losing it than most of the pharmacists we deal with. So she's proving sobriety on a daily basis versus we're hoping other people are sober on a daily basis.
Do we have other out-of-state ones that they manage the program and they just fill prescriptions for Arkansas, like Dr. Krause is talking about?
We have had several other people over the years that have been in programs in other states and have acted as the Arkansas PIC in those programs.
Yeah, I can think of at least Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, and one in Virginia that comes to mind.
Right off.
Okay, Dr. Krause?
Do we have all of her the information that we would normally get from our own people pertaining to her support group stuff? Luke,
we don't have all of her.
Oh, go ahead, John.
I was gonna say, we don't have all of her historical documents that have been included, diagnosis, treatment plans, and things like that we would have for somebody here, but we do have, and she's all that, like, look, you can have my records for monitoring and everything from the Florida PRN group.
Yeah,
and so we'll
she
still
said she
get
has her medical records.
Florida. I'm sorry, go ahead, Luke.
No, I just said, she said she has available her treatment records that she'd be glad to send us a copy to. And we can ask her to sign a waiver so that if there is any type of violation, Florida.
And there was no felony charge of any sort? So there's not a DEA waiver? Okay.
No, ma'am.
That appeases my concerns.
Okay, any further discussion? I would like to entertain a motion then. Dr. Krause?
If I may, I'd like to make a motion that we allow her reciprocity, provided that we receive the necessary information from her support group counseling, and that we're updated on any information therein.
And upon successful completion, of course, of the law exam. You haven't taken our law exam yet, have you, Dr. Rhodes?
No, sir. No, sir.
Yes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by the raising of a hand. Any nays? Raising of the hand. The motion passes.
Dr. Rhodes, I will send you a letter that just says that your reciprocity application is granted, and you will need to send us those copies of treatment records and those support group documents. They are not FOIable under Arkansas law, so you don't have, nobody can get those. Medical records are considered confidential. But if you can send those to us, and if you'll notify Nancy Sweet at our office, she is over. Her name is Nancy Sweet. NANCY If you'll notify her or just get in contact with her by the time to set up the law exam, we offer it twice a week. You will have to come here in person, but we do offer it twice a week. So just whenever that fits your schedule, you can just get with her and get a time to take that. Once you send in those documents and once you have a passing score on that law exam, your license will be granted.
Okay, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darren and Mr. Patterson, are y'all ready?
Yes, we are.
This is Dustin Patterson on your packet there. You should have a packet of documents. And John, if you want to, I know Mr. O'Quinn is very familiar with this, but Mr. Patterson's not. So if you kind of want to go through the process and we'll go from there.
Also got Miss Munsey who will be up next on. So for you guys, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. On screen, you will see myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, and Dr. Brenda McCready, who are all staff members here at the board office, as well as the decision makers for today, which would include Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Brian Jolly. In this process, the board members are going to have the information available to them now regarding your appearance before the board, and they're going to have a conversation with you about kind of what's going on, ask you some questions, and then at some point they're going to come up with a suggested decision. You can either agree or disagree with that decision. If you agree with it, we go forth with exactly what they have advised us to do. And if you disagree, that is something, if it's an application for us, you could either walk away or say, kind of forget this, or if it's some other issue, it could result in a hearing before the full board at a later date. Realizing you guys do not generally go through this, do you have any questions about how the process works?
He doesn't. Thank you.
Okay. So if at any point while we are in your part of this discussion, if you've got a question or if you need to do a sidebar with somebody there, just let us know. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you've got. Luke, I'll kick it back to you.
Thank you. This is Mr. Patterson is a pharmacy technician.
Mr. Daniel.
Yes.
I work at this location at this store now. So do I need to hear this case? I don't know anything about it.
But you do work at this location?
I do.
I would just ask you not to be involved in any of the discussion or voting today.
Okay, well, I'll just, let me just get
Dr.
off.
Mack, will you be the chairman for this?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Newsom, for making us aware of that. This is, like I said, Mr. Patterson is a pharmacy technician. We were notified on December 20th. We were notified that he had been terminated. He was fired for filing a false information about a needle stick. He first claimed that he was giving a vaccine and accidentally stuck himself. After a video was reviewed and he was spoken to again, it came to light that he was not stuck by the needle. He actually stuck himself with what appeared to be a lancet, and then stated that it was a needle stick. So he reported that false needle stick. There was also, and I'm looking at the second page of the packet there, which is the email on the complaint form. There were also some information about Dustin possibly using or getting somebody's information, name, and possibly other information from their system, and then using that to look up the person on Facebook and send them a message. There are some messages attached to the end of the packet. And there was also a statement about him sending unwanted messages to somebody that worked there, but he was ultimately fired for falsifying that report of a needle stick, and also for getting somebody's name and possible contact information out of the system. So Dr. Mack, I'll turn it over to you, and Mr. Patterson is here represented by Mr. O'Quinn. So Dr. Mack, if it's okay with you, I'll just turn it over to them and let them kind of go through and explain. Mr. Patterson, Mr. O'Quinn.
Yes. Darren O'Quinn here. I'm off camera, but I'm here with Dustin at my office and he's on camera. But I want to just briefly say first, thank you for allowing us to come to this informal hearing. And Mr. Daniel explained it correctly. Basically, there's two basic allegations, maybe a third about the coworker, but the first one was a really stupid thing that Dustin did. He realizes that now he's getting therapy, seeing a therapist for some issues he had with that, but he basically reported a false needle stick. And when I asked him, why did he do that? He basically said he was under investigation from this text or Facebook message that he sent to a customer, and he thought it would get him fired sooner. He was anxious about it and all of that. So it doesn't make sense, but that is what happened. The second part, I think, is concerning because it was an alleged HIPAA violation and that sort of thing. But Mr. Patterson will tell you that he used no personal information to contact this customer. Basically, he checked the customer out. He's a pharmacy technician. He checked the customer out, and his name was exchanged at the counter there. And then that night, while he's off duty, or maybe the next night, but it was when he's off the clock, he sent a Facebook message to that customer. And we've sent the search history in to show you how, he got the information for the customer to send that message. But basically, it's geographically located by name on Facebook if anybody doesn't do Facebook. And so basically you can search your town. I think they're in El Dorado on this particular incident. And the customer's name came up and he texted him. I think the first one said, I see you like horror movies. What's your favorite? And then not getting a response. He said, sorry to bother you. You're gorgeous and have beautiful eyes, something to that effect. I'll let him explain. And then he was reported by the customer for that. But I think one of the main things to consider is he didn't have to get into, like, Walmart, I believe, uses the Connexus system. He didn't have access to that. He didn't have to get a date of birth or any of that. He got the name as it was exchanged at the counter. And so when Dr. McCready called him, he agreed to a voluntary surrender pending this hearing, to not put the board through that inconvenience and jump through those hoops. And, basically he has not been working as a technician. He's lost his job. He's lost his apartment. He's lost a lot of things. He's in seeing a therapist about some of those things. So I'll let Dustin give you the details, but that's just the overview. Dustin.
Yes. Like Mr. Darren said, it was stupid decision. I was having trouble. I'm hardly ever in trouble. I always do the right thing. And when I got in trouble, it just kind of sent me in a weird direction. And it was really dumb. And I admit that, and I can't change it, but I know going forward that with my therapist, we've discussed decision-making processes and how to stop that thought and turn it into another thought. And it's helped out a lot thus far.
And will you tell them about the interaction with the customer on Facebook?
Yes. So the customer approached me, and we have to use Tasco, which doesn't give you any personal information. They give you their name and their date of birth, and it pulls up the bag number, the day, and that's it. So after that exchange, I misread and misinterpreted the exchange. The patient was overly friendly, and I just misread the signals. And so I did look him up by name on Facebook and messaged him.
And do you have the Walmart? Is one of your exhibits? You have the Facebook search history that shows you didn't use a date of birth, and you also have the Walmart social media use policy. And would you explain to the board why you included those exhibits?
Yes, as soon as I got in trouble for it, I immediately went to do my research to make sure that I personally didn't violate any laws or any HIPAA violations, to make sure that I was safe with my license, because I've worked so hard for it and I definitely don't want to lose it.
I have a few questions, if I may, Dr. Mack.
Yes, please.
I'm looking at Mr. Patterson, Mr. O'Quinn. I'm looking at the witnessing manager interview notes, and there are two of these, and this is the one that's about the, I guess, the HIPAA issue. I'm just going to call it that, whether or not it is. The other one is about the needle stick. So I'm looking down, and it says about halfway down that first page, it says, did you notice this information from Connexus? Yes, just noticed it on the checkout process. So is Connexus, that's the computer system Walmart uses?
Yes, sir. Connexus is the main system that Walmart uses, but Tasco is the system used to check out. That way, no personal information is accessed.
So what can you see on Connexus?
On Connexus, you can see everything.
Okay.
You can see their date of birth, address, phone number, everything.
Okay. And so where did you see the information, from Connexus?
No, sir, from Tasco. When he gave me his name is where I got his name.
But you said on here, did you notice it from Connexus? And you said yes. I'm about halfway down that first page where it says witnessing manager interview notes.
Okay, I guess I just misunderstood their question, because it was Tasco, not Connexus.
And what do you see on Tasco?
Just their name, the bag number, the day the bag number is in.
And
Yeah, so
you
let's
have
talk
to
about
enter
the
the
needle
date of
stick.
birth.
Right, correct. The date of birth. You have
So
to
let's
enter
talk
the
about the
name.
needle stick. So what was going on there? Like, why would you, I guess, and I mean, I know we heard Mr. Quinn talk about it, but kind of want to hear in your words, what was going on? I mean, why would you, I don't know, you seem it's bizarre of something to falsify. So what was going on then?
Yes, sir. So like I said, I've now hardly ever get in trouble. And when I did over this, when I was being investigated over this messaging thing, I was just overly stressed and overwhelmed. And I just thought that maybe it would get me fired faster if that was what was going to happen. It was the dumbest decision I've ever made. And
So if you were that stressed out and having issues, why not just quit?
don't know. I didn't think about it because I love my job and I didn't want to quit.
But you just said you hoped it would get you fired. So you were hoping to get fired?
Yes, sir. At the time I was. Like I said, it makes no sense, but.
You just used the lancet like you would use to check your blood sugar to poke your finger?
Correct.
Were you going to get paid to not work at the time while they investigated your finger stick situation as like a health safety precaution measure or something?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I have nothing further, Dr. Mack. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
Dr. McCready has her hand up.
Oh, I can't see everybody. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dr. McCready.
I know we've kind of jumped over to the stick, but I'd like to go back for just a sec to the HIPAA information. Mr. Daniel was reading on that first page of the interview that took place. And on the next page, it actually asks him if he understands what the policies with PHI and HIPAA are in general. And he says, you can't share information, but I never understood it was wrong to look something up. Obviously, I'm wrong. And then it goes on down the page and it says, where did you get his information from? He said, checkout at work. And they asked him if he asked the person if he wanted to be the friend. He said, no, not at that time. And he said, so you remembered his name from the checkout process? And he said, yes. He said, was that appropriate use? He said, the person next to him could hear it, so I didn't see where that was bad. And the Walmart person said, the difference is that the patient's name was used for the business process of checkout and not to be used for personal gain, and that you are an associate of the company. Does that make sense? And Mr. Patterson stated, yes, ma'am. So he was very aware that he got the information based on what this sounds like from the Connexus or the Tasco system, not just from remembering the name when he brung him up, is what this document sounds like. And I just want to make sure that the board had seen that part of that statement also.
Maybe I missed something, but this is, I guess, a basic question. So are we considering the issue of both the needle stick and the HIPAA? And if so, is the needle stick issue, is that a professionalism issue? And then, of course, the HIPAA thing being what it is, but what is it we're exactly being asked to consider?
Yes, the needle stick issue and him looking up or looking at a patient's information and then using, even if it's just his name, using it to contact a patient outside of work. I mean, he is licensed as a pharmacy technician. So he was actually set for a hearing in February. Mr. O'Quinn had a conflict with some court cases. So instead of moving it to June, we just set it for today to see if it could be resolved today. So it's just kind of whatever the board, I mean, look at those issues, and it's just, like I said, he is licensed. So it's just whatever the board thinks is appropriate.
Board members, do we have some more questions for this gentleman? Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of work through this verbally. So the guy falsified a needle stick by piercing his own finger with a lancet, which later showed up on video that he stuck his own finger and it wasn't an accidental needle stick, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, he stuck his own finger and he lost his job. All good there. As far as the patient's personal information, I would need some help there because you meet people every day, and most places you meet them are at work, and so you may see them after work, and so you call them or you talk to them, and I don't know if it's a problem in any condition or if it's only a problem if the person you're talking to didn't want you talking to them. So I once again, I'm kind of at a quandary there as far as the HIPAA thing goes. So I'm maybe a little bit more like Rodney. I don't know if there's anything to do. I mean, either he's very confused or he told stories, but I don't know what harm the stories are doing one way or the other. Please, I'm rambling. You go.
No, you're fine. I just have a quick question for Mr. Patterson. You said that this kind of, when this was going through, especially about the needle stick, that it was, I guess, stress was causing you some issues at the time. So what are you doing to help with that stress?
So my therapist and I have talked about stepping away from situations for a moment and getting a few minutes to yourself and recollecting yourself. We've practiced on stopping and counting because some situations you just can't step away from, so you just have to stop and count to 3. Those are the 2 main ones that we've worked on.
Yeah, because I don't think I have to tell anybody on this Zoom that how stressful working in a pharmacy can be. I mean, so you might not have time to step away. You might not, you're on your feet, you're constantly filling prescriptions for hours and hours and hours. So I guess what did you start seeing a therapist based on this, or were you seeing one previously?
No, sir, strictly based on this.
And how often are you seeing the therapist?
Once a week.
And this has been going on since?
I lost my job. Since the beginning of the year when I got insurance, Medicaid.
Thank you, Dr. Mack.
Any other board members?
Just to clarify, Dr. Kraus, I wasn't intending to imply that there wasn't anything here for us to consider. I mean, under HIPAA, if I'm remembering correctly, and I'll say from my own law lecture, that protected health information or personal health information includes demographic information among all the other things, and specifically includes the patient's name. So, I mean, that would seem to be a violation of HIPAA right there, unless it was strictly only at the prescription counter. And as far as the needle stick, it was considered a big enough professionalism issue that he was terminated because of it. So,
Dr. Kraus?
Well, I understand on the HIPAA thing, but my question is this the patient saying, foul, you got my information illegally, or is the company saying you got somebody's information illegally?
well, the supervisor at the pharmacy wrote in part of what's in the record here that he was terminated because of the needle stick.
If the patient didn't complain, none of us would have known about the patient information and reaching out. And then there was also the coworker. Now, the coworker is somebody you work with. I don't see that as being a privacy issue. The needle stick, I'll tell you from my perspective, in most health settings, when you have a needle stick, and like Dr. Jolly, I'm sure you may be familiar with like what a health system does, that generally pulls the person out because it's an on-the-job injury that may require medical attention, prophylactic treatment, and everything else. So for many employers, when you have a needle stick, that is a very serious and hazardous event that causes them a great deal of, expense and time to ensure safety of the worker, just like it as an OSHA issue, as well as trying to determine, who else may have come in contact with that needle. So that's part of the staff concern of, needle sticks aren't to be taken lightly in that realm.
I mean, for a lot of employers, it's an automatic workers' compensation claim.
It automatically qualifies, is my understanding, for workers' comp.
Yeah.
So that's when I asked him if he was compensated or anything for that. I don't know that Mr. Patterson, now having talked to him in person through this, I don't know that was what was going through his mind, but we hear stories of people doing just that for that reason.
I'm sorry, another clarifying question. So does Mr. Patterson still have a tech license, and are we being asked to take it away or considering taking it away, or has it been taken away and he's asking for it back?
He currently does have a technician license. He agreed through Mr. O'Quinn to not work as a technician while this was pending. So he still does have a technician license. He's just here today so the board can take whatever action it deems necessary or deems appropriate, if any. But he agreed to just not practice while this was pending. but his license is active right now.
Dr. Kraus?
And my immediate thought is, for him to keep his pharmacy tech license, my recommendation would be for him to stay in that counseling program that he's on for at least a year. And then if there's any problems with that, or somehow we get updated on his progression, and put it in a file. But I think he needs to seek a less stressful environment to work in. And, I'm open to hear what other board members have to add.
Mr. Patterson, what made you go to counseling? I know you got in trouble, but what made you seek out counseling? What made you think that was the right course?
My roommate actually said that we had sat down and talked about what happened, and he said that, you've made some unwise decisions. Maybe you should go to a counselor and figure out why your brain is working this way.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jolly?
I was trying to look. So the HIPAA violation, I feel like, we have to take some action around that. The falsification of a needle stick injury. I guess my question would be to Luke. So would I be incorrect in saying this would fall under unprofessional conduct? I'm not trying to establish a fraud claim, even though, in my legally trained opinion, it's somewhat fraudulent, but would unprofessional conduct be more appropriate way to?
If this was a formal hearing and I was arguing in order to notice the hearing, I would have it down as being deceitful in the practice of pharmacy and unprofessional conduct. I would use those two laws to argue that this was deceitful and unprofessional. Granted, this is informal, so we really don't have to, get into specifics and say yes or no on those allegations. But if this was being argued in front of the full board at a formal hearing, my argument would be, yes, it is deceitful, and yes, it was unprofessional conduct. But then again, that would be up to the board to decide if that was proven or not. But that would be, yes, I would have those listed.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure my line of thinking was in line with our regulations from that standpoint. So I don't know, Dr. Mack, I feel like with these two issues, I feel like we need to take some type of action, but whether that be, some type of fine, or I don't know if do we need to discuss revocation? Just throwing that out there to other board members for discussion.
Dr. Richmond or Dr. Kraus, do you have anything to add with that so we can start moving towards some sort of resolution here?
I'm still mulling it over.
Okay, I know. I definitely can get that. Let's let the three board members kind of have a moment to think a little bit, and then we'll see if we can have a discussion.
There's always, like I said, there's an option of anything you want here. If you can do probation where he would have to, ask that, his doctor give a report how often you wanted it quarterly. I know somebody said, I don't remember who mentioned it, but somebody mentioned about, him continuing to go to therapy for a year, or just, whatever. to be sure that there's not any more issues. You can always ask for him to sign a waiver to his practitioner to release those records or to release, progress reports. I mean, it doesn't have to be kind of an all or nothing deal. I mean, you've got, any middle ground that you would want, or that you could, I guess, that you think is appropriate.
I mean, he did kind of utilize his license to gain this information, even if it was only asking a name and a birth date. He wouldn't have been working there as a tech or a cashier at that moment. He wouldn't have had that information. I can see all three of you definitely thinking.
Smoke's coming out. Just going back, reiterating, I agree. I mean, there's, a HIPAA violation to be, concerned with here. I don't know, what the fine is usually for something like that. I don't have a clue. But I would say, a commensurate, realizable fine for the HIPAA violation. And then, I mean, I don't know, on the falsifying of the needle stick, like I said earlier, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, it's a bigger deal in the corporate world than what I'm used to seeing, but he didn't stick somebody else, he stuck himself. And I'm still needing more information.
Well, maybe the
HIPAA
three of
violation-
you. There we go. Thanks.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Dr. Richmond. Thank you.
I was just going to say HIPAA violations are for exactly this reason. To be using information for purposes that it's not intended to be used. If there were a poster child for HIPAA violation, this is one. I mean, this doesn't even go outside the realm of inappropriately using it in healthcare setting. This is using it for self-gratification in some way. And I can't overlook if the direct supervisor at Walmart felt it bad enough that it required termination, I don't know how we can minimize that further, but I guess I'm still unclear on how our regulations speak to that event and how would it be an unprofessional or, we've had one of these events before where it sounded or felt like it was unprofessional, but we couldn't point to a regulation that said that's where it fits. I'm trying to figure out where it fits.
Luke, could you help us out there?
I'm pulling up the
Dr. Kraus, in the meantime?
Yeah, with me being lazy, can somebody tell me how long between when the incident happened and termination took place?
Mr. Patterson can answer that, I think.
My termination was 11/4, and the report to you guys was 12/20.
But when did the
When did the incident happen?
Oh, On me.
The date on the first manager interview notes was from October 22nd. That was the one talking about the information from, I guess, what you would call the HIPAA violation. The other one, his statement about the needle stick is dated November the 3rd. And we received notification from Walmart on December the 7th that had a date of termination of November the 9th. So around the first week of November was the needle stick issue, and also when he was terminated.
Well, the unprofessional conduct certainly would apply to HIPAA. That would be 02-04-0002 subsection I.
It's failure to hold to the strictest confidences all knowledge concerning patrons, their prescriptions, and other confidence entrusted or acquired, divulging interest in the patient or in the patron. So yes, that's under the definition of unprofessional or dishonorable conduct.
That's where I had it linked, Dr. Richmond.
So that would cover the HIPAA. What about the needle stick thing?
I would argue that it falls under 1792-311, which are the disciplinary statute that says he's guilty of fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation in the practice of pharmacy. I mean, while he was working, I mean, he was deceitful in falsifying a needle stick to make it look like that he was stuck in the line of work when he wasn't, and he did it to himself.
And that would be S under that same part of unprofessional conduct.
Yes.
I mean, it's definitely dishonesty, and due to workers' comp being a potential, could even be considered fraud. But if nothing else, it is dishonesty.
And I imagine in most pharmacies, when something like that would happen, that, you know, there would be tests run for, you know, any type of communicable diseases or anything like that from a needle stick from another patient, just like it would be in, you know, any other occupation.
Would anyone like to try a motion and see if we get agreement? Dr. Krause.
So I'm gonna say that maybe, are we thinking about, you know, and I'm talking to the other board members, are we talking about a fine or a discipline against the license?
Well, I don't know that it's either or. I mean, if he's going to keep his license, and that's an if. I mean, there are two direct breaches in the regulation, so I don't know how it could be non-disciplinary.
I think it should be disciplinary as well.
Okay, so we got, I think y'all all three, well, Dr. Krause, I think all three of you are in agreement with that part of it.
So
is it education or fining or probation, or, I mean, where do y'all want to take it from there?
How about as a starting point, a $250 fine and 3 hours of continuing education on patient confidentiality? I'm just throwing that out there as a starting point.
I don't know if it's appropriate. Do we have recommendations from the staff? What are we seeking here?
This is kind of a new, I don't know that we've ever had an issue, much less two like this, I mean, I think staff's recommendation would be something disciplinary, just so that the record. And I believe that staff would also want, if y'all are gonna go along with a fine in CE, I think we would want, reports from we want him to continue to see a therapist or the therapist he's seeing or any therapist, and would want, progress reports, maybe quarterly, or like I said, I know some member mentioned about him continuing to see a therapist for a year, but progress reports about how he's doing. I mean, if there are issues that would make him non-suitable to be employed in this type of job, I mean, in the opinion of his therapist, I think the board should need to know that.
The only other thing I would point out, fully agree with Luke, is, he's mentioned that he, is on Medicaid now, which indicates to me he probably has no income. So if you really do want a monetary penalty, he probably needs an extended period of time. I mean, although it may not sound like a large amount of money, you don't want to say he's got to give it to you in 30 days if that's going to be a tremendous financial burden.
Well, and I think therapy's not free.
No.
If we ask him to do therapy for a little while, I mean, that's not a free pass by any, and it's a hell of a lot more than $250.
He's doing therapy on his own right now anyway, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he has an attorney.
Well,
But I think he's sorry for what he did, or he wouldn't have gone the route to get the therapist.
well, we've got enough problems in pharmacy practice as it is to be going around having time to find ways to do such things that are being done here. So I think we need to make a point and send a message.
Yep.
The fine at $250, I'd be fine. Actually, I'd be fine with more, but and as far as CE goes, CE is free, and I say make a point there. If you give them 3 hours of CE, that's not even an afternoon. Let's make it 6 hours of CE on confidentiality and 6 hours of CE on in things related to injections, just because that's the area in which it was. Not that he necessarily needs educated in it, but maybe it'll get him to spend some time thinking about professionalism instead of social media.
Is anyone interested in putting him on probation for length of time, or at least for length of time while he seeks therapy? Or
I think that if we're I think if he stays on therapy for a year, I think that would be a good enough time, until I say for the completion of 2022, in my opinion. And then, that's what I think on it.
How would we monitor that? I know for the support group, they monitor it and kind of report to us. How would we monitor this?
We've had some people that what the board has requested is a quarterly update to just show the person is continuing their therapy, and until whatever time period, if you say for the rest of the year, we could get 3 quarterly reports, the last one being after December, to show that he maintained therapy till then.
Well, I have enough. I could make a stab at making a motion.
okay, thank you, Dr. Richmond.
All right. I'll take kind of a 5-pronged approach here. That that Mr. Patterson would be allowed to retain his pharmacy technician license under the following conditions. That one, that he continue to see a therapist for the calendar year of 2022, and that on a quarterly basis, his update of care would be provided to the board. I don't know if that's in the form of reports or if he would need to appear at a quarterly meeting. That he be fined $250 and we can give him an extended period of time to pay that. That he be required to complete 6 hours of continuing education on patient confidentiality at HIPAA and 6 hours of CE on the basis of administration of vaccines. That this be disciplinary and be noted on his record, and that he's on probation for the balance of 2022.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand for aye. All those opposed? None. Okay, I have a motion and a second, and everyone has voted yes. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. O'Quinn and Mr. Patterson. I will put this all in a consent agreement and get it over to you, and you can discuss it with your client. Then just let me know how you want to proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate the board's time. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren. Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Do you want to give like a quick little 5-minute break and get Dr. Newsom back on? And
Sure, yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, and Ms. Munsey and Mr. Crawford, we'll get y'all called up as soon as I get back, taking a few minutes.
I'll go ahead and do orientation for the other folks that are on here. So there's several more of you I know with appointments before the board, and we usually just give a quick overview of how this process works. Generally, I'm going to tell you who all you're going to be speaking with. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. You'll also see Mr. Luke Daniel, who is a staff member with us and is our general counsel, and Dr. Brenda McCready, who is our assistant director. There are 5 decision makers here you will be speaking with today that are the ones who actually will have questions and be able to have a suggested decision for you. We've got Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and then Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee. During this process, we will generally turn it over to Mr. Daniel to give a brief overview of why you are in front of the board today. Generally, the board members will have some specific questions for you and also give you a chance to speak with the board members. And then at some point, they will come to some sort of decision-making process with a suggested decision. That decision is not something you have to agree or disagree with necessarily today. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever the board members have suggested. If you disagree with it, it is your chance. If it's an application issue, you could just say, forget this and walk away, or you could request a hearing before the full board at a later date. If it's some other sort of potential complaint or disciplinary issue, then if you do not agree, it would result in a hearing before the full board at a later date. Those hearings are all 8 board members, a hearing officer, a court reporter. We swear everyone in that is going to act as a witness, and we take testimony in a much more organized and formal manner, much like going to court. So I'd ask if any of you have any questions about how this process works. I don't see any. By all means, we do this fairly routinely, and we understand that you do not. So if you have any questions during this process, by all means, stop us, wave your hands, get our attention, and ask us any questions that you have, because we want to be sure that you know what's going on just like we do. With that, we'll call them up. And Mr. James already said who we've got up next for, let's see, under the name Amato, is that Alyssa? Is that Alyssa? Okay, I'm going to change your name on here so they'll know who you are. So it'll have your Alyssa Lorenzen on screen for them.
Okay.
All right. Kim's iPad, is that Kim Harrison? Perfect, thank you.
Am I unmuted?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
You're not muted at this time, but
Okay.
I think we're going to go, is it Munzie, then Lorenzo, then Murillo? Luke?
Sorry, somebody just walked in. What'd you say, John?
I think I had, what order did you have next? So was it Musney, Lorenzen, Murillo?
Yes.
Okay,
And Miss Harrison after those.
okay. So that's the order we're going to go in.
Is everybody about ready to start back? Got Dr. Jolly. I saw Dr. Kraus a while ago. Dr. Mack is here. There we go. Okay. I think we got everybody back.
Are we ready? Is everybody back?
Yes, sir.
John, are you there? Brenda, is John in your office?
No.
Mr. Crawford and Miss Munzy, if y'all will unmute yourselves, we'll get started in just a few seconds. Wait on Mr. Kirtley to get back. Okay. Okay. He had to step out for a minute. I believe he had to take a phone call, so we'll go ahead and get started. We have Candace Munzy, who is here. This is a pharmacy technician applicant. She is here with attorney Blake Crawford. And Mr. Crawford, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give a short rundown, and then I'll turn it over to y'all. I know the board will want to hear from her just kind of about these situations and kind of what was going on and what's been going on in her life since.
Yes, sir.
So this is, like I said, this is a pharmacy technician application. She did check yes on her application that she had a record expunged and it had some issues. She has, if you looked at, I've got a summary sheet there. if board members, in 2003, she has a disorderly conduct arrest. In 2006, she had a theft of property arrest. In 2009, she has a theft of property conviction and a failure to appear conviction. In 2012, she has another theft of property arrest, a contempt of court arrest, another theft of property arrest, a failure to appear arrest, and a contempt of court arrest. And if you'll go over to right past her application is her waiver and her personal statement, where she kind of goes through what was going on during that time, and all of her arrests are laid out there. She also, I'm looking at the second page of her statement, where she talks about she was being prescribed medications, and she began using those medications. So, and kind of all of those factors contributed with her making poor personal choices. So we have these arrests over about looks like about a 9-year period, and also with the issues of abusing prescription medication that she was prescribed. And so, Mr. Crawford and Ms. Munsey, I'll turn it over to you. And Ms. Munsey, if you're just kind of, the board just kind of want to know what was going on during this time, and you know what specifically what those prescriptions that you had that you were abusing, and what you've done since to kind of better yourself and get through those situations.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for your guys' time. So basically all this started about when I was younger. I was diagnosed with, at the time, what we thought was mono. And so I quit lots of school activities, stayed home for months. Come to find out I was actually diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. At that point, Dr. Bandy put me on prescription pain pills at the age of 15, and I was able to go back to somewhat of a normal teenager. And I stayed with Bandy for quite some time. After that, I began to see a doctor in Hot Springs named Dr. Quinn, and he began to prescribe me lots of different pain medications because the pain obviously had not gotten any better at that point, and I was prescribed that amount. I also had to take stuff for anxiety medication. I had lost a lot of family members. I had had some tragic accidents happen in my family. So I just started abusing them and being young and naive and just not hanging around the wrong crowd, and I made some mistakes.
So what were the prescriptions that you started abusing, I guess?
Hydrocodone and Xanax.
And so that was going on about, I know that first arrest was in 03, I guess, and you had several theft arrests. Were those shoplifting incidents, or what were those?
Yes, sir. And it was, to my belief, in about, I think I started with Dr. Brent in 2003. I stayed with Dr. Bandy. He retired.
And so how long were you being prescribed Xanax hydrocodone? Years?
Years, many years.
Are you still currently taking those?
I do. They're prescribed through another doctor now.
So how were you, what was the issue with abusing them? Were you getting them from more than one doctor, or?
No, Dr. Quinn was prescribing me like, I want to say like 260 a month. And it just got out of control as far as me taking them for not just when I needed them. You know, it was just, I had so many, I just took them whenever.
So how did you get to, so how, I guess, did you ever go through any therapy or counseling? How did you get back on track? I mean, are you taking them as prescribed now?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So how did you get back on track to doing that?
I went to a faith-based boot camp. I didn't really go to like a medical treatment facility. I have 3 children, and I was ready to turn my life around and get my life back together. And so I just made the personal decision that it was time for me to get my act together. And that's exactly what I did.
And when was that?
And that was in 2012.
So you haven't been abused, and you're still taking both of those medications?
No, just the hydrocodone.
And that's for the rheumatoid arthritis pain, or?
Yes. And I'm on other stuff as well for that, like Humira and stuff like that too now.
I mean, and you see a rheumatologist?
Yes.
And those prescriptions are coming from the rheumatologist?
Not the rheumatologist. Dr. Finch is. The Humira is coming from the rheumatologist.
Okay, so the rheumatologist is not prescribing the pain medication?
No, but he is aware of it.
And is that your PCP?
Yes.
Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to the board for any questions y'all might have.
Okay. What have you been doing for a living prior to wanting to become a pharmacy technician?
In 2013, I started working for the Garland County Circuit Clerk's Office. I worked there for 8 years until August of this year. I started working for Michelle Lawrence, our prosecuting attorney in Garland County, and I have been there ever since. Prior to that, to 2012, I had my first child in 2003, and then another one in 2011, and I was a stay-at-home mom. In 2013 is when I started working for the Garland County Circuit Clerk, and I had another baby in 2020.
Okay.
So now I'm with the Garland County Prosecuting Attorney's Office.
So why becoming a pharmacy technician?
Well, honestly, when the pandemic hit, I saw that so many pharmacies were struggling with just trying to get employees to work, and just pharmacy is something that I've always been very interested in. I wanted to be a pharmaceutical sales growing up. Like I said, it just didn't go that way as far as that went, but I did get my pharmacy tech license. I loved working there, and my life just kind of fell off track. And that's why I wanted to get it back, because I love that field. And I simply like helping people. And I realized that from my own experience going to a pharmacy, that I'm seeing every pharmacy has now hiring. I mean, they can't get people to work for them. And I think that's with a lot of situations, obviously. But that's why another reason I want it back is because I'd like to get in the field and start helping them again.
Okay. How long were you out away from pharmacy?
I got my license in 2003. I'm going to say maybe 2005 I left.
Okay. All right, thank you. And where were you employed when you back in 03?
Super D Pharmacy under a Dustin Spivey.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Dr. Mack.
But you currently are employed. So are you wanting to change your career, or?
I don't know if that I want to change my career. I was looking to work nights and weekends at the 24-hour pharmacies on, just to pick up extra work hours for income as well. But if I have thought about changing my career, absolutely, yes.
So did you just not renew your technician license? Is that how you just stopped doing it and did something else?
Correct. Yes, sir. I just didn't renew it. And then I think I sent off for it last year and went off to renew it and sent in everything that I did. And then that's when it came back with obviously that I had, some misdemeanor convictions. And so that's where we are right now. But yes, I just simply didn't renew it.
It shows that she got a license on January 29th of 04. She renewed it for 05, 06, and then just did renew it. It expired in the end of December of 2006. And apparently, I guess is when you started going through, I guess, some of these issues.
Correct.
So
yes,
did you work in a pharmacy up till the end of 2006?
I don't believe that I did. I think that I had left before then. Because I know my daughter was born in 2006 and I did not work for a pharmacy in 2006.
Seems like you might have a better career doing what you're doing. I don't know.
Well, I do love my career. This is really, just an option that I would like to have. I would like to, like I said, also, I have 3 children. I would love to have, obviously any extra income, but like I said, a lot of the pharmacy places are begging pharmacy techs and need help. And if it's something that I would like to do and see that I like that field better, being in the prosecuting attorney's office is a very good job. I will admit that. And I do love it. However, I do see some pretty awful things. So I think that pharmacy may be more of my my way about going about things and what I'm in right now.
Dr. Richmond, Dr. Jolly, Dr. Kraus, do y'all have any comments? Dr. Kraus.
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind is that if it were a pharmacist under the same situation, if they were going to have a license to practice, they would have to be enrolled in the support group. And I believe the support group is drug-free. And so that's one of the first things that comes to my mind is, you know, that would be, and that's a lot of latitude.
Wouldn't the support group, I think we've kind of ran into this before, that wouldn't the support group have to have some active current problem that they have identified, diagnosed, or whatever you want to call it?
We would generally look for an intensive inpatient evaluation first to determine what action should be taken. I mean, even the centers that we work with, I mean, some people need to and do take controlled substances and are deemed not to have an addictive disease or something that would actually put the public at risk. And we've seen that before. Some people do not have the ability to take these medications without putting the public at risk because of, you know, the disease of, you know, addiction is the word we would say, but, you know, opioid use disorder or dependence on, you know, benzodiazepines or opioids or something along those lines. So it's difficult to say, and a lot of times, you know, we would just say, we're going to refer this person to the support group. The first thing the support group is going to want to say is, here are the 4 centers we use. We want to know what their team approach, professional opinion is on, are you a risk to the public health and welfare? Do you have some sort of disease dependence that is not advisable? So that's generally step one on something like this. And realizing, you know, Ms. Musney is actually, she's telling us that she had a drug abuse relationship rather than it being here's an addictionologist that actually diagnosed her. So it makes it a little bit different than some things. You know, if she said, well, yes, I was diagnosed with this and was forced into care by the court or something else, you know, that's a direct indication that we would probably say, you just need to go to the support group and come back with advocacy. But since we don't have that, I think the initial step would generally be an intensive inpatient evaluation, not just and for you know, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Musney, what we mean by that is we work with 4 different centers that treat addictive diseases, and usually what they do is they will have someone come in on site for, you know, 2 to 4 days, depending on what all is there, and they do an intensive team approach where it's counselors, social workers, people that are like ASAM, ADAM, you know, alcohol substance abuse medicine, licensed addictionologist, and they send you through batteries of tests and interviews, and even have you in like some group therapy sessions where they see you interact with people, and they're able to observe everything you consume for a couple of days, you know, what that would be, including medications, as well as, you know, get your full history of what's going on, and then come up with a diagnosis. And you know, we're pretty transparent on this. We don't send everybody that comes in front of us to that. We generally are sending people that have some sort of history. And so some people say, well, everybody that goes gets that diagnosis. Well, that's first of all not true. And second of all, generally, if we have referred someone to that type of service, well, there's a high likelihood that there are indicators that we're worried about that might lead to that sort of a diagnosis. Kind of like if I go to my physician and I've got weird looking lumps growing all over my body and he sends me an oncologist, there's a pretty good chance they're going to tell me that I've got cancer of some sort, or they're going to do biopsies to test it. So that's kind of what that means.
Director Kirtley, I'm not familiar with this process. Is it inappropriate for me to be contributing in this discussion?
No, not at all. That's why you're here. If you want to contribute or say anything, feel free.
I do just have a couple of notes in light of how far we've gone. First, Candace she's nervous, and so she didn't really give a good explanation of the fact that she is currently under the treatment of Dr. Finch for not only rheumatoid arthritis, but fibromyalgia, as well as lupus. The other thing I would say is that when Ms. Musney writes you this letter that says, I was misusing medication, she's rendering that opinion as a layperson. That's not a clinical diagnosis of someone with expertise to render that opinion. And so my point is that that's just her expression of her own belief. I'm not even convinced that 10 years ago or 12 or however long ago all this was, it may not have risen to the level, where you guys are sending licensed pharmacists and such to support groups. The other thing I'll tell you, speaking to, I guess it's Dr. Krause's point, we don't have any evidence in the last decade that this is a continuing problem. And I don't think there would be any argument that she's rehabilitated since this last charge. And I think the greatest indicator of that is that literally the prosecutor who was prosecuting her 10 and 12 and 15, she works for these people now. The other thing that I would mention, just looking through this this list of stuff, is that none of this occurred in the practice of pharmacy. None of this occurred in a healthcare setting of any kind. I'm unaware of any discipline actions taken against Ms. Musney while her license was active. And I don't think it can be missed that she's just been completely upfront and forthright with everybody about what was going on. The earliest disclosures from 22 years ago, with the last one being more than 10. Thank you.
Dr. Richmond.
Well, I think that irrespective of the source, that if we're given information and Ms. Musney admitted to a number of things, that I'm not going to discount it. I'm not sure that I care what the source is, but I think it's important that it's coming from her. But I want to take this from a different perspective. So, Ms. Musney, I just want to clarify. So you said so these things occurred and you were abusing prescription drugs back around 2012. Is that right?
Yes, in 2000. I mean, I was still I was abusing them in 2012. Correct.
Okay. And then at some point, and maybe you can tell me when, but at some point you came under the care of the combination of a new PCP and a rheumatologist, who your PCP is doing the prescribing of the hydrocodone. And I know at one point you said you were getting 200 and some tablets. Can you share how many you take maybe a day now?
I'm prescribed to take 2 a day if I need it. Normally I only take 1, and that's in the morning when I get up.
Okay, so we're talking a significantly smaller number, from 200 and some to 30 to 60 tablets only on a PRN basis.
Correct. Yes. And and I believe I started seeing Dr. Quinn, like I said, in 2003, and I didn't start seeing Dr. Finch until I believe it was late of 2020. that everything had just had another baby and everything. My lupus, my fibromyalgia, my rheumatoid arthritis, everything flared up majorly again. I was working full-time mom of 3, and I needed to go see a doctor and get some help. And that's when I started seeing Dr. Finch, and then was also sent to a rheumatologist at that time.
And that
So I went from 2012. I went a long time without seeking help because I just didn't want to.
Okay.
I'd also like to add, just so we're all clear, that who we're talking about is Dr. Roy Pugin. You may or may not be familiar with him. He is somewhat infamous in Garland County for less than scrupulous behavior in terms of prescribing medication. And he did surrender his license in 2015, though I'm not familiar with the circumstances of the surrender. I say that just to point out that at the time, what you have is a young, naive woman with a doctor who's not acting appropriately.
Okay, so if I can resume the line of thought there. We have a prescription drug monitoring program. She's getting prescriptions from a physician, and under Arkansas law, aren't all prescribing physicians required to inquire of the PDMP every time before they prescribe? Isn't that the case now?
Any Schedule II opioid and the new start of any benzos.
Okay.
And periodically, but yes.
Okay, so she's not using hydrocodone anywhere near what she was before, and so she self-described abuse of the substances, but many years ago. But of recent history, her prescribing physician would be required to inquire the PDMP, which would include if she was getting it from any other prescriber. It would show where she was getting them dispensed. So it would seem to me that if there was a problem, that it would be noticed by now. And so I'm just thinking that from our concern from this perspective of drug use, that it's being monitored simply on a monthly basis, because that's how often she has to get, well, if she's getting a monthly prescription, or however often she's getting a opioid prescription, that it's being monitored by a PCP who sounds like they're acting appropriate, not like what she was seeing before. I'm just wondering, I mean, does that suffice and obviate the need for having to send her to a intensive evaluation?
I think that's a decision you guys can make.
I will say that having talked with Candace, I don't believe that to be necessary, but I know for a matter of fact that if you guys want that, she will do it.
Okay, Dr. Mack had her hand up.
And you may have kind of already gone over this, Candace, but so I totally understand this doctor was inappropriate and giving you too much, and that's pretty clear, especially as a young adult, not even an adult. But I'm wondering, so what kind of a transition was it for you? Was it, I mean, if you were highly addicted to those, that would be one thing. You couldn't just decide tomorrow, I'm not going to take them. So how did you get with a better doctor and he helped you, or what kind of took place between this doctor that, gave you too much and then how you got to where you are?
Okay. So, on the last arrest in 2012, when I went to court, I put myself into a 6-month faith-based rehab boot camp. Pretty much at that time, I was allowed to detox and get my head straight for 6 months and get, everything, back. My head, I mean, it took a long time for me to come off all that and then get in the right frame of mind and realize where I was, what I wanted in life, and go for my goals at that point in time. So that's how it all transpired, is that I was able to have about 6 months to myself and get clean and sober at that point.
Okay.
And since 2012, I have held a steady job at the Garland County Circuit Clerk. I hold one with Michelle Lawrence right now, and I am taking the medication as prescribed and raising 3 children. So I just wanted to change my life, and that's exactly what I did. I'm not who I was in 2003 or the last one in 2012.
So there's more changes than just getting off of.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I mean, it's a whole lifestyle change. It's not just a change, it's a change in everything.
Well, that's good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, I just, I had some time to sit down and think about what I wanted to do and where my life was going, and took a long time to get a clear head after all that, but I did. And that's why I just kind of wanted to have an opportunity to get my license back and maybe see what leads me in that field.
Okay. Any other comments from anyone? Okay, what is the will of the board then?
I'd be willing to give her a license back or issue a new license or whatever it is. I guess, would we just reinstate her old one or?
Yeah, this is just, it's an application, so it's just like any of the rest of them, just vote to grant the application.
It's a reinstatement application, so either way to approve it.
I would be willing as well.
Yeah, I would too. I do still think she probably has a better career where she is, but that's not for us to decide.
Yeah, that's her decision.
Yeah.
So Dr. Richmond, you were the first. You want to put that in the form of a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we approve Candace Musney's application for a pharmacy technician.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand.
Aye.
In the same method for any nays, raise your hands. Okay. The motion passes.
Ms. Munsey, it'll take a couple of days to get this processed, and you'll get your application in the mail. Good mailing address, it's still on Rolling Acres.
Yes, sir.
You should have it in the mail next week.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And as soon as you get it, you can start working as a technician.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Good
Crawford.
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
We have Miss Lorenzen. Am I saying that right?
Hey, Luke,
Yes.
Dr. Newsom, I've got a hard stop, so I'm going to jump off.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Jolly.
Thank you, Dr. Jolly, for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Said Ms. Lorenzen is next.
Yeah, was she on? Oh, there she is up top.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
she's
you're right.
there.
Yeah, we're up front here.
And you heard Dr. Kirtley earlier kind of explain the process and everything. You have any questions about anything?
No, I don't have any questions.
This is a pharmacy.
Thank you.
Pharmacy technician application. And she
Yes.
did, let's see, she did check yes on her application that she would have, that she hadn't, or had been arrested and would have something come back on her license or on her criminal history. In 2018, she has a theft of property conviction. In 2019, she has another theft of property conviction. So, and she did write a statement where she did talk about the mistakes that she'd made in her past. And I believe she is, well, that's it. She does have those two convictions, 2018 and 2019. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you. And they are both misdemeanor.
Okay, great. All right, Ms. Lorenzen, can you tell us what happened? Okay, you Blake, is she still there? There she is.
Can you see me?
Yes, Ms. Lorenzen,
Yes.
can you tell us a little bit about what happened?
Yes. They were both shoplifting at Walmart. One of them was self-checkout, and the other one was at the flipping Walmart here in Arkansas. I don't really have an explanation other than just that I was in desperate times and needed diapers. My husband had got laid off, and I just acted irrationally, and that was the basics of what happened on both occasions.
Okay, and how long ago was that?
2018 and also 2019.
And what have you been doing for a living prior to now?
Well, for 3.5 years, I'm home, and then also I got this job 8 months ago.
And what are you doing at this time?
I'm a pharmacy cashier.
Okay.
And is Dr. Amato, is he your supervising pharmacist?
No, Garrett English is my pharmacy manager, but he is a pharmacist here, yes, sir.
And what capacity are you working at Walgreens?
But by what do you mean capacity?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm a cashier back in the pharmacy. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because I noticed you had scrubs on. So you're a cashier in the pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how long have you been doing that?
8 months now.
Okay.
You were kind of fading in and out. So those were more clear answers. The first ones, we couldn't quite hear what you said.
So I'll just let you guys know, she's working with one of our friends there, Chad Amato, and he had actually reached out to me previously to see if they could put her on a computer or a different phone there at work because they know they have some internet connectivity issues. So I think he was trying to help assist her in being able to connect with the board and supporting her in her application.
My gosh, it's really silent right now. We can't hear you.
Yeah, it's worse than ever.
Okay. What?
There's a 1-800 or there's a phone number on
Hold
there.
on.
See if
Can you guys
call
hear
in.
me?
Okay, we can now.
We can now.
Okay.
Don't worry about the video. You can keep it off and maybe the volume will come through better.
Maybe. Okay. That'll be
We won't use this
fine.
button.
Let me turn it up just to be safe.
So I guess, does your
I'm sorry
Walgreens
about that.
supervisor know about 2 thefts at Walmart?
I did discuss it with them prior to me putting in my application. I told them that I was hesitant to put in my application because I didn't want to have to face that. I knew I had made both those mistakes, and I didn't really want to have to speak with people that I really respected about my incidents, and that's why it took me so long to apply.
Any questions for our fellow board members?
Are you speaking to me?
Oh, no, I was speaking to the board members too.
Sorry.
asking if they had questions for you.
Well,
Dr. Mack.
I'll ask one, and maybe I missed part of this, but so I get it that was bad times and you made mistakes. Do you have a way of cope? I mean, bad times can happen to anybody anytime. So do you have a better way of coping with that? Because that really wasn't that long ago. So we're trying to just make sure that, you know, how have you, not just how you change, I'm not going to do it anymore, but I mean, what are you doing to make sure that you can work in a pharmacy and not have any kind of problem like that?
Yes, ma'am, I understand. It wasn't that long ago. I can't say that I've really done anything to avoid that happening. My last time, whenever in 2019, that really scared me, and I just was, like I say, I felt desperate in the moment, and I don't think I've really taken any, other than paying off my fines, taken any other precautionaries. I have both my boys, and I'm really safe and secure in the life that I'm living, and I don't ever anticipate anything like that ever happening again.
Well, I know we always talk to technicians about it's even more stressful working in a pharmacy, and I mean there are people that would pay you to steal something. So I'm just saying you have to really have your head on and know that you can't do anything like that. Of course, you know you can't, but I mean, you have to really have self-control to not allow something to happen like that, because somebody could be trying to get you to do it in a pharmacy, especially.
Oh, no, that's not something I would ever be worried about. It's not in my character to ever take anything like that from somebody. That's just not my character. I would never be prompted by anybody to steal anything from. I would never do that. I know that you guys can't take my judgment on that, but that's not something that's just not my character. I would never do that.
Any other discussion or questions? Dr. Kraus?
Ms. Lorenzen, you stated that the property that was stolen was diapers.
And
Right.
actually in both yes, sir.
I don't have any problems with her getting her tech license.
Do I get a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by the raising of your hand. Okay, any nays? Also by the raising of hands. The motion passes.
Melissa, this will be processed in the next couple of days, and you should receive your license in the mail by next week. Is that Bradley Drive still a good mailing address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You should have it in the mail by sometime next week, and when you get it, you can start working as a technician.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next we have Elena, is it Murillo?
Yes, Eliana Murillo.
Eliana, I'm sorry, Eliana
That's
Murillo.
yes.
This is, board members, this is a pharmacy technician application. On her application, she did check yes to the question about have you been treated for drug, alcohol addiction within the last 5 years. And on her personal statement, she states that she did attend and complete a 30-day rehabilitation program. This was completed for alcohol abuse. It was at the, if you look in the last couple of pages of your packet there, it shows she attended the Croson Open Addiction Treatment Center, which is a women's only facility here in Arkansas. And it was due to alcohol use. It also says the client has admitted to being a drug addict. So I'm not sure if that was all alcohol or something else, but I'll let her get into the details of that. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to you.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good. You want to tell us about your problems that you've had in the past?
Yes, I did have, there was a time where I was abusing alcohol. My drinking got out of hand. Before my divorce, I went through a divorce about a year ago. And I noticed it was getting out of hand. And I decided it would be, I have 3 daughters. And so I didn't like the way things were going. And I decided to go into the rehabilitation center. And I do not have a drug addiction. That was just the alcohol addiction. But I did complete the 30-day program, and I have been sober ever since. And I attend, and my life has been a lot more peaceful since I abstain 100% of alcohol now. And I attend Alcoholics Anonymous meeting every evening. And I'm just looking at bettering my life and I'm looking for some stability following the divorce, because it's been a big change for me and my daughters. So I'm just looking at being stable.
And this was, you were there from May 13th to June 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
And you haven't had anything to drink since June 12th?
No, I have not.
What are you doing to cope with your stress at this time?
Well, the meetings with Alcoholics Anonymous helps me a lot. I have a sponsor with them. I have a sponsor there, and anytime I have a problem, I call her or we get together and talk. I'm also very close to my church group and family are my biggest support. Anytime I have a problem, I just like an emotional problem, I go to them, to a counselor in my church or to my mom, just talk it out.
And what are you currently doing for a living?
I am currently unemployed. I do hold a real estate license, but I have that on inactive just because with the COVID, I haven't been exposing myself much to going out and doing, well, actually the real estate, I did it mostly with my ex-husband. He builds houses, and so it's kind of like it went hand in hand. After that, I worked at a restaurant for, I want to say about 3 months. And currently I've been unemployed for about 1 month.
Where was the restaurant that you worked?
I'm sorry?
What restaurant did you work?
Oh, I worked at Miriam's Grill.
Yeah, we thought you looked familiar. It's about 100 feet from our office.
Oh, yes.
We would steer about 4 days a week there.
That must be new for y'all. We didn't know about that place.
Yeah.
It's been there a few
We-
years.
You've heard us talk about it.
Maybe y'all just didn't cater it.
No,
No, we've never catered it.
Okay.
So I did miss, what year did most of this occur?
This was in 2021.
He was at that facility from mid-May to mid-June of 2021.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Dr. Kraus?
Ms. Murillo, do you plan on continuing your AA treatment?
Yes, sir.
And do you like the direction that your life is in right now?
Yes, I do. Everything seems to be, everything is getting positive. Everything is turning positive for me, including this job with the pharmacy, which I already have the job. They're just waiting on the license. And I'm just hoping this will even give me better opportunities for my future. Everything is looking positive so far.
Okay. What pharmacy is this?
CVS in Sherwood.
Okay.
I believe it's on 107.
Mhm. What is the will of the board?
If we were to give her a license, I would want to see that there was some continued connection to treatment. Is there, getting her connected with our support group, is that duplicative? Does it serve any purpose? Is what she's doing already sufficient?
So if you were wanting to actually monitor her and test her, that would probably be something to engage support group. Also, if you wanted, if you were wanting to see if they would give her advocacy before she entered the workplace, that's probably going to include more medical type evaluations or treatment or something like that. If you are comfortable letting her work as a pharmacy technician now, but want to see kind of what's going on, you could have an instance say, well, we're going to do this as a trial period and we want to see you back in July or something for an update. Let us know how it's going, and have an expected update of, are you still participating in your 12-step meetings and how's everything going?
I'd be up for that.
And we have done that, required them to come back in, say, 6 months with a progress report from their work.
Given the recency, and I mean, once you're addicted to alcohol, I guess you really can't say that you're not. So would monitoring, what would monitoring look like through the support group? I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out what exactly would we say here that I would like for her to be monitored, and I would like for her to come back and follow up. How's that look?
So the thing is, with the support group, generally we are sending people to the support group that we are not able to immediately say that we would let them work, because they don't just do monitoring. They are engaged in the overall, medical treatment of stuff. It gets fascinating on things like this. We're not dealing with criminal history. We're literally dealing with someone who has a self-diagnosis and SALT treatment and is, in sobriety due to their own work. We have all kinds of pharmacy employees that are in that position that were currently licensed and then decided to do that at some point. So it's I think, and I would punt to Turner to see if I missed something, but I think it's difficult for us to say we're sending you the support group and we just want them to monitor you. It's more, we're sending you to the support group so that we can get the information we need to see if you're safe or if we're comfortable letting you work, which is going to generally engage them in a longer diagnostic process. But we have had a number of people that the board has said, we are iffy on this. Some people say we want to table this for 6 months and get this much longer going and double check and see how things are going. Sometimes it's, we're going to give a chance, but we're going to want to visit with you pretty quickly to make sure that's okay with a report from the employer and to you, have you tell us how you're doing.
I think I would lean toward the latter, but that's just one opinion.
Yeah.
Dr. Kraus?
We don't have anything on her as far as any complaint of theft or poor conduct or drug abuse, other than, of course, alcohol, to our knowledge, right? And
That's
she
correct, and she self-reported it to the board.
Yeah.
she self-reported. She's doing everything that we would want a person to do.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I think the only thing that I would really need, I don't know about everybody else, is if, like you said, if we can get something from her employer or from her sponsor at AA, maybe quarterly, that'd be great. That would be, I would be tickled to death over that. And I feel like she's going to do well. I feel like she's going to adhere to the course. She's got little ones depending on her in a much more focused situation. And I don't know, that's just my hunch.
Okay, Dr. Mack?
Yeah, I would, I think if we could have a quarterly report, I think possibly we need it from AA and her employer, just so we really know that all cylinders are working, at least through this next year. Then we could feel comfortable that she's able to be in the workforce. I mean, I do think it's really fresh, but I think if she's already gone to a facility, I don't know that, or to a place, I don't know that we would start that over with the monitoring group. But I do understand Dr. Richmond on wanting her monitored, but possibly if we get it quarterly, we could.
Well, and I think what you're saying is the main thing is the employer, because you're trying to make sure that she isn't having any impairment at work. AA as an organization doesn't do reports.
Okay.
You may be able to get something like from a sponsor or from a friend, but I think we generally wouldn't force someone to break anonymity of who the sponsor is. Like if I was going to ask Eliana who her sponsor was, I'd only want to know a first name. And if the first name's something like John, there's so many people named John, but it could be a very unusual name that would also be identifying for that person.
Well, part of her report from her employer could include that she's still going, not that her employer tells us, but she tells us she's still going.
Yeah. And that's generally what we would get from the individual.
Yeah.
And I'd ask, so Eliana, where's your home group that you usually attend?
That is in Little Rock.
Where because there's like 150 meetings a week at different centers like Wolf Street, Cosmo.
I go to Cosmo.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like as many people as we know that go to Cosmo, she's going to run into friends of ours already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Was that a motion, Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I mean, I can make a motion that we allow her a pharmacy tech license under the auspices that we receive information from her employer quarterly for the first year, or at least once quarterly for the first year, that she's doing well, she's not coming to work, there's no problem there. And then if we can, I don't know what you can do on the AA side, John.
But you could just literally ask her to accompany a letter with it, letting you know that she's still engaged.
Yeah. Okay. I would be for that.
Do we ask her to come visit with us in 3 to 6 months?
Yeah,
I think that would be good.
We could put her down for like the summer, whenever we do our summer informal.
Mhm. Sounds good.
I'll second.
Okay. Did y'all get the motion with the addition?
I did. I've got Grant her application with a quarterly progress report from her employer for the first 12 months and a self-progress report that she is still attending AA and she must appear at the summer informal.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by raising your hand. Any nays? Indicate by raising your hands. Okay, the motion passes.
I will get this in a letter to you. And the summer informal hasn't been set yet, but when we get that date, we'll send it to you. But you just need to be sure and tell your employer. But it'll all be laid out in that letter about the progress reports and then a self-report from you that you're still attending AA. And it'll take a day or two to process your application, but you should have it in the mail by next week. And is that Legato Drive? Is that still a good mailing address?
Yes.
Okay. It'll get sent there, so you should have that later and your license sometime next week.
Okay. Thank you very much. I do
Thank you.
appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very
Dr. Harrison, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
This is Kim Harrison. Were you on earlier when Dr. McCready kind of talked about the process today? Okay.
Yes, sir.
You have any questions about anything?
No, sir.
Okay, Dr. McCready, I will turn this over. If you can, this is we received a complaint about a prescription error. So I'll turn it over to Dr. McCready and she'll kind of walk through it.
We received a complaint actually from the APM that wrote the prescription. It was a prescription that she said she prescribed nitrofurantoin 100 milligrams, 1 POQID on 1/7/2022. When the patient actually called the doctor or the APN's office and told them that she's been taking 4 100 milligrams 4 times a day, we sent the information to the pharmacy and asked for a statement, copies of records. Those are in the file. The patient on February 4th, 2022, received a note from one of the pharmacists at that store that said the husband had called on 1/13/2022, stating the patient was nauseous. He looked at the prescription and it said 4 QID for 7 days. Called the physician's office and they told that it should have been 1 capsule by mouth 4 times a day for 7 days. And the person they talked to at that time was Kaylee. When we called and asked for a copy of the prescription, if you go down into the packet, there is a copy here. It's a handwritten copy that says nitrofurantoin 100 milligrams, 4 QID for 7 days. And it's got the APRN's name on it, that it was taken by Kaylee. The statement that we received stated that they specifically asked whether this should be given 1 4 times a day or 4 4 times a day. And the statement in the packet says that they were told 4 4 times a day. The reason we felt it important to bring the pharmacist in is because of as a licensed pharmacist, normally when I took a prescription like this, and if I had asked a physician or the person calling it in to verify a dose, I would have notated that on the prescription when I took it. I would have said, this dose is high, but I verified this with the physician. And there was no notation on that prescription of that. There was no notation that there was any verification of what the dosage, the maximum dosage should be. And I think most of us that have filled prescriptions and worked on the counter know about the macrobid and the nitrofurantoin and what the dosing is. And that's basically why we brought the pharmacist in today.
Okay. Dr. Harrison?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what happened in your words, please, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. On the afternoon of Monday, January 10th, I took a verbal order from the Office of Mountain Home Neurology for an antibiotic for a female patient. A representative of the nurse practitioner, Hannah Castile's office, Kaylee, phoned in nitrofuran twin macro 100 milligram to take 4 capsules 4 times daily for 7 days. I paused and asked her to repeat the dose, which she did, and then I repeated back to her what I had written down: 4 capsules 4 times daily for 7 days. She simply stated yes, that is what the provider wants. After going through the process, I did a visual verification, which placed the prescription into the pickup queue. By checking the activity log, I can tell the prescription was sold the next morning on January 12th. I honestly do not recall talking with the patient that day or who was in the pharmacy to purchase. The following day, January 13th, the patient's husband called the pharmacy stating that his wife had nausea and was wondering if it could possibly be due to the medication. The pharmacist taking the call looked up the prescription and stated that the dose seemed high and he would reach out to the provider. He contacted the office, and again, the employee, Kaylee, stated that it should have been 1 capsule 4 times daily and that the office would follow up with the patient. Because of this incident, I have fine-tuned the way I take verbal orders. I now repeat every prescription back exactly as written, and I have been asking more questions, like, are you sure about this dose? That would be 16 capsules a day, or maybe even what infection are we treating? Even though this was a call-in error, we have used it as a learning experience for the entire pharmacy. We have discussed multiple times where the mistake could have been corrected, and it has made us all keenly aware of how easily an error can affect our patients. I take extreme pride in my chosen profession, and it pains me that I could have, in some way, caused harm to any patient that I serve on a daily basis. I have been distraught over this and have since reached out to the patient to check on her status. She stated that she had gotten very sick to her stomach from taking a high dose. I apologize that this happened to her and explained that we are researching the incident to make sure that it does not happen again. She was understanding and stated that thankfully now she is fine. Another area where the error could have been caught was at the counseling window. Standard of practice at my location is to counsel on every new prescription. Our system alerts the technician at pickup that this is a new medication and will ask the patient or caregiver to step to the window so the pharmacist can go over the prescription. Even if they say they've had it before, the techs will still send the patient to the window for the pharmacist to bag. Looking back, I wish I would have placed a note card inside the bag in order to alert the counseling pharmacist to have a discussion with the patient about the dose. Bottom line, it was phoned in incorrectly. And looking back now, my pharmacy had opportunities to catch the error. Overall, I feel disappointed in myself, embarrassed that this happened, and mostly saddened for the patient. But I am trying my best to turn it into a learning experience for my whole team. On a more personal note, I have reevaluated every aspect of my job, from faxing or calling the prescriber on anything remotely questionable, stopping to check drug information resources when needed, training our associates not to interrupt at the critical input verification stage, using the final verification step to double check the entire prescription, and trusting my knowledge and instincts when performing my job. I have completed 5 hours of continuing education regarding prescription errors and patient safety, and I know that I will be a better pharmacist because of all this. I appreciate the board and all that you do to keep our public safe, and I assure you that this is also my goal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any comments or questions? Dr. Mack?
Do y'all have any kind of, I guess, documentation about counseling? I know you gave us a very clear picture of how y'all should do it, but do you believe she was counseled, I guess?
In our system, it was marked that counsel was refused on that day.
Okay, so that's why you wish if you had put a note, they probably wouldn't have let her refuse, basically. Okay.
Exactly.
Anyone else?
Yes, I'm confused. How would there be a noted refusal of counsel in Arkansas?
The counsel's only as good as the person receiving the counsel. So if it's a new prescription and I go to the window to counsel and they like, I've been on this 100 years, I don't need to talk to you, I'm in a hurry, I need to get out of here. Even though I talked to him, I don't consider that a counsel. So I would, when it popped up, check the refused box.
Dr. Richmond, we've had issues that we point out for years, that many of those insurance logs that you are asked to sign in pharmacies will say, I understand I have the right to counsel, or I waive my right to counsel, or anything else, but our rule says shall counsel. Now, that's if the patient is in front of you, otherwise it gets a little bit more difficult, but there are instances where patients want to refuse. And one of the things we often do with this, I think Dr. Harrison's actually done a really good job of explaining exactly what happened, taking complete onus of it, and to what she would do different. The tip we would have is, on something like this, it's already unusual to say, I know you're in a hurry, but I got to make sure you know what's going on.
Exactly.
I mean, always the patient can refuse. We don't want them to, but I guess technically they can. And they do.
If you don't give them the drug, they can't refuse until you're done. I mean, you just counsel them. I mean, especially in this case where the dose was 4 times the dose. I mean, certainly in that case.
Well, I agree. It should have been, no doubt.
And a lot of times when they act like that, I catch them when they get home, when they're not such a big hurry.
Exactly.
That I call them.
Yes. And we talked about that at the pharmacy too. That would have been a good option to call and talk to the patient later that day, and to make sure that they understood and verify it with the patient through the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So your pharmacy doesn't allow the technician to take the refusal, do they?
No.
Patient.
No, it pops up in our system that a pharmacist has to say yes or no for every new prescription.
But you did state that you did call back to the prescriber's office to verify that dose?
I didn't. The pharmacist that was on duty when the husband called back did call the office and talk to that representative that next day when the husband called him.
Okay. But there was no patient harm other than the upset stomach that you know of?
As far as I know at this point, that is correct.
Dr. Newsom, let me say again, it was the APRN that filed the complaint. The patient did not file the complaint.
Dr. Kraus?
I feel terrible for you, Kim. I think it's a very tough pill to take. And you're so helpless and defenseless once you find out about it. We never want that to happen. That's what we have all of our safeguards and stop gaps in place to prevent. That being said, I know it wasn't intentional or with malice, or but I can't help but think, how busy were you, and whether or not, you could safely examine that prescription in a manner that would prevent that. But it seems like you're working that out. And, like I said, I hate it for you. But I think that going back to addressing the rest of the board members, I think what we usually do on this, what Luke was talking about earlier, is certainly in line in this instance, unless y'all have other concerns.
I just make a comment before you make a motion there. Sound like you're about ready to do that.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Dr. Harrison, what you read to us, your plan, everything that you've done, how you've reevaluated, the fact that you took it on yourself to do continuing education, that would be a model for what I would like to see every pharmacist address that comes before us with an error. I think that when errors occur, nobody intends to make an error. And it's very rare that one will occur just because you didn't care. This clearly is not the case. While it may beg the question of 400 milligrams of nitrofurantoin taken at a time, but regardless, everything that you have done since then, that you've come to the board, you did CE, you wrote out a plan, you interjected changes at your pharmacy. That's what we want to see. It's not here to be punitive or discipline in any way, more so than making sure that practice is safe in Arkansas. So for that, I commend you on that effort.
Thank you. A lot of sleepless nights.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm saying. Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion, please. Or whatever you all decide to do. Dr. Kraus.
Just a $250 fine.
Non-disciplinary.
Non-disciplinary, yes.
She's already done CE. There's no need for that. And just acknowledge specifically that she has done that.
Yeah.
So I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Can we have Dr. Harrison to send us a copy of her statement? I thought that was a very well-versed statement, and that will become part of her record.
Dr. Harrison, I will get this to you in a letter that just says that they're offering a $250 non-disciplinary monetary penalty. This is not disciplinary. There won't be a consent agreement. It's not reported anywhere. You don't have to report it. It's just it'll actually say $250, a non-disciplinary investigative cost. So it's not a mark on your record or anything in your file or anything like that. And and you have already completed your CE. And if you would just send in a copy of your statement, and you can just email that to me if you want to. But anyway, I'll put all this in a letter to you. And then, like I said, if you agree to this, then that's the end of it. And you can mail your check in and mail a copy of that and be done. If you think you want to come to a full board hearing instead, you also have that right. So I just want to let you know that, but I'll get all this to you in a letter. Dr. Mack?
I just wanted to say, Dr. Richmond said it perfectly, so I wouldn't even try to re-say it, but we do really appreciate it. And all of us have had things happen that we wish wouldn't have happened as well too. But for you to accept it, own it, change things, look at your practice, that is exactly what we're here for. And he said it great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We have two more left on. Does anybody need a break or anything before we move on? All right.
Just a quick comfort break.
Okay, we'll take a quick 5 minutes. Mr. Harrell will get you up next.
think we got everybody back. I bet Rodney's on his way. Kim, if you're still on, you don't have to stick around with us anymore. There's Rodney.
Have we set a record today, Luke?
Close.
Yeah.
We had a lot, and like I said, when we just decided to do it all in one day, it got pretty packed in. So if it's not, it's very close.
And
I think we had
everybody,
17 or 18 just this morning.
yeah, everybody showed up this afternoon too, which is we did 17 this morning.
Wow.
And so Dr. Harrell and Miss Adams, if y'all will, Dr. Kirtley will kind of go over, I don't know if you've already heard it or not, but he'll kind of go over the process and about the study. And Miss Adams, are you on there also to listen up?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So real quick, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. And I'll tell you, you've been able to kind of watch this process as it's gone. And so there's really just a couple of main points. Myself, Mr. Daniel, and Dr. McCready are all staff members here at the board. The other people that you'll mainly be interacting with are decision makers and board members, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Lenore Newsom, who is the chair of this committee. In a moment, Luke will give just a brief review of why we are here. And then whenever the board comes up with a proposed decision, it's something that you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go straight from here with whatever the board has suggested for us. And if you disagree with it, then it's a chance to either kind of say, forget this and walk away from your applications, or to ask for a full hearing or a formal hearing before the board at a later date. That would be all 8 members of the board. Generally, that would be here in our offices in person. And we swear in witnesses, have a hearing officer and a court reporter, and it's much more official feeling and much more like a court of law. So I'd ask Dr. Harrell, Ms. Adams, do you guys have any questions about how the process works?
No.
Okay. If you do at any point during this, by all means, stop us, get our attention, and be sure you ask any questions you've got. We want to be sure to answer those as well. Mr. Daniel?
All right, we're going to start with Douglas Harrell. This is an application for reinstatement of his Arkansas pharmacist license. He was licensed in Arkansas from 2008 till 2011. His license expired. He never renewed it. He was working in Oklahoma at the time. In 2009, he was working at Walgreens in Oklahoma as a pharmacist. And while he was there, he stole a patient's credit card number. I guess somebody that had come in and paid for their prescription. He took that, and like I said, this was 2009. He took that credit card number and charged over $7,300 to a gambling site. He was arrested for that. He was reached out to, at that time, he reached out to the Oklahoma support group, which is Pharmacists Helping Pharmacists. He reached out to them and stated that he had been taking hydrocodone and needed help getting off of that. So in 2010, he was accepted into Oklahoma's Pharmacists Helping Pharmacists support group, and his license was placed on probation for 10 years. He has completed in 2020, he completed his 10 years in the Oklahoma support group, and he was released from his probation. So he has sent in, like I said, this is an application for reinstatement from his pharmacist license, but he does have those issues. Like I said, 2009 has that theft, and in 2010 to 2020 was on probation and was in the Oklahoma support group. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. How are you doing, Mr. Harrell?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. You want to
Good.
tell us a small summary about what happened?
Okay.
Okay.
Back in 2009?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was working at a Walgreens, and I was in the middle of a gambling addiction and opioid addiction. And in the middle of the addiction, while I was there, a customer paid a credit card, and I wrote it down and funded an offsite gambling website to gamble with. And then, let's see, it was about October of 2009. The loss prevention people at Walgreens, well, I guess the customer reported it as a, she didn't accept the charge, that it was a non-viable charge on her card. But when the loss prevention people at Walgreens did the research, they saw where on camera where I had wrote it down. And then they fired me at that point. In February of 2010, I got an agreed order from the Oklahoma State Board of Pharmacy, just stating the different facts of the situation and that I was to appear for them. I think it was April 7th of 2010, I appeared before them. I was still in denial about everything that was going on, that I wasn't an addict and how they were completely wrong and I was right. So they suspended my license for 6 months. And in that 6 months time, I went to Aurora, Colorado. It's just right outside of Denver, to Cedar. And that's where I did my started my recovery and my rehab in June of 2010. And then October of 2010, after the 6 months, I appeared before them again and they put my license on probation. I started with the Oklahoma Pharmacist Helping Pharmacist in October of 2010, and I completed that 10-year program with them. So the biggest part of it was the gambling addiction, but I did see a physician in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that was known for writing prescriptions for hydrocodone if you wanted it. So I had a opioid addiction too.
So you're doing good now?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been, my clean date from gambling was November 27th, 2009, and my clean date from opioids was January 13th, 2010. The best thing, I said it at the board meeting when they reinstated my license. So the best thing they did for me was suspend my license for the 6 months. My perception at the time wasn't that was the best thing, but looking back, when you're in the middle of it, I thought it was a horrible situation, but that was the best thing that could ever happen to me, was them suspending my license. It completely changed my life. So.
Okay, thank you. Does any of the board members have any questions?
Yeah, John, real quick. John, would this be something that required him again? You're muted.
I missed the last part of that.
No, I just said, was this, it's a reinstatement application and he had been licensed here in 11 years. Would this be something that would require him to retake the law exam?
Not if we had a record of him taking it. With him being licensed in 2008, I can guarantee you he took it before.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry, Dr. Krause, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I saw you start speaking there.
No, Dr. Newsom, I really hit mine. I just want to know how he was doing now, how he felt, where he was thinking about working, that kind of thing.
Okay.
I feel like I'm in the best place I've been in my whole life. My wife's a teacher in Oklahoma, and my oldest son's getting ready to graduate high school, and we're thinking about moving to Arkansas, Fort Smith area, just for her, more pay for her down there as a teacher. That's kind of why I'm looking. I'm with CBS right now, and in the meantime, I may pick up some extra shifts. I know they're short-staffed in some of the areas there in Arkansas, so I thought about picking up extra shifts there too. So.
Okay, that sounds good. Dr. Richmond or Dr. Mack? You're muted.
I guess I'm just wondering, so that 10-year program is over, which is great. I mean, do you have to continue anything to ensure help for yourself, or?
For myself, I still attend meetings, yes. Yeah, just to keep in touch with the group. So I don't dwell on my situation, what happened, but it just keeps me focused and helps. I never imagined before I got into this that sitting with a group of people that have the same experiences that you did, that it would help just sitting and talking. But it's just amazing how powerful those groups are. It really is.
Okay, y'all ready to entertain a motion? Dr. Kraus?
Trying to think how to word it.
So,
It'd basically be whether or not to approve his request for reinstatement.
yeah, I'd have no problems with approving his reinstatement request. I'll make a motion therefore that we do that.
And Dr. Mack, second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Okay, all opposed to the motion, raise your hands. Okay, the motion passes.
Okay, Dr. Harrell, is that Arrowhead Lane, that's still a good mailing address?
Yes.
Okay, we'll review everything just to be sure everything's in order. And if there's no issues, we should have your license to you by next week.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Adams, thank you for being patient. I know you've been on a while. We got a little behind today. So you have any questions? I know Dr. Kirtley just kind of went over the process today. You have any questions about anything before we get started?
No, sir.
Okay. This is Fallon Adams. This is a pharmacy technician application. She did mark on her application that she had been arrested and something would come back on her criminal history. In 2020, she was arrested for felony domestic battery and violation of a protection order, an open container, and drinking in public. This was her and I believe it was her boyfriend at the time, and a group of people were they were kayaking and canoeing on a river. I believe she was due to, based on police report and witness statements, she was highly intoxicated. And there was an incident between, physical incident between her and her boyfriend while they were canoeing, and his hand ended up being cut with a knife. She was charged. The felony is because of the injury. I mean, it's because of any injury with a knife. It's not due to that. I mean, it was a serious injury or life-threatening or anything like that. It was just a charge with the felony due to any injury caused by a knife. She ended up later entering a guilty plea to disorderly conduct and a public intoxication, both misdemeanors. I believe her husband, there is, she has about a 2-page statement that is in there that you can see, and her boyfriend at the time also wrote a statement. His is on the very back, based on his statement and the statement of witnesses. They did not go forward with the felony charge on her, and she was allowed to plead to those 2 misdemeanors. But Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, how you doing, Miss Adams?
I'm doing good.
Okay, you want to tell us about that day?
Yes, that was back in July. It was actually as my birthday weekend, and it was just very hot. It was a lack of me eating. I didn't have anything to eat that day, and I was very excited and drank a lot, which I know I shouldn't have, and ended up with me being drunk on the river. And I actually had cut my hand with a knife right there and had to get stitches from that. But in the same motion as cutting my hand, I ended up cutting right here around his elbow of my now husband's arm. And it's because I was trying to get my my backpack and cooler type of thing out of the back of my kayak that I had bungee straps actually tied because they were previously broken from prior trips because we kayak often. And I was just trying to get it out of there and had a pocket knife that I always carry on me, and was just not, I guess, here enough to be using that. I should have never pulled that out. I should have, in the ruckus of all of that, getting loud and hollering, you know, drawing attention to myself, forming the disorderly conduct, and it was a really rough day, and I have never done anything like that. That was probably the scariest day of my life. But.
Okay. So what brings you to the world of pharmacy?
Well, I have always contemplated applying from the past years, but I've been working for these past 5 years with an adoption agency, actually in Little Rock, as a supported living assistant. And I didn't know if I was going to pursue something further into that, or if I was going to want to apply and maybe make the transition over towards pharmacy. My friends have always told me I would be good at it. I feel like I'm a very people person. I like talking to people and communicating with people, but I'm also very good at math. And so I was just trying to find, something along the lines that would use both of those. And I just really thought pharmacy would be a great opportunity to continue a career 10, 20 years from now.
Okay. And what are you currently doing?
I'm a supportive living assistant with Integrity Incorporation in Little Rock. It's an adoption agency. I specifically work with special needs children around the Conway area that live in foster homes.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions of this candidate? Dr. Mack?
I guess I'll ask, was it, were you trying to have a fight with a knife, or was it an accident with the knife?
Oh, it was an accident, 100% an accident with the knife. I could not have cut anybody, even myself. I could never have done that ever, especially to somebody I love.
But you just had too much to drink and just had a
Yes,
very
ma'am.
rough day. And now
Yes,
you're married.
ma'am. Yes. We got married October 7th of last year in Glacier Park, Montana, because we are big outdoorsy people. We hike and kayak all the time. So
Beautiful
yes,
place.
it is very beautiful.
And I guess you have rings and matching scars.
Yes. Yes. It is now a joke, but believe me, it has not been. It has not been a great. Yeah.
Any other discussion?
Reading her entire statement, it doesn't read anything like what I expected in the summary from the beginning, so.
Mhm. Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion, please. Dr. Mack?
I'll make the motion that we grant her tech license.
You got a second?
Dr. Kraus?
Yes. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hands, please. Okay. The same thing for any nays. The motion passes.
Fallon, I will get your license. It'll take a couple of days to get it processed, your application, but you should get it in the mail by next week. And once you receive it, you can start working as a tech. And is that address on Donahue Avenue, is that still a good mailing address?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it'll be mailed there, so you should have it sometime next week.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
That's all I have, unless John or Brenda have something else. Thank y'all. I know it was a full day, but one long day beats two. So we got everything crammed in today. And I guess, John, maybe I missed it. We already got the waiver of license fees, right?
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody have anything else?
We get paid by the hearing, right?
Yeah, you get,
Yeah, that however many we can fit in a day is how much you get paid for the day.
you get 10 cents a person. So what's that about? $2.50.
Yeah.
Y'all never underwork us.
No. Like I said,
Yeah, we
long day
made it
beats 2
through.
days any way you look at it. So
I'll
thank
work
y'all
for
for-
good.
Yeah.
Debbie, y'all never underwork us.
Yeah, we're getting back to return to in-person meetings now. So even from the state stuff, the reduction in COVID. So
Like I
getting
said,
back
next
normal-ish.
That'll be good.
next day is June Next board meeting, June 7th and 8th. And don't forget those of you that are wanting to go to NABP or signed up, get with Lane on that. It is May 18th through the 22nd. It's somewhere outside of Phoenix, or maybe it's in Phoenix. I can't remember, but it's around the Phoenix area. So if anybody was wanting to go to that, get with Lena. And then we're going to set, hopefully won't have another informal till maybe after the June meeting. So maybe we can set a July. I don't know that I have anything over there in my box right now. We kind of crammed as much into this one as we possibly could. So might have to set we talked last time in February, we had to move a full day of a couple of hearings. So we may find 1 or 2 days between now and June that we can fit those in. We need to get them resolved. And if we can have them in person, we need to, because we've got several witnesses and they will too. So it'll just be better heard in person and better functioning in person. So we'll look at those dates, but I'll send out possible dates and see what everybody thinks far in advance.
Luke, I'm sorry. What days did you say NABP was in May?
I believe it's the 19th through the 21st. So with travel days, it would be the 18th through the 22nd. It's a Wednesday through the Wednesday through a Sunday.
Thank you.
And it's either in Phoenix or around Phoenix somewhere. But yeah, y'all get with Lena if that's the meeting y'all were wanting to go to. Get with her and she'll help you get stuff arranged.
It's in Phoenix.
It's in Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, I knew it was somewhere around.
And the June meeting's still gonna be 3 days.
It's scheduled for 3 days right now and already have several hearings set. So I don't have anything set on the 9th yet, but we still got several months to go. So hopefully I like to set them for 3 days just in case. Don't have anything set on the 9th as of now, but it could be filled up between now and then.
Yeah, because we moved it up a week to 7th, 8th, and 9th, didn't we?
Yes, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And I believe when's the association meeting? Is it around June? It's always around that time, isn't it?
It is. I've got to find that.
But it may be the second full week. I couldn't remember.
I've got APPE the week after our board meeting, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So.
All right. If anybody has anything else, thank y'all all for being here. I know it was a long day, but we got a lot knocked out, so I do appreciate that.
Yep. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank y'all.